think I inherited that from my dad. Big love, blessings to everybody. Om Namah Shivaya. How you all doing? Hope you're all well. Let me know if the audio is too loud, too soft, too this or that. Big love. We've got Howard, Out Tuition. Out Tuition's got a funky new picture, like a red one. We got the star. We've got Tomaru. We've got whoever else is chilling, watching, the rest of you. 7 of you, I think, at the moment, since we've just walked in. It's a big love to you all. Hope you guys are having a great day. What's the topic today? Oh, yes, shamanic guides and ancestors, ancestral healing, parasite entities, and the Merkaba chariot. I think it's quite a big one. What's going on with my lighting? My lighting doesn't sound like it's very, very frightening, you know? Let's get this lightning a little bit more frightening. Here we go. So we've got, as always, we've got our round table crew. Yep, dyslexia kicking in. Part of the old age, I think. We've got dear Indy Sage. I'll just go across the page. We've got dear Indy Sage here with us. Indy Sage is a, he's very embedded within shadow work, but he's an anthropologist and also dips his feet into various different forms of mysticism, as well as, you know, the Tao and Western Hermetics. We've got dear Cosmic here, who's sort of like John Dee without a crystal ball. He's got a connection with the Fae, though also he has a background in Western occultism. I think he's also swam through the river of Vedic lore, and he's got his own system that he's developing at the moment, which is obviously channeled via the, not channeled as such as channeled, but the Fae have a relationship with him and they have been teaching him. So it's sort of a form of channeling, but not your traditional, like, close your eyes and, you know, la, 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 la. It's more like John Dee form of channeling. So without any further ado, it's an honor to be here with both of you. Let's hear a few words from the people on the stage. Big love, brothers.
Yeah, so basically, you know, everybody kind of knows that, you know, I work with the Fae and all that stuff. And lately, I'm just kind of like, you know, basically, I think I'm probably getting to the point where I'm really going to like, I'm trying to get past the theory and trying to get into some more like actual hands-on magic stuff, like actual start really doing, like figuring out rituals. Because if I'm going to get this book, the problem with this, the reason I haven't been able to get this book started is because a lot of the stuff that I've been searching for is very like theoretical and very kind of like occult. And I want to also have something that's more, that's not as intellectual, something that's more tangible and relatable with, like, you know, rituals and like personal experiences and sort of just like stuff that actually, you know, effectively directly affects your perception of reality. But I think honestly, the Zarfex theory and like the kind of this bubble universe stuff is basically it's important to the magical system. It doesn't make sense, you know, without it. But it was kind of interesting though. Like I did a channeling session with them recently, and I was actually even talking about you know, how do I like people like summon the Fae? How do people do it? And they basically told me, like, you know, you don't really summon the Fae. Like, if you want to get a hold of one of these entities, you know, you've got to go into their realm. So I think this will probably be relevant in terms of the topic for today's discussion. Not necessarily sure where Indy is at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be here relatively soon. But yeah, okay, there he is. Passing the mic over to you, man.
Cool. Thanks for delaying for me there a little bit. Feeling great today. So glad to be here, everybody. I'm Indy Sage, the Raw Sentinel, also known as the Vibe Tribe Scribe. And if you want to check out my blog page, I've been putting up new articles like almost on the daily. It's vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. I'm going to put that into the comments. But as Franklin mentioned earlier, I've done a lot of research in many different fields. I've tried to integrate the compartmentalized knowledge base that has been divided. And I've been recently integrating a lot of the fringe theories of the other dimensional beings into a single system. So it's been a beautiful time right now with the year of the fire horse rising, and things are just transforming like magic before my eyes. It's just a beautiful thing. So I ended up going out to a jungle rave last night, and had the time of my life. And we might have a few new followers on the show today. I've put out some links to some folks that were interested in our work and on a similar page themselves. So I feel like I've been meeting so many more people that are like esoteric that I would never have expected to meet in this small little backcountry town that I live in. But I go into the city. It's kind of an artsy city. There's a lot more of us out there in the esotericism, in the syncretism world. So it's been a beautiful thing, finding some resonant minds. And I'm excited to see this, how this show plays out today. This has got some amazing themes going on in the title today. So I'm ready to dive deep into this, boys. This is going to be great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Always an honor, brother. So we've got Otigli here. We've got Systematic Zoo. Namaste, brothers. We've got everybody else that's joining. If I haven't said hello to you, hello, 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 hello. 3 times, 4 times. 4 times is one more than a charm. It's a charming charm. So yeah, oh, you lucky man. Jungle. We don't get jungle anymore, dude. You gotta like travel like far away to find jungle. Like it's
right. It was jump up jungle too, which is like the like heady stuff. So it was on stage. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, man. So we've got a cool show for you guys today. I'm trying to get some like fluids into my body. I think like where do we start? Where do we start now? Sweet child, where do we start now? Got a bit of an appetite for destruction going on here, I think. The destruction of the paradigm of 4 walls is, I think, where this whole story starts. Because we live like prisoners between the 4 walls of our mind. 4 walls of our mind with a roof and a floor. And we become sort of structured in the mechanistic applications of the number 4. For number 4 is very fair and very square, likes to dare, always solidly sitting in a chair, but not so mobile, and a bit static, if not ecstatic. And what we're looking for, I think, when we're talking about these topics, this is the sphere of the ecstatic, out of the static, into the mobile, into the movable. So we're going to be like probably touching on the theme of mercurial energy. Let me know if at any point there's like a funny sounds with my audio, by the way. Please do, if there's like even just little moments, if it's clipping or I think sometimes when I bump the table, it makes like little sounds, and sometimes I don't realize. So, yeah. So probably a good place to start is this paradigm of physicality, this body, this physical computer, and how we've been sort of entrained through the media, entrained through our friends and peer pressure and social norms and social ideologies, these social ideas that keep us sort of trapped. We're not to venture too far off from the known into the unknown, because it causes people to become nervous, and when they get nervous, they start feeling very awkward. Namaste, Naraka. Hope you're good. Hope you are smiling. Hope you're all doing your thing. So it's probably a good place to crank it right up. The 4 walls. What do you think?
Heck yeah, let's get it started, baby. Let's go. So I'm thinking of like the ice wall, or are you talking about the 4 walls of like the Japanese Shintoism, where they protect their emotion in the body?
I think it's both. I think
Okay.
I think like the shape of the world and the 4 walls and the 4 walls in our mind. Isn't it all connected?
Yes.
The number
and
4.
Shinobi would be proud of us right now, wouldn't he? It all goes on the inside. It's as without, so within. Most are just familiar with the as above, so below. But sometimes they say, as in the universe, so in the soul. I like that even better.
Yeah, so like, yeah, Cosmic, fire away.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the four walls thing, because in my system, when I talk about Zerfaxes, the idea is that each Zerfax has four membranes called xiphoids, right? And so think of each, like, so think of a Zerfax like is like a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. So it's kind of like almost like a Russian nesting doll. And there's kind of like, you know, a large bubble, and there's sort of like, it has like three layer, it has like four layers of plastic around it. And I've realized that, you know, that this sort of because I'm starting to like test out how this works with my mind's eye in terms of my my state of mind. And I realize that the deeper that I am into the trance, the closer these astral visions come to my sort of like my inner bubble, right? So when you're in a waking state, I notice that what's in my mind's eye seems very far away and very distant. And when I'm in a more a true trance state, a hypnotic state, I notice that it's like these membranes that I'm talking about of reality, they kind of disappear, right? And it's like, and the Zerfax becomes kind of thinner, and it's almost like with that you can easily pierce it and access the astral plane. And it's not really an abstract concept. I can actually kind of explain what each of the xiphoid membranes are. So the first xiphoid membrane is essentially your personal boundary, right? Where your skin ends and where your sort of sense of personal, like in the West, we tend to have around 3 feet of personal space. And that's sort of your personal matrix Zerfax. The second xiphoid layer is basically the edge of your perceptual vision. So if you're indoors, it's the edges of the walls. If you're outdoors, it's at the very edges of what you see on the horizon. And that's sort of the second layer. The third layer represents sort of the sky, or the sort of the general atmosphere. So, for example, if you're very depressed, you might the membrane be very black. If you're having a good day, you might feel the blue sky. And then the fourth membrane that I'm taught is sort of just the universe itself. And then once you get past that fourth membrane, you can start to see the Zarfax and the outer Zarfax. The point I'm making about that is that I've also noticed that belief systems like materialism also seem to affect this dynamic. And it seems that with materialism, it's like, you think about it from a Zerfax perspective, the idea with materialism, it's like there's a Zerfax of nothingness that sort of acts as like a wall or a blockade between your personal Zerfax and the Zerfax of astral and magical perception. And the more skeptical you are, the further that gap becomes. So if you're really skeptical, like you're a Richard Dawkins type, it might be 2 or 3 Zerfaxes of distance. So then it's even harder to, overcome. So I think it's interesting you mentioned the blockation of like the 4 walls of perception, because that's kind of lines up with the whole each Zerfax having 4 xiphoid membranes. And I see we got Zeralath Eternal here, so I'll let him chime into the conversation. What's up, man?
Hey, man, I'm good. No readings with Stein this afternoon. Stein needs the day off. The man's exhausted, so I can hang out, and I'm here. I'm not driving. Thanks. Yeah. That was cool with the xiphoids you were talking about. It was making me think of, when I started with meditation, everything was just heart center out, right? So eventually you're bringing your awareness to like the tips of the hairs on your skin, just like whatever little fuzzies or whatever that you may have as hairs. And then at that point, you're starting to reach out into just the energy field mixed with whatever the room temperature is, the state of the air of where you are meditating, right? And I was always seeking out to get the difference between the substantial and the transubstantial. It's part of what's honed my intuition that I have built my entire magical practice on.
Well, welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. Hope you've had a good week. It has been a very fast and hold on tight, seat of your pants kind of a week for me. And the highlight of my weekend is I won't be seeing my girlfriend tomorrow. But that is what it is. Her back's a bit sore still. She's been like resting her back the whole week, shame. She's been in a bit of pain. So, speak of her and she arrives. Hello, Bone Hawk. Namaste. Hello, beautiful. So, yeah, you know, those four membranes, and of course, like you said, British transport style, mind the gap, you know, these boundaries of perception. It's interesting if you think about four membranes, cosmic, for a moment, and everybody. What you find is there are three boundaries between four membranes, right? There are three periods between four membranes. And so we speak about the three veils in occult sciences, the three veils of unmanifest. And these three veils repeat themselves, right? You have like the triple mother, which is a whole three out into cosmic, nothing to be understood here. Like there's nothing to see here, you know, Star Wars style. And the three veils of the occult perceptions, you know, the veil between the physical entering into the etheric, the veil between the etheric entering into the astral, and the veil between the astral entering into the causal. And so we have these three fundamental phases of being, which are repeated, whether you're looking at it from a esoteric system in the East, you know, they'd speak about it, the veil between the physical and the qi, the physical and the jing, and the jing and the qi and the shen, if you're Chinese, or the veils between the physical and Yetzirah, and the veil between Yetzirah and Bria, and the veil between Bria and Asiya, if you're thinking in terms of Western magical occult systems. And in the Vedic system, it's interesting because you've got the three bands which separate, you know, the Muladhara chakra from the physical body, the subtle element of energy, and then that which separates the Manipura from the Hrit Padma, or and for the Anahata chakra, which the stomach into the heart region. And you've got another bunt, sorry, the three bunts. Another bunt in the Visuddhi chakra that separates the body energies from the head's energy in the Visuddhi chakra, which is leading into the seat of the soul or the causal field. And then you have these three repeating themselves within the Aum Tat, the Aum Tat Sat again. And then that repeating itself again within the Ah, the U, and the of the Aum. So we find that these three veils seem to be rather fundamental. And I think, you know, when it comes to any kind of energy work that one will do at any point, this is really where the focus comes to first rending the one veil and then the next veil. You know, even if you look at a tarot pack, right? If you look at a tarot pack, for example, right? You can see that the naked woman dancing in the world, right? Like she's wearing a veil on her naked body in such a way that you can't see her naked body, right? But guess what happens when you're close enough to touch? Come on, baby. Do you know what I mean? When you're close enough to touch that purple veil, it comes off. Woo! Kariba! You know? So, like, you know, and that's your first veil in, yeah, brother.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were continuing on that, but I wanted to get to, when we're done with that, the four membranes of the cell, because the cell kind of reflects the body, reflects the universe, and so it's like the microcosm. So we have the mitochondria in the cell, which proliferate the cell. There's about 200 mitochondria in every cell, which people usually see a diagram with like 1 or 2. But it's far from the fact. They're very small compared to the eukaryotic cells, so they can fit a lot of them in there. They're the powerhouse of the cell. They also respirate for plants. So without them, the cell wouldn't really have much going on. It wouldn't have that energy source. It's thought that the cell had a different type of energy source before oxygen became abundant in the atmosphere, at which point they became symbiotic. And then ultimately the mitochondria replaced that energy source. But I'm not necessarily convinced. To me, it looks to me like more like a home. Like when you look at a home, and you look at it in like time-lapse photography, there might be like a little blur that goes in and out of the house. But if you look at it, so you slow things down, you start to look at things like when you're taking a distance from afar or from a more bigger view, and you start to look at things at a slower pace, you start to see there's people in that home. There's a lot of people in the home, and they're the ones that are like building all the things in the home, making it work. And they have like firepower in the house usually to make the water heater or something. But like it's a similar situation with the mitochondria. They're taking in the sugar, they're making ATP, they're powering up that cell. Now, on top of that first membrane, we have the vacuole. The vacuole is a storage container within the cell. And within it, they store like the abundant resources that they need to use and utilize and keep them in control in there. Then we have the cell nucleus, which stores the deoxyribonucleic acid in there, which ties us back to our ancestry and is thought to be part of the fourth mind, along with the DNA of the mitochondria in the Vedic science. That's the fourth mind that allows us to connect through time and space to our ancestors. And then we have the fourth membrane, the cell membrane itself. And within the cell membrane, there are vesicles that allow the cell to access things from beyond that. So I just wanted to mention the parallel with that. And I feel like it's, to me, like they've done movies about this, like Osmosis Jones, where they kind of like portray the little organelles of the cell to like be their own little people. And it's very interesting. But to me, I feel like the cells are like a home or like a habitat that lies upon like a waterway, which is the bloodstream that delivers all of the resources to that cell. And so I feel like if they're the ones that are orchestrating our mind, because there's over 2,000 of them, of mitochondria in the neurons, which is 10 times as much as in other cells. So it seems like, and they share an energy body together and they exchange electrons. So there's a lot of energy exchange between them. And I feel like if they're orchestrating our mind, our subconscious mind, and maybe even our conscious mind, facilitating it in the body, to be able to tap into the higher source mind as like the channel through which it operates and comes in, as like an antenna. I feel like that they could possibly be like helping us have a worldview that reflects their worldview, to help us understand that like at the cellular level, we need to be like considerate of like what we're doing with our cellular health. And so for like mitochondrial cellular health, like a lot of people end up developing mitochondrial diseases because the standard American diet, the SAD lifestyle, SAD, does not facilitate mitochondrial health, which leads to rapid aging and fatigue. And so if like a food weapon system and medicine weapon system has been pushed upon the collective to kind of weaken us in order to divide and conquer us easier, becoming more aware of your cellular health and mitochondrial health can help you bridge the gap from being a victim of the sick care system to being like a potentially like a naturopathic guru, where you're like helping your community, just like give them seeds potentially where they can just grow their own medicine, or just let them know where they can get these cost-effective, very uncostly naturopathic remedies that there's 4 of which that are just rocking the world right now, that have come out as the Epstein files have distracted people and stuff from everything. They're trying to like reel as like, what can we like bring to the collective that's going to draw them away from us being exposed. And so they've like released like these super cures that were never known about, the first of which being oregano oil, which was coming out a little bit earlier, and people are now familiar with that. Now the other 3 people are just finding out about, one of which is mangoferin, the mango extract, which has been found to be able to reverse all degenerative brain diseases and stroke conditions. And also, let's see, there's I think mental and emotional disorders can be aided by this as well. So, oh, Franklin looks like he might have some right now. So this is amazing. And so
Frankincense as well.
oh, and Boswellia. And so, and I wanted to
The
mention that
Boswellia, the amount of uses for it, incredible.
it's incredible. I love Boswellia. I just got some Himalaya brand Boswellia. It's awesome. I was going to get the bottle, but you can take my word for it. So I love that stuff. And it's great.
You know,
It does so many more things. Regenerates the cells. Go ahead, Zerleth.
yeah, real quick. I think we have to ask ourselves, what are the most important of conversations? And we ask ourselves, how do we have the audacity to say that one conversation needs to be dismissed over another? I think that's a subtext that people pick up on over our intentions when we use terms like, oh, this is a distraction, because that term has been so overused that it's just like two important things are happening at the same time. Understanding the science of true medicine, as well as understanding the black sorcery that we've been calling science for forever, because that science is in the Epstein files.
That's a big part of it. We have the Pharmarmacia. Is that what you're alluding to?
Right. So it's not so much that these are distractions and they put them out as, it's just like the world is happening and people are narcissists that are self-congratulating in their little fucking worlds. And their little worlds used to be informed by all of the toys that would be flashed in front of them. They don't flash the toys anymore. Disney is broken as a toy, right?
Yeah. Well,
and now Disney is broken as a toy. And now, unfortunately, all the other media sources is talking about how Disney was an evil toy.
Okay, we're going to get to that, and I definitely want to touch on Pharmakia. If you could illuminate us on the actual etymology of Pharmakia, the ancient Greek word for pharmacy, do you know what that means there, Lath?
Yeah, it's sorcery.
Okay, talk about that real quick, and I'm going to go back to my 4 points.
Yeah. It's sorcery. Pharmakia is about it. Narcotics, narcissism, right?
Yep.
It's just like, and that's why cannabis is not a narcotic, because I can take a major bong rip and stay focused.
Exactly right. And so Pharmakia is sorcery.
Depends on the strain.
The poison of
Depends on
snake.
the strain.
Oh, I smoke mostly high THC count sativa. I'm warped. I'm fucking warped, man.
So basically, Pharmakia represents the sorcery of using snake oil to poison the victims that seek health. And so that's part of the definition of Pharmakia. And now what we're talking about now is naturopathic remedies that come from nature that are not able to be profitized by the pharmaceutical industry. And so I've gotten through the first two. Oregano oil, which also you can use. Ginkgo biloba essential oil does the same thing, or extract, and that actually can kill a staph infection. So these are very powerful, but you have to make sure that you use them for your oil because it can lead to death if you use them for over 7 days. You're going to be killing so many bacteria, invasive parasitic bacteria, not symbiotic ones. And you're going to have to use like black seed oil, grapeseed oil, or olive oil to be able to carry them out after they've been annihilated by the oils, oregano and ginkgo, or whichever one you choose, or extracts. So in addition to, as I mentioned, mango extract, we have boswellia. That's on the similar page. And then the next one is D-ribose anti-sugar, which is a cellular sugar. That is a sugar for the mitochondria and the cell nucleus. It's a nucleic mitochondrial sugar that helps aid in ATP, DNA, and RNA. And it will rapidly help you become youthful again if you have signs of aging. It also burns all fat away. It's unlike sugar. It does not lead to a higher insulin blood level, but just the opposite. So it can be used to combat heart problems and diabetes and general youthing. And one of the most amazing points that they share online is the fact that it will take away wrinkles on your face or anywhere on your body within the period of 14 days, which is absolutely incredible. And also, you can use it to burn fat. Now, this point is being restricted online because they're trying to get people onto like Zep bound. And so if you're looking for like a weight loss supplement, they're going to tell you there's no statistical evidence on D-ribose anti-sugar helping with weight loss. You should go to Zep bound or Ozempic or Wegovy. So basically, there is actual data on there. They're just trying to hide it, but it's snuck through. They say there's mammalian studies on white mice that show that obesity was reduced within 6 weeks to full health with no fat. And they're back to lean and mean after 6 weeks on D-ribose anti-sugar. So this stuff is just rocking the world. We got stuff that's happening for people with heart conditions, which is the #1 cause of death in America, at least. I don't know, throughout the world. There might be other things that surpass it, like malaria. I'm not sure, in different regions, in tropical areas. But there is a fourth one rather, that is escaping me right now. But we'll have to come back to that. And then we're going to get back to what Zerlath was talking about with the distractions and the dark side being exposed. Now the light side is coming out. And so I feel like the light transmutes the dark. And when you shine light into a dark corner, where does the dark go? It dissipates. It just dissolves. And evil has the seeds of its own destruction. So what they really want us to do is to try to fight against them and use violence and contesting and punishing and judging against them. But really, that's the last thing we need to do. And Socrates knew it well. We need to start to build a new system and stop fighting the old, because they're already collapsing and dissolving anyways once they be exposed into the light.
This level of exposure of the Epstein files is showing you how you cut off the food supply, right? This is part and parcel of it. Because remember, like, they're getting a false experience of immortality with the way that they are pursuing having fruitful longevity, right? Like, we are trying to do like the whole, like, we're probably going to die. It's fine. We're all good with it. We're mostly reincarnationists here, and all that jazz. So yeah, you fight because I don't want to be reborn into a world of legalized pedophilia. That doesn't sound like it's going to be a great deal for me and my baby form upon incarnation. Not interested. No, thank you. Fuck my future parents if that ever fucking happens. So,
that reminds me, Zerlath, if I could intercede momentarily. The fourth thing is practices of immortality have been shared to the collective now. We have two types of immortality practices that allow people to live. Now, it does not allow you to live potentially forever necessarily, but it will allow you to live for 1,000 years. The Cuero Indians came out of the Andes in the 50s, and they have been practicing immortality and self-impregnation, which is known as parthenogenesis in science.
Yeah.
For time immemorial, they've always had these practices since ancient times.
For me, I think the one thing that'll just make me happy is if I can achieve.
There's two other kinds. Okay. So we have the Cuero who have shown us that women can become immortal by recycling their cycle back into themselves. Now, we know from TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, that men can become immortal by cycling their sacred fluid back into themselves tantrically. And then finally, there's the Atlantean alchemistic form of immortality, which is not necessarily only for younger people that are viable sexually, but also there's the practice of alchemy, which uses, I believe it's called urology, which was practiced in the Golden Dawn, the consumption of one's own urine. But basically, instead of just consuming urine daily in the morning, which is a practice by some mystics, they actually take that urine and purify it into a crystal over time. First, it's a red crystal, I think, and then they heat it up. Or maybe it's a black crystal first, then they heat it up, it becomes red, then they heat it up, it becomes white. Once the crystal is white, then that is the material that can allow immortality. And that was supposedly used by Thoth the Atlantean. Okay, Zerla, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I will do a shameless temple promotion of the nectar of Athanasia, because see, like what I know first and foremost is that I'm interested in preservation of telomeres. That to me, like when I understood the science of telomeres, which is the key to cellular regeneration and cellular regeneration integrity, is the way these little guys stitch, which they're basically weaving. So these are weavers that are weaving your future vessel, these little telomeres. So they would be also intrinsically related to the weird, the Norns, on a physiological level. Because what the hell makes the future, really, if a lot of things are the same around you? Well, you've aged, right? I've aged. I stare at more gray in my wise beard every fucking day. But the nectar of Athanasia is a kind of a secret alchemical process that has taken gold and made it into a liquid state, not mixed it up with a bunch of fucking Ormus Moofkazoot chemicals. It's just a purified water solution and liquefied gold that you take a few dabs of every single day through a bottle, and then like re-up whenever, and then the gold integrates into your system, and it stays fused as a purified element agreeable to your physiology forever, because it's gold.
So gold helps lengthen the telomeres and keep them protected?
Yes, because gold is the substance of us. That is the substance of our soul, thus the sun. The sun is plasma gold.
Man, I used to wear golden rings, but I've switched
Yeah,
off,
you know,
and I miss the gold.
I just want to bring it back to what you guys were talking about a few minutes ago. Oh, by the way, your audios were like overlapping and clipping, just so you know. At some point, I thought it was me, but when I came back, I noticed it was still doing it, and it wasn't my system. Maybe that was a little while ago. Just so you know, maybe it's when everybody's got their mics on. Sometimes the sound, the StreamYard gets ficky about audio. You both were mentioning something in the beginning that was quite on point. India, I like what you said about the point of the way the calendar works. And I agree with you as well, Zerilat, the whole story of, and I don't like the Epstein files. I like to call it the international child trafficking files and global financial skullduggery files, because it's really what it is. It is really important for us to get a sense of what's going on, and well, not for us so much. To us, it's like we're just like, damn, it's about time, right? We're like, yeah, it's like preaching to the converted. There's no point preaching to the converted because they're already converted. But for the unconverted, it's like really powerful because they need the evidence. We don't need the evidence. We pretty much know what's going on. So it's like powerful. That I do think that it's no coincidence that it's right now that they release these files. You see what I'm getting at, Zerilat? They've had these files for years. Like a lot of these files go back to Pizzagate, right? No coincidence there. Pizzagate was like where we first really got a big dump of evidence, which couldn't be hidden because of that guy with what was it, an R15 or whatever rifle. He had a semi-automatic rifle. And he started shooting at the pizza place, and the cops had to come there and rescue the kids. And it was suddenly, oh, what's going on here? And obviously Hillary was in on the scene. She was like face of the pizza land. And but yeah, I think like the fact that they dropped the evidence in our lap now means that they usually do this. I've noticed this being an activist. Let's say there's an important bill going through Parliament, right, or the Senate in the US. couple of important builds. That'll be the time that they'll drop all of this really like powerful information to get all the activists talking about it. And always relevant stuff, not irrelevant stuff, but they choose their times really carefully. Namaste, Otigali, Aries meditations. Hope you're rocking. Hope you're crocking. Hey, Vince. Namaste, Vince. Are you good? And systematic. And of course, dear sweet Hollow Bone, Hawk, all of you guys, big love, big blessings. And the rest of you, I think there were 20 odd of you sitting around watching. Share this, like it. Like, go on, smash the like, don't be shy, share it out there. The more people that see this, the better. These are relevant conversations. We are going to get into the topic, though. Don't worry. It's not just on the label. And all of these things, believe it or not, are connected. Like we're talking about parasitic entities, right? We haven't mentioned it yet, but that's really what we're talking about here. They hide the good health from us because the good health is magic. This alchemy is like Indy was talking about, is the kind of magic we can put into our bodies to protect our bodies, which is our temples, from invasions. And when these things invade our physical bodies, they weaken our energy in our body, which makes the connection between the mind and the body and the soul weaker, the links in the chain, which means the energy beings can get in there and do their dark magic. So all of these things are so intricately connected, part of a single structure. And I do think that, they are very evil. They've been sitting on these Epstein files for how long? And now they dump it on us. We've got to be suspicious, right? Don't you think? We've got to ask ourselves, why now? Why not last year? Why not last month? Why not next year? Firstly, they are scared.
There's a tremendous amount of the DOJ, especially the FBI, partially implicated. FBI is a highly corrupt organization. It was established on corruption going back to just why they wanted to put Hoover in charge, why Hoover wanted to be in charge. And wasn't Hoover a cross-dresser? Like, the first administrator of the FBI was a tranny. The tranny problem goes deep, dude. It goes fucking deep.
I think he liked sucking things. Nothing sucks like a Hoover. Let's face it.
There's a reason why they rejected Freud, right? And they kind of blew his Oedipus complex narrative out of proportions. And Freud had his own shortcomings, but thank God Jung came in and did something about it, right? But Freud was right about a tremendous amount of effing things under a particular context, right? Because I think that it just looks so crazy to us because Freud didn't know that he was looking at people with certain kinds of Jewish mindsets going on because we didn't truly understand what a quote Jew was or is, right? Because, it's just like you want to argue about whether Jesus existed. I'm arguing about whether Hebrew people existed. Like I am beginning to work under a new historical mindset. We make a big deal about BC and CE, or BCE, CE is like how we're doing it now, as opposed to BC and then AD for Anno Domini because of remember, we've been, our minds have been very Christian, and then there's an agenda to de-Christianize for the communist, for the atheist, under the guise of secularism. I'm all for the secularism, so that way we have kind of a unified vernacular per se, but that's got to be based on how language actually works, right? And for now, I'm using the standing demarkers of BA and AA, before Anunnaki, after Anunnaki. Paganism of the Sumerian regions was wiped out by those who came as the Anunnaki, including Thoth, the Atlantean, who robbed the office of Tahuti, from mortal men, because it is not a mythological position of the gods. It was a real title in Kemetan institutions that people were guided in their mystery school teachings by. It was the highest office of the mind in Kemet. And Thoth came in with the Atlanteans and the Anunnaki and the reptilians, the Skeksis that he is, and he infiltrated it because he acted like a great friend.
You saying Thoth is a Skeksis?
Look at him.
What are you saying right now?
Look, didn't you watch The Dark Crystal? Chamberlain almost had you going for a second by the end of the movie.
Wouldn't Thoth be the sick one? Would not Thoth be the Skeksis escaped?
When Osiris was assassinated, Thoth sided with Set.
What? No. Dude, do your homework, son.
That is in the mythos.
So far off base. All right, there's a lot of information about Enki. Well, all right, think about this.
Thoth is the betrayal. He is the betrayal.
Hermes demonized. Hermes was said to be the lover of thieves.
The office of Tahuti was demonized by this thing that came in with a similar name.
What?
Yes. There's been a difference.
Where are you getting this material from?
The archetype of the office of Tahuti and the entities that came in with the Anunnaki. AA versus BA.
All right. Thoth had a Mesopotamian version named Shida that was portrayed as having a serpent on each shoulder. He also carried the Caduceus staff and was represented by the tree of life.
Yes, yes. The Anunnaki, just like the Catholic Church and all the other religions, appropriated everything to lure everyone in, and they sold it as fucking great, just like they sold Obamacare as fucking great, just like they're selling AI as fucking great, just like they sold World War I as fucking great. It's always fucking great until they fucking do it the way they want to fucking do it. This is the oldest game in the fucking book.
I don't know where your alliance lies.
Fuck off! Fuck him!
He's
a monster.
Enki,
he's a fucking evil genius. Thoth and sex is part of everything. That's why he's Babylon.
The 72 tribes were later taken over by fallen angels and fallen kings. But originally, when the people were exiled, it was only Enki that was willing to go out and civilize the lost people and help them return to become right. And his archetype was
also, he's the great architect. Yeah,
under different names. Marduk, the bad guy that you're looking for, the Skeksis bird that you're looking for that became Amun Ra. Okay, they had Set, which was like the earlier incarnation, which is Enlil, the uncle of Marduk, who was also in the warmonger archetype. Now, those were the Skeksis birds. Now, in the Dark Crystal, there are two Skeksis birds in the show that are mystical, that escape the temple, the kingdom, to go out into their little temple, and they help the collective rise and come together by uniting the two blades into one. And so those would be like the Enki and Ningshita or Osiris and Thoth individuals who are maybe of the same blood as the Skeksis, but they've come to aid the collective.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And the Dark Crystal mythology is not a whole interpretation of the situation, but the Skeksis point gets to, we're talking about the rule, not the exception. Thoth is not an exception. He is not an exception at all.
I think he is.
Exceptional part of
the only exceptions. I mean, really, like nobody was ready to help mankind except for them.
Everything we know out of Kemet is coming out of how it was written, how it was out of how it
didn't allow us to have the open inner eye in the waking state. So there's that.
Everything coming out of Kemet has been touched by Thoth, because
plus they created us as a hybrid slave race. So that you have to question that as well.
We were not created as a hybrid slave race.
Not through genetic engineering.
We were tampered with when the Anunnaki came.
No, we weren't tampered with. We weren't made from the Neanderthals. We weren't made from a different race.
No, the Neanderthal was a degeneration from us.
No, we all came from Homo heidelbergensis, but basically they took the wild Lulu in the story of Mesopotamia and the Anunnaki, who you've spoken about earlier at length. And so in the story, it's been corrupted by Sitchin about talking about laser beams and genetic engineering, which is absurd and has been found to be ridiculous. It's modern cultural translation bias. He never translated any of the tablets. He retranslated already translated material into his own story, but didn't do any research on it.
I'm not citing Sitchin at all. I've actually not studied Sitchin's interpretation of things.
Basically, the story basically says that they've taken the blood of Kingu with the sand of Mesopotamia to create a fertility elixir, and their technology was not synthetic material technology. Their technology was integrated technology with Mother Earth, nature. And so they were able to control nature on like a telekinetic level through deep trances that they would go into to be able to influence things on the molecular level. They were able to create a fertility elixir with the blood of Kingu, as I mentioned, in the sand of Mesopotamia, to when they breed with the Lulu. With this, we're talking about breeding. And they said that the males impregnated the female Lulu, which were the wild hominids. And then they take the fetus from the wild hominid womb and then implant it into the creatrix goddesses. And that's how they were able to facilitate creating the human race, through breeding. A lot of people have mixed that up with genetic engineering, and that's not historically correct, according to the true translations.
Right. Well, that's explaining a metaphysical and etheric thing to be understood, and how it correlates to the physiological and the actual material realm, that, so people are getting to where we're feeling it in reality, and it makes sense when we understand ourselves, right? So
yeah.
Like, because all of that sounds good. When something sounds good, I never throw away what sounds awesome and pure. And believe me, nothing I say is to dismiss the truth and the knowledge that you have found through your own core intelligence, right? Because often I will say things, and because I'm being brief about it, it'll jump into all sorts of assumptions, right? Granted, the primary that I'm being blunt about is true about what I mean by this Anunnaki Atlantean version of Tahuti that we call Thoth. That's an actual like a character, like a person, like not like a mythological thing, or like a god that has a name. This is more on the archon level, in the authority and position that Thoth would assume. And one of his highest crimes was he took one of the plates of knowledge from the halls of Amente, which was only meant to be translated from the halls through the oral tradition, and he used his authority in writing to corrupt it into the two-dimensional, to bring it into the two-dimensional through writing, to spell into it. And this was where the corruption of all sorts of magic began to come forth. That is so fundamental, because it is so etymological, and it taints everything else.
The conversation happened between Thoth and
Template 11
Ptah are evident of the fact that Thoth had good intentions with his invention of writing. Now, after Ptah warned him that writing could be used for evil, then Thoth continued to have it. At that point, you can mention that he may be questionable in doing that, because he had already been warned that this should probably be something esoteric that should not be given to the masses. But eventually the masses ended up getting it. But Thoth brought immortality through alchemy to the collective. He also went around and built every megalithic kingdom in the world across the globe, and helped the people find beautiful art with high technology that he granted them. That high technology has been removed. Now, if you consider the fact that these megalithic structures were most likely from a time before the flood, before the Younger Dryas Ice Age, and that later on Mesopotamia developed as part of the history or false story of the covered up her story, we know that the more impressive megalithic structures were built before Mesopotamia, where they just
Yes.
built out little mud bricks.
Yes.
So that was
Set
not
is
it.
the god of
And-
foreigners, right? Now, what
Yeah.
did I say? When Osiris was slaughtered, Thoth sided with Set.
Oh,
He
he did
sided
it. What
with
are you
Set.
saying?
He was the
Does
god
anyone-
of foreigners.
can anyone else
The
agree?
reason why Kemet lost the tech is because Kemet was sold out literally.
Man, I didn't realize people had such strong feelings for ancient Egyptian gods here, man.
We're
I was kind of want to chime in
gods
my
that are
point.
walking among us right now.
every morning.
Here, I wanted to chime in and kind of bring in my point, because like the chat said, I've been kind of quiet here. I don't necessarily think that writing in it of itself is detrimental to consciousness. I see it as sort of an inevitable progression in terms of consciousness evolution. It's just an aspect of but I see that the point that you're trying to get at with language, Zareleth, how it sort of filters the mind through a very narrow channel of perception by sort of ingraining yourself being inhabited by language on a consistent basis and letting that be sort of the ultimate arbiter of your reality. I think the issue is not so much that writing itself, is that we haven't integrated it. It's like we took these skills from the gods, but we kind of abandoned all of our natural gifts. It's like we had all these gifts and abilities before, but we were so enamored by what Thoth was teaching us. It's like, screw all this old shit. Let's just let's jump on this writing thing, screw physical matter, screw magic. It's like, oh my God, there's this non-physical world. And I think the problem is that human beings have not been able to integrate the discovery of this non-physical realm with the physical realm in a way that's meaningful or harmonious. And a lot of times it seems like human beings tend to skew more in one direction than the other, kind of like a Ahriman, Lucifer, Rudolf Steiner kind of dynamic, where there's that extreme materialist position versus that extreme sort of individualist, idealist perception. I think when it comes to written language, I think the problem is that we've kind of become a species that's put all of our eggs in one basket. Essentially, we have all of our skills on writing and science. And I think a lot of our other attributes and skills have atrophied as a result of that. It's kind of like, you could be a really good marathon runner, but, if you sit inside all day or just sit on the couch, your leg muscles are going to atrophy and they're not going to be, good anymore. And it's not to say that there's nothing wrong with, taking a break on a couch every once in a while, taking a little bit of rest, but, you got to get your legs moving. And I think with writing, is that we haven't really developed our other psychic faculties. Essentially, we've developed one. It's like writing. It is magical, but it's a very specific sort of dimension of perception that kind of leaves out the larger picture, which is dangerous in its own right, because it kind of leaves us vulnerable in certain senses. That when you rely too much on logical thinking, it's almost like you don't really have a safeguard in terms of your intuition, because you're used to sort of dealing with arguments intellectually and whatever. But in terms of emotional stuff, you're completely defenseless. And I think that's kind of the reason why, a lot of these atheist materialist types became super woke these past few years, because that's kind of like what they were 20 years ago. They were the people who are chanting with all the the blue hair and all the communist stuff. 15 years ago, these were the atheists of Reddit or whatever, and they evolved. So it's like they had that intellectual scaffolding to prevent them from religious ideas, but when in terms of the emotional manipulation, they were completely defenseless. So, and I think in a lot of ways, it's the problem with writing is it's not that the writing itself is the issue, but that the fact that we put all of our emphasis on writing, it's basically atrophied and sort of neglected the other psychic faculties of our being, and they've sort of rotted in decay. Will we put all of them into this one specific facet? I just kind of want to put that out there too, because we're having that conversation.
I wanted to also respond to what you guys were saying a while ago. I think that it's very hard for us to know what is the truth regarding the ancient history, and I'll make a couple of points. There's been this sudden trend on the internet to completely say a lot about Stitchin's writings, which is what you were saying, Indy. But what I noticed is that they then replace it with Akkadian writings, like you were quoting, Indy. And they don't tell us that these Akkadian writings were written by a civilization that followed after the original civilization. Those are not Sumerian texts. That's like the Greek texts writing about Egypt. They weren't even there in the times of ancient, land of Kim. But the Greeks had gotten context from the libraries of Alexandria and had copied them, and it copied like they said in Greece. And so the Akkadians came like at least 1,000 to 2,000 years after the Sumerians, at I think longer. And first point is like the dating, right? They tell you that the Sumerian language is what, 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Keep it for me, please. They tell us that it's that. But then if we take a look at the ziggurats, right? Some of the ziggurats are dated to going back to 7,000 BC, right? Now, the ziggurats are like pyramids. In fact, they're much more like Mayan pyramids than any other pyramids, which is quite interesting in that self, right? And what I did was I went to go and research the actual Sumerian tablets. And I found that the one of the translators that had been most highly praised and had been replaced by more woke translators later on, which is quite interesting, is this guy, Torik Jacobson. And he's widely considered one of the foremost translators of Sumerian literature that there is, providing authoritarian interpretations of how humans were created in the texts of Eridu Genesis. Now, you'll notice all this new age crap about this is something that was made up by this guy this guy actually spent, the guy we're talking about who gets the credit for this information, right? He did actually spend 20 years researching languages, and he spoke 5 and read 5 different languages of the Mesopotamias. He spent his entire life out that side researching. So he was actually a translator. He did actually translate the tablets. That's another lie that's been written. Just like if you go and research Rupert Sheldrake, they will tell you that guy is a parapsychologist. No, man, that dude had a PhD in microbiology. He was a biologist. He wasn't a psychologist, but they don't want you to know that this was a real scientist because they want to discredit this guy and make him just a parapsychologist speaking philosophy and mental ideas. No. Rupert Sheldrake was studying hard science and biology. And so they want to discredit people, and they make up these fake stories about their histories. And I'm lucky that I found out about this guy and researched him before the internet existed. So I got a pre-internet, look into things where we had to go and get books and research things with the old-fashioned way. The moment the internet came, everything gets twisted and convoluted, and the whole occult story has been turned on its head. But just getting back to the Sumerian story, it's very clear by the original premier writer of Sumerian, not Akkadian. I want to repeat this, Indy, not Akkadian languages that came thousands of years later, or at least 1,000 years later, plus maybe 1 to 2. According to the official numbers, I think it's more like 3 to 4. Because how do you build a ziggurat without writing? Let's just think about this. These ziggurats were hundreds of feet tall. We are talking massive pyramids, and the construction was mathematically perfect, and they were in alignment with the stars. It's the same idea as the pyramids, really. They are basically pyramids, right? So these ziggurats were built in a very particular way. How did all these craftsmen that worked on this structure correlate together if they didn't have building plans, right? And building plans require information on them, and that information had to be written down. You cannot get hundreds of people or 1,000 people working on a single building site without having formality that everybody's on the same page. So you cannot build that without writing. I don't believe you can. They tell us that the ziggurats were built thousands of years before the Sumerian writing came to be. You've got to like look at that and raise an eyebrow and go, that doesn't make sense. Oh no, they only had pictures for like glass vases of like how many carats they had or something. I don't think that's quite how these plans for these very specific buildings that are very specifically aligned with fixed stars, directionally, the mathematics has to be impeccable. The technology to build these large structures has to be advanced. You don't build them with donkeys if you don't have mathematics and proper writing systems and systems of notation in order to be able to create the maps, the structures, the star maps, to be able to align them. There's a lot that goes into building these pyramids and the ziggurats. So there's already like a spanner in the works of the so-called typical story. And another thing I will say as well, so Torek Jackson is actually the original point of where the story comes from of the Sumerians creating humanity, just to be clear. And he is the premier scholar of Sumerian writing. Now, you explain to me how we have all these so-called woke experts stepping onto a stage, trying to brainwash us and tell us that it was Zachariah Sitchin that came up with this idea, and he didn't even translate it. He sucked his thumb. Well, don't you find it funny that like decades before him, the most well-regarded translator of Sumerian language just happens to be coming up with the same story as him? Maybe Sitchin did actually plagiarize some of this Jakobson's work. I would possibly believe that. Maybe Sitchin isn't all he's stitched up to be, but I do think he's also being stitched a little. So there we have a very clear, and if you want to go and research it for those of you that are interested, it's the Eridu Genesis, which is the exact piece of writing that Zachariah Sitchin gets the same ideas from, just by the way. And Zachariah Sitchin's translations happens to be very similar to the Vedic knowledge. You got to look at the correlations here, right? In the Vedas, they're speaking about the ancient times, how we had technology, how we had flying crafts, how we had vimanas, how the vimanas were flying through the air, how we were able to fly from this world to other worlds using these flying crafts. So now we're supposed to believe that Sitchin's ideas are too far-fetched, that these beings came here with flying crafts. Well, hello, there are countless rock croppings out there in China, all around the world, showing people taking helmets off their heads, right? In fact, one of the Sumerian tablets specifies that they had special helmets on their heads that, and Zachariah Sitchin points out that in one of the texts, it's specific about mentioning the headgear. And he goes on to reckon and imagine that's why they were related to the fish, because their helmets made them look fish-like. You know, we see the Pope wearing this like funny helmet. So I don't know about that. But anyway, to get back to the point, that was Jakobson's work. And that is the creation myth of the Sumerian, which came long before any Akkadian stories. I honestly would suggest people take all the Akkadian stories about Sumer with a bucket of salt, because they weren't there. And they were the ancestors of 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 people from the Sumerians, right? With a different language, different culture, basically worshipping pretty much the same deities, but now they've changed it all and they've evolved it. We're talking about Chinese broken telephones here at best, if we're going to be realistic. And another point I wanted to make as well, once again, looking at the work of course, Torek Jakobson, right? He speaks about how all of these people that were building these ancient large structures, it was very important to them, right? These are the Sumerians, and obviously the Akkadians inherited it from them. And I think it's really it's quite important for us to recognize that a lot of these ideas that we have about these ancient builders are also subject to being, how can I say, to being part of a counterintelligent movement, because they don't want us to know the truth. They don't want us to realize and understand just exactly, I just make sure my mic's not clipping. They don't want us to realize and understand just exactly how big a story this ancient past is and how much technology we had. They want to hide the truth. And like you were saying, quite rightfully, just a little while ago, Zerilat, the way they've messed with our history. With regards to Tahuti, I understand that the word Thoth isn't actually a word that exists. This was made up later. I think Thoth never existed. I think that is just a story that was made up in modern times. There was only Tahuti. Tahuti is the correct pronunciation of the name because Egyptian doesn't have vowels. So you have to put the vowels in yourself. And it was a mistranslation to begin with, where they saw the word Thoth, which they thought was to pronounce Thoth, but actually the correct expressions of those vowels with those consonants would have been Tahuti. So I don't think Thoth ever existed. I think that's just a misnomer that's being recreated in future times as well. So I can see where you're getting that from. I think our modern perspectives of this is something quite different. And in the Sumerian chronicles, if you go and look up Jakobson's work, and it's worth looking up his work, by the way, you can find it out there. I did it maybe a year or two ago when I did, we did this show on the Sumerian. And at that time, I went to look up his work. It was very enlightening. I found all this stuff saying that Stichen made up this, Stichen made up that, and Stichen. So I went to look it up. I was like, no, Stichen didn't make it up. There it is. That guy. Oh, that guy. Oh, that guy. So, a lot of the stuff that Stitchen's saying is just basically what comes from the same place as the original premier, as they call him. What do they call him? They call him considered one of the foremost translators of Sumerian literature with the authoritative interpretations. And yet we are now supposed to pretend that he didn't do the translations. And you want to know the interesting thing? Do you know how well hidden his translations are? Try and find them. They're going to throw Akkadian shite at you, left, right, and center. Akkadian shite, Akkadian shite. Akkadian shite, to me, is what's being used as a cover-up to hide the real history. Because I think that the Akkadian story came way later, and it was so different. So I just thought that's food for thought. But I think the truth is that we can't know. And I almost wonder whether, to me, like when I think of Quetzalcoatl, right? I think of Quetzalcoatl, I think of the same guy, right? The same entity. Quetzalcoatl, Tahuti. It seems like in all the cultures we have this same sort of intelligence coming through, and this feathered serpent, which is Tahuti. And a feathered serpent is also, if you want to get right down to it, this is the symbol of Scorpio, right? Scorpio and Sagittarius. So we must be on the cusp of Scorpio and Sagittarius. So if we want to take it to the cusp of Scorpio and Sagittarius, right? Where are we now, right? We are on our way going from Pisces into Aquarius, right? So we're not in Aquarius yet, but it's Aquarius to Capricorn, Capricorn to Sagittarius, and Sagittarius to Scorpio. So that to me is 6,100 plus 26,000. I think we're talking about 33,000 years ago. That's what I think the history is of Quetzalcoatl, just by the way, of the original stories. If we look at, this pre-dynasties, before even, these were the guys that came with the plans that built civilization. And from that civilization, and now it's interesting because the King's List, once again, who translated the King's List? I wonder whether Tolkien had a hand in the translation of the King's List. I wouldn't be surprised, because if you look at that, that goes back, right? That goes back, I think, is it 300,000 years? So just to give you guys some clarity on this, right? Once again, we're going to be told that it's a Stitchin or it's this or some other, whatever they want us to believe. But the King's List, oh, and they want us to believe that it was Stitchin that made up this nonsense about a Shah being 3,600 years. No, that idea comes from the premium, the best translator, the authoritarian translator of Sumerian literature. Thoric Jacobson, you can go and look up his work. He's the one that maintained that one Shah was 3,600 years, not Stitchin. Stitchin just echoed what this guy had said. And this guy is the giant of Sumerian literature. He translated everything Sumerian. He did more research into Sumerian culture, and he spent more time researching the language and translating the language than any other scholar in history. Hence, he is the guy. The same like Gustav Jung did more time studying and working with parapsychology than any other parapsychologist. He is the authoritarian parapsychologist of all time because he spent decades working on that exclusively. That was his baby. So in this sense, we can get like a good idea of this King's List. And yeah, we can see, right, the Sumerian King's List was published in the University of Chicago Press in 1939, the Foundation Academy translation and the analysis of the ancient document, right? And basically, this King's List goes back, we're not even talking 36,000 years. We're talking, I think the numbers are stupendous. Forget 100,000 years. They go back hundreds of thousands of years. And so it's not so far-fetched to think that our culture had been fully established as a human culture. There are also points where there's a breakaway culture. There are references to wars within the Sumerian. There's references to a pre-flood and post-flood. I think that the 33,000 year number that I'm pulling out here, which is just mathematically looking at the astrotheology of the story, might be post-flood. Although I think there's been more than one flood. I think the flood has been periodic, but I think that the original big flood might have been as long as 33,000 years ago. But I think that there is history that goes back hundreds of thousands of years. And so, but these are just ideas that we can't correlate. But this particular piece of this King's List that has been found is very interesting. And once again, it has been translated by the bona fide translator of Sumerian writings. And so we can't speak about a Shah being anything less than 3,600 years without being unscientific, because the science in the matter, which is the guy who is the top scientist, the main translator of this language with the most experience, that was his idea. And he spent his entire life focusing on Sumerian cosmology and Sumerian history and Sumerian languages. So, to take it from the guy who was the biggest expert of the Sumerians, that's what he says. I think everything else is hearsay, to be honest. And so I think that that's something for us to consider when we talk about the Sumerians. I think there's this huge push to just say that Stitchin made up this and Stitchin made up that. It's all very convenient, but I think it's also too convenient. And we need to ask ourselves a question, like, why is it that convenient? Because suddenly we can just wipe away all of our actual history. We can wipe away all of Tolkien's work with one big swoop, and his name never gets mentioned. This blows my mind. We have all these experts out there on YouTube telling us that, oh, Stitchin this and Stitchin that. But none of them have actually bothered to tell us the truth. They're either all liars, or they've all been brainwashed because they went to universities, they didn't do their own research, they took the research of other people and applied it and assumed that it was true, and they might not even have researched Tolkien's work, even though that is the fundamental, foundational body of Sumerian literature from which all the other translators have taken a lot of their cues. But then the woke ones have come on the surface, and you've got these new woke translators that are telling us completely new things, contradicting the story. But here's the thing. They are contradicting the story, but they aren't actually quoting who they're contradicting. They're actually lying about who they're contradicting, which to me is a huge red flag. So that's what I think about language stories and ancient cultures, though I think there is something to what you're saying. I think there's a lot to what you're both saying. Zerilat with the idea that this Thoth story is a bit of a fabrication. I've often looked at what we consider ancient Egypt. I think it's a lie. I'm with you. I think this whole story of ancient Egypt that we've been sold is one BS house of cards. It's going to collapse, and that the true story of Kemet, like you say, is not what we've been taught, not what we've been told. I'm totally in agreement with you. And I also think, Indy, that there is definitely something to be said about maybe you are reacting because you are also thinking, well, in your mind, maybe you're thinking they're the same person, right? And I think they are the same person, right?
Ningshita and Thoth?
Sorry?
Who's the same person, Ningshita and Thoth?
Well, the Houthi and Thoth, for a start.
They've proven historically that Marduk was the same person as Amun-Ra, and he was in Giza. And so it's also been shown that Ningshita also went to Giza.
That's what Stitchin says.
Yeah.
That's his Stitchin's work as well.
That's spot on. And I have no contest with the Jacobson work that suggests about the 3,600-year Shar of Nibiru, or the idea of the gods living to that extended age. But I wanted to mention that they hadn't developed a solar calendar during the time of the King's List. And so I've always speculated that it could have been a lunar calendar, and that could have been their age in lunar cycles. But I've added up the math, and it doesn't really seem to necessarily be even that. So, because even a 12th or a 13th of the years that are mentioned are still extremely long lives. But no, I've been looking up information about this story about Thoth and from the conflict between Horus and Set. And there's ridiculous, absurd interpretations from Google right now that are mixing up a political satire with the historical account of the battle between both Anubis and Set, and then later Horus and Set. And so the story is completely absurd. It's from a political satire which was made to humiliate Set as a comedy. Now they're just, every time I look up the information, they're saying this ridiculous, absurd comedy myth is part of the historical account, but it's really not. And if you look deeper, you'll find that the actual historical myth shows that Set's forehead was branded by Anubis with either a crescent moon or a sun symbol on his forehead to shame him, to put the light into his darkness. Then later, it said that in the historical account that Horus actually castrated Anubis because he was basically there's a large historical account about the battle that ensued between them, and there's some mention of the fact that they were both dismembered, and then Horus was able to heal them and recombine their missing limbs and then onto their bodies so that they could survive the account. But what really happened was that Thoth was the mediator in that conflict. And so he was not trying to help Set at all, because he did not have any sinister motives, and he was not evil in any way. He was a mediator, and he was a peacemaker. And so by making peace between those two in their conflict, it has been construed that he was on the side of Set. However, he was playing a neutral role, and he never took that kind of approach in any of his work, in any of his accounts. Now, what it says here is, let's see. I found some information on this.
If
Now,
I may, I just wanted to just add a little bit about just very, very short.
I just want to quickly finish this real quick. All right.
Yeah,
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
both did not permanently side with Set ever.
I love you.
And in conflict, he never sided with Set in conflict between Horus and Osiris. Instead, he was depicted as a mediator and neutral arbitrator who upheld Ma'at's order of truth and balance. And the contendings of Horus and Set served as an advisor, attempting to settle the dispute who should rule Egypt. Thoth acted to ensure the fight remained fair, and sometimes healing both Horus and Set at different times to prevent one another from having an unfair advantage. Despite his neutrality, he actually aided Isis in resurrecting Osiris and supporting Horus's claim to the throne, as Horus represented a legitimate, orderly rule. In some myths, Horus and Set were battling, but Thoth was born. Oh, this is absurd. That's where you get this ridiculous political satire. That's absurd. Thoth was known to have been self-creating, and so basically he came from Atlantis or Mu, which is why they said he wasn't part of the bloodline of the pharaohs. He came in from the outside. But there's a political satire that he was birthed from the head of Set, which is obviously a comedic joke to shame Set. In one story, Thoth took a solar disk from Set's head, which Set had seized. Thoth helped Isis protect and heal Horus, and Set's poison struck him. So there's really no account of Thoth ever siding with Set. He was always a neutral mediator, and he was always on the side of order and truth. And he had no...
Zeus birthed Athena from his head in a similar manner, which had no mention of shame in it. And I consider Athena to be a pretty benevolent entity, right?
It might have been like part of their mythology, but like this is not part of the
mythology. It might have been an expression in the old world that, you know, that sometimes there's this this whole idea like an egregore that kind of spewts forth from the mind, right? The mythologies are mixed with the histories in you know, across most of the board, right? You know, like because the Anunnaki has so much history mixed with the mythology that you can't help but just simply see, well, it's an alien invasion where they worshipped beings that they thought were supreme and gods incarnate, right? But that also means that that is going to be their superior reality, and that my God just said that I completely misunderstood my father's gods. This is how my father's gods actually are. And my father's actually a monster despite the good life he gave me. Fuck him. This is communism, right? They do this in communism. They cut off. They convince you to cut your own roots off.
Yeah, but particularly in this story that I'm talking about, it was definitely a markedly political satire comedic tale that's not part of the mythology. It was using crude humor, sexual humiliation, and scatological reversals of the historical account to devalue Set. So it was obviously not a historical mythological tale. It was just a joke to like make ridiculous stories. The story was so ridiculous. All right, here's what happened. They're saying in the fake comedic story, which was just supposed to make people laugh, that Set invited Horus over to have a night out with him. And then all of a sudden, Horus looked over and Set was trying to ejaculate into his lap. Then Horus grabbed the semen out real quick from coming onto his lap and captured it in his hand. At which point, Isis found out and cut off his hand, which is definitely something that never happened, and threw it into the river, which they're kind of tying in with the story of Osiris being thrown into the river by Set. And then she had him take the semen. I guess she took it off his hand before she cut it off and threw it into the river, which did not happen. Then she had him put it on lettuce, which was Set's favorite food, and had him eat the lettuce so that he became impregnated in his head and then birthed Thoth from his head, which is an obvious like reversal of the account into like scatological jargon of like absurdities. So it was just ridiculous. But if you actually try to figure out what happened in the account, it was going to keep you back to this political satire as the historical account. So
now the interesting question of the existence of this satire is how was it presented in the time that it was construed and implemented as
much later
Setian propaganda? What was going on? What were the attitudes towards the Temple of Set and the Setites? What were they doing? What were they like? What were the other cults that were coming up with this to make the mockery of the Setites?
This was not during the events.
Why is it only happening with the Setites and not other guys?
Now, it was made up as a story like hundreds or thousands of years later after the event had already transpired. So that he had already been demonized as having lost the battle and being the bad guy. And so over the years of his bad reputation, they made up a fake story comedy about it to make fun of it.
Yeah. And you know, that all of that sounds like the way, like, yeah, it's just it's like crude, like Johnny Knoxville kind of humor.
It really is. Yeah.
Now like this reminds me a little bit of there's a tale in the Norse that involves genital abuse, and Loki, who also Loki as a Jotun has a certain association with outsiders as well. And the issue here was that one of the goddesses didn't like to laugh. She was not a humorous guy. I think it was Skathi, who's like, she's the winter survive. She's kind of hardcore. You know, she's got a lot of Jotun blood going on in her veins, right? But she's kind of like the archetype for like the super independent woman, kind of like Merida in Brave. You know, that's a very Skathi kind of spirit, similar to there's a Greek goddess who's like a wild huntress type, right? So Loki is challenged with making her laugh, and he ties his nuts to an ass, which is a symbol of Set, funny enough. And the ass like kicks him in the nuts, or like he does like a nut punch joke in front of Skathi,
and
fucking hysterical.
And Emmanuel, by the way. Sorry, just carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought, and Jesus Emmanuel. Yeah, just to remind you that ass story. But
yes, because Jesus was a foreigner to the city-state of Jerusalem when he arrived because of the semi-Roman nature of the structure of Israel, right? So he's coming in as a foreigner with all this Coptic, Hebrew, Essenic, Christian value things coming in. And, him with his sympathy for Set is using the symbolism of Set, which is going to trigger everybody who is riding the psyop of Atonism through the Exodus story. And that's how Jesus played that grift. Oh, look at me! I'm fulfilling another messianic prophecy. And he's saying all like Disney-like. But he's about to get kirked.
well, this has been an exciting little adventure. Now, let's see how this.
I love you. I want to make sure Indy understands that I love him.
Much love. I'm supposed to be both
Yeah, guys.
So,
So let's try and see if we can bring this back to
life experience of
to the parasitic entities, because I thought that's like the good place to start, because it's sort of where we left off, when we were speaking before about all these parasites playing with children, doing them. We know the story. Okay, the files are out there. Who is reading them? But these parasitic entities, like this is, I think, like quite an interesting story, and I think like you're both hitting on some interesting nails here, because I do believe that, like, our history has been robbed from us. I think we all can appreciate much of our history, if not all of it, has been robbed. We've been robbed blind, and I do think that we've had the deities, for example, just to get this out there. We've had the deities of the Norse people demonized by the Christians, have we not? We've had the deities of India demonized by the Christians. Can we think of a single deity anywhere in the world that hasn't been demonized by the Christians? Let's just take a moment. I can't think of one. So there's been a lot of demonization going on, right? Yeah, you can think of one. Okay. Maybe he had a call coming in or something. So I think like that's quite an interesting okay, big love, man. I think how this demonization has been like a big part of our egregoric lore. And so we've been taught to be afraid, haven't we? We've been brainwashed into a culture of fear. And I believe that if you're brainwashed into a culture of fear and you're like, think of yourself as an antennae, as a psychic antennae, and you're like a funnel, fun, life is fun. And you can put out into the universe like a funnel and manifest a point of manifestation. Hey, Systematic Zoo, you can always join us if you're keen. Or you can reverse the funnel back into yourself. And so we're always with this point of interaction. And so if we're holding fear in our hearts because we've been brainwashed into a culture of fear and an ideology which is based upon fear, then what we're going to end up with is essentially a fear-based cosmology, right? And that fear-based cosmology is going to, it's going to hurt, right? And I do think that this is an important point for us to recognize and to realize that this is a problem for us if we look at the bigger picture, right? Because let me try and see. Okay, well, they'll be back just now. When you are in a state of fear, what you do is you attract what you're afraid of. I'll give you a classic example. If you are afraid of spiders, right? Guess what you're going to attract? If you're afraid of snakes, guess what you're going to find? Snakes. Like this is a funny thing. Like when I've always had a thing when I was young about spiders. I was never afraid of elephants. I was never afraid of snakes. Didn't matter how big the snakes were. I wasn't afraid of them. I wasn't afraid of a charging bull. I wasn't afraid of leopards. I wasn't afraid of just about everything, right? Okay, I was a bit afraid of crocodiles, I'll be honest. I was a bit afraid of crocodiles, especially if I'm in the water. If I can see them over there and I'm swimming here, I'm like, ooh, some part of me is very like awake, But I was afraid of spiders. And the spiders loved me. They wouldn't leave me alone. They were like all over me, And I mean, I've been bitten on my testicles and like they want to get close to me. And I noticed that it was because of my fear that I was attracting them towards me so that I could wash this fear away, which is why I live with all these spiders around me. I love spiders now. They're like my buddies. Like, hey, how you doing? I've got spiders breeding. This little table that I'm sitting at, I've got spiders breeding underneath here. Sometimes they come out onto my hand, they come out onto me, and I'm just like, okay, cool. But I'm okay with them now. I've trained myself to be happy with spiders, which is ironic. I feel more comfortable a kilometer. I used to feel more comfortable swimming out to sea, a kilometer out to sea with orca than was a tiny little harmless spider. If you think about it, it's madness. Like that orca could just accidentally flip its tail, and that's the end of me. But
Well,
you know,
it's not totally crazy because you got to think about like the difference between why spiders are scary versus something like a leopard or an elephant. Because you think about a leopard, you can see the leopard, you know it's there, it's right in your face. But the thing about spiders and small things is that they kind of represent, you know, uncertainty, things we can't see, things we can't predict. Because oftentimes, you know, when a spider crawls on you, you don't see the spider coming. Usually, by the time it's on your shoulder, or your foot, or whatever, you know, it's already too late. So I think the fear of spiders is more of that you don't know where they are. It's that fear of the unknown. Whereas something that, like, you know, like a jungle animal, even though it's terrifying and it's killable, like, you know what it is. You know it's a monster, you know. And I think that's what I've realized with fear and how fear controls us is it's always the element of uncertainty and the unknown. Because when you're uncertain about what you're afraid of, you have a harder time controlling it versus, you know, when you know what you're afraid of and you know, okay, this is the thing I'm afraid of, then you can think of, okay, here's the steps I can take to, you know, overcome that fear. And that's the thing about, like, you know, why demons and malevolent entities are associated with darkness. It's not just the fact that, you know, darkness is like sinister or scary. It's the fact that in the dark you can't see what they look like. You can't, and so they can hide more easily. Like, think about, like, if you're in a room that's totally pitch black and totally there's no light whatsoever, I can say what I look like. I could be fat, skinny, man or woman, and you can't verify that because you can't see me. And so whatever I say can seem true, but once I shine the light on and you see what it actually is, now I no longer have that ability to deceive you anymore. So in a lot of ways, darkness is a tool of deception in the sense that when you're in the dark, you can't see what's going around you. So I always kind of associate, like, evil and malevolence as a kind of spiritual blindness, you know. So I think when it comes to spiders, they kind of represent that it's a different kind of fear than like a leopard or an elephant or something like that. Because there's that with the wild animal, there's that kind of that visceral, you know, this powerful creature, but you know what you're dealing with. You know what the powerful creature. Whereas with the spider, it's like it could be behind the walls, it could be underneath your clothes, it could be it's a more invisible kind of fear if you think about it. So I don't think in a lot of ways it's like, you know, there's a reason why we're afraid of these things. It represents a deeper aspect of our psychology, of like the little things that creep around us that we don't see. And I guess this probably, you know, ties into the whole astral parasite topic.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time connecting with the spirit of the spider, and because of my fear of spiders, I used to climb the mountain at night on Table Mountain, and I have an incredible. I've always been able to sense creatures, like like I can sense snakes, sense things. Like if I'm in the wilderness and like I'll suddenly turn around and look there, like I'll be pulled there. There's a red centipede. Watch out! Those things have got that. Ouch! Don't mess with the red centipede, by the way. Don't mess with them. But or even a red scorpion. I once saw a red scorpion. Those are the lethal ones that can cause the end of your day, by the way, and your night. Very rare. I've only seen one in my whole life, a red scorpion. They use like black ones. Ouch. The other color ones. Ouch. I had a lot of fun dancing with scorpions in my life, but they can jump. Scorpions can jump pretty. You don't know how high a scorpion can jump until they come at you. My gosh, those little guys are quick as well. You got to be able to move if you want to dance with a scorpion. But and if you don't dance right, you know, they're very fussy about the dance moves. You didn't do that right. Yeah, you're gonna get it. But I think like the spirit of the spider. I used to go and sit in this dark place where I could feel the webs and the spiders, and we've got like, you know, we've got button spiders, we've got black widows, brown widows. We've got a fair whack of spiders. This is Africa, right? And I'd go into the place which was pitch dark, where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and I'd go and sit in there, and I'd strip down and I'd meditate, and I'd feel them all over my body, and I'd just sit and go in like absorb the fear, go into the fear, and sit and ride the wave of fear. And when I finally met her, you know, it was like, oh wow. I think spiders represent personal responsibility in a way, because like it has a lot to do with time. You know, that web that they spin, like it's a dream catcher, right? If you think about what a dream catcher is, you're spinning a spider's web. If you've ever made dream catchers, there's something very beautiful and therapeutic about making them. I made one for my girlfriend, and I actually need to make one for my son. But I need to find the materials. It's a big thing, finding the right materials for a dream catcher. I need to find what I did with my hemp. Where did I put my hemp? I bought a hemp roll. I gave one of them to my girlfriend. I should have another one somewhere here left, so I can make my son one. But you're making a spider's web effectively. And like it's catching your intentions, right, in the web, and your intentions then get crystallized or get solidified in the web of the spider. So it has to do with driving fate and taking personal responsibility for the consequences of fate and interfering with fate, the spirit of the spider. And I think I noticed that those people. Do you have a fear of spiders, Cosmic?
I wouldn't say I have like too much of a fear. Like if I see one in a room, I'm not going to freak out.
I mean, at some point in your life.
Yeah, of course. When I was a kid, I was definitely afraid of them.
We work through those fears, and we will come to terms with them. Now I'm okay if it's on me. You know, I'm not too fussed. Like I'll have big ones like this, big ones, right? That can cover my hand like that. Like it can cover my whole hand, like sit on my hand, like a big thing like that. In my room, and they will like set up shop right above me, and I'm like, that thing can fall on me and bite me. And it's not being bitten between my joints. They crawl at you at night, and they're rain spiders. They're not dangerous. They look scary, man. Big, massive, like their legs are like that long, you know. And their legs are like as long as my finger, you know. And they got these big things in the front, which is a good sign. It means they're not very venomous. So now I'm really comfortable with them. I'm used to them. You know, I'm totally comfortable. I can sleep with a spider next to me, basically. I'm happy. But I think people that have the fear of spider have the potential for precognition. I think different spiritual gifts are related to different animals. And if you have the fear of spiders, it's because you have the potential for precognitive function. And so there's an interesting point for any of you that have dealt with fear of spiders. You might have there might be precognitive ESP functions that are hidden from you, and the spirit of the spider is related to that precognitive function. Just food for thought, you know, just the animal lore. That's my perception. It's my experience with working with these beings. Though I've also noticed that there are the spider beings, and so there are spider beings on the etheric, right? I don't know if you guys have, those of you that have experience, and they're not necessarily dark, but they can be wielded and used by black magicians. Have you come across that? Are you aware of that at all, Cosmic?
You know, I've heard of people who ingest various deliriant substances will hallucinate spiders. So I think and usually it is in kind of, so I think, yeah, there's probably something to that. I think it's just in the sense that, like, you know, like that's kind of like how I kind of came up with a lot of like my Zarfexology theories, which is basically this interesting thought experiment I thought about in regards to, you know, alternate universes, right? Where I basically just kind of think to myself, like let's say out of the corner of your eye, you know, you see a spider dangling from a web. And then you look to the left and you look in your peripheral vision and you see that there's no spider there. Well, if parallel universe theory is correct and multi-universe theory is correct, then there has to have been a universe where that spider actually was there. So when you see something in your peripheral vision that's not there, what you are actually looking at is a potential alternate universe that has or has not manifested yet. So in a lot of ways, I feel like peripheral vision is the key to higher dimensional perception, in the sense that it you see an aspect of existence and reality that hasn't fully materialized and manifested yet. You know, we think of that the etheric and astral planes are something that you access, you know, via meditation and, you know, sleep and, you know, astral projection, and those are viable methods. But I found that by learning to sort of scry with your peripheral vision is another way to look into the space, because I find that there's like, here's the way I kind of conceptualize it, right? So it's like you have what you see in your physical vision that exists in front of you, and then behind you is kind of like your astral inner world and your perception, right? You see what's in your physical vision and then what's in your mind's eye. And that weird space in your peripheral vision where things are sort of blurry, I think is the sort of the in-between, the sort of the liminal intermediate space between the physical and the astral. And so I think there's something kind of very, you know, important in regards to that. I'm not really sure. I've kind of forgot how this was relevant to what we're talking about, but I guess when it comes to spite, I guess, yeah, we were talking about spiders and how that example of the spider led to that that sort of line of inquiry, right? About spiders being essentially a kind of a doorway to a sort of a mystical sort of psychic dimension of existence. Now I think about spiders also have 8 legs, and 8 is also a very important number. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because then the spiders relate to, like you mentioned, there's a Saturnian element there, okay? And there's an element to the fates as well, the 3 fates. Yeah. So there's different elements to the spider as in fact, you know, I can't talk about this at length, but let's just say that I was face to face with a spider entity being on the astral plane last night. Very close, very close. That was for work, you know. I have a wide range of clients, and, you know, I do specialize in people that have had problems over long years and things with psychic phenomenon and entities. And if there are any of you out there that have a history with these things, you can find me on LinkedIn. I'll say that. Let's just say that that's something I specialize in. But yeah, so it was just last night I was facing off with one of these beings and I was sussing her out. And because if you want to remove entities from someone, right, you can't just yank them out. That Christian idea of exorcism is not, and if there's black magic involved, if there's someone who's been working spells, especially if it goes back decades and it's generational and it's related to someone who was, you know, in a satanic cult. So that's something I specialize in, people that are rehabilitating after satanic ritual abuse. A lot of people are scared to dip their feet into that pond, but it's something that I find that it's the best use of my skills, because you know, I can do that. I'm not afraid. I think that's the key when it comes to the spirit of the spider and the spirit of opening one's psychic and spiritual abilities to be able to look into the astral planes. And I'm not talking about the etheric planes that everybody thinks is the astral plane from all those YouTube videos where people are walking around and they're traveling in their lucid dreams, or they're projecting into the etheric field and they think they're astral. No, I mean in the actual astral, which is an unstructured zone. It's a zone of pure energy. But it does overlap and cross into the etheric, which is a structure like this physical reality. And most people, unfortunately, can't tell the difference. So you'll find all those people out there talking about astral projection, being very confused. And the lucid dreaming element is a very interesting point as well, because very often, and this is a very important point, dreaming and lucid dreaming, when people are having a lucid dream, they often think they're having an astral projection. Henry, what are you moaning about? You've eaten supper. You've been outside for the last hour, 45 minutes. You've just come in. I just let you in. And now you want this, and then you want that. That's a little Pekingese. He's crying because he's not getting some from Indigo. Indigo, my darling, Daddy's busy now, my sweetheart. Come on. I know you're my sweetheart. Go lie down over there. Go lie down. Yes, Daddy's big girl. So I think, when it comes to this lucid dreaming phenomenon, as I was saying, people often think they're astral projecting, but they're having a lucid dream. It's really important to recognize the difference. And many people that do lucid dreaming, they think lucid dreaming is just something that's happening in their brains. And that in itself is also an error. There is such a thing as dream magic. There is such a thing as being able to affect reality through our dreams. Because when we are dreaming, our consciousness is actually on the verge of the astral, and the etheric. And it's on the verge of the astral and able to take substance of the etheric and shape it into the astral. But it lacks coherency. You see, the etheric has absolute coherency, right? North, south, east, west, up, down, distance. It's coherent. It's 100% structured. It's the structure of this space and this. Gosh, the dogs are overrunning my desk. I hope they're not bumping my mic when they bump the desk underneath when they walk past my feet. I'm being like plagued by the dogs now. I asked for it though, because I engaged with them and now they think it's playtime. But so yeah, this coherency is what defines the etheric field. In the astral field, there is no coherency. It is the opposite of coherency. It is the principle of subjection. We are subjection. It's a subjective experience, 100%, and it has no coherency. This is what subjective means, right? If we think about to be fully coherent is to be fully objective in a sense, and so the etheric plane is 100% objective, and so you can map it effectively. This is why you can use the etheric plane, and people that are having remote viewing are using the etheric plane whether they know it or not. They are either traveling out there in the etheric body, in the etheric plane, or they are using the etheric vision. Two different experiences. The one you have while you're still very rooted in your physical body and you're still cognizantly and sensually connected to your physical body, but a little thing opens up inside your mind and you can see somewhere else, right? That's etheric vision. And it's a physical place that you're seeing, looks like here. But you can see whatever and then the actual projection is where one is literally there and one is able to move around within the space without walking or talking or anything. It's just at the speed of thought. So like this is something which you know, what bugs me is this: you have all these people writing books, and I've always had a block with writing books about the occult, because where I come from my heritage of the occult knowledge, these things shouldn't be written down. They should be verbally spoken. And the people that write them down, they haven't had the real initiations, the real experiences that they can actually correlate. So I think that this is what happens. People have lucid dreams and they think that they are now like astral projecting, and they write their books about astral projection, but it's a lucid dream. And so they confuse everybody else around them, and everybody else thinks, okay, so that's the definitive idea of astral projection because that's the best-selling book. Now everybody, when they have that experience, they equate that to astral projection. And this is unfortunately part of, I think, the counterintelligence movement that we're facing, that doesn't want us to become aware of these different layers of consciousness. Remember, we were speaking about those 3 fundamental veils, right? The 4 skins that you were talking about, cosmic, right? The physical skin, the etheric skin, the astral skin, and the causal skin, the fundamental body of that transcends life after life. And so just bringing it back to what I was trying to say in the beginning is, I think that this notion of fear has put us into a position of becoming fixated on the physical. And that fixation on the physical means that we want to correlate all of our experiences with regards to the physical as a point of reference. But when it comes to the experience of the ancestors or the experience of the guides from a shamanic perspective, the point of reference is not the physical. The point of reference is the cosmic. And the physical is the receptacle, not the point of reference, if that makes sense. It's not the originator. So we are taught to think that everything originates from the physical. No, everything originates from the cosmic, and it becomes received into the physical, and this becomes the physical emanation of these spiritual emanations that are being reproduced through different various layers of being, as above, so below. We think of as above, so below relating to just one principle, instead of as above, so below, as above, so below, as above, so below, right? And the above of one sphere becomes the below of another sphere. I want you to imagine this for a moment, this juxtapositioning of how this works. This yang yin, the yin within the yang and the yang within the yin. And we can see this quite clearly and sort of echoed in all the different cosmological occult systems of thinking and practice. And Cosmic, you were talking about wanting to take your practice to the next level. Have you thought of getting a drum?
I actually own I have a bongo set right next to me, honestly.
That's a good start, but I meant a ritual drum.
A ritual drum, right?
That you covered and you only take it out for rituals.
I see.
That's
right.
what it is.
No, I don't have that specifically right now. No.
I would suggest, you see, bongos are nice, but what I would suggest? I would suggest you get yourself a nice big flat drum, a nice big one, a flat one, right? The flat ones are nice because they carry a lot of bass, because it's a nice big skin. So that's, you can get a 16-inch, right? 18-inch, 14-inch. I wouldn't go with anything less than a 14-inch. I would say 16-inch is good size, or an 18-inch, and get a flat drum and a stick. If you get you should get a stick with it, but you can go into the forest, you can find a nice stick that's got a little bit of a curvature to it, and you can get some of that not fleece. It's like felt, felt. You can get thick felt, and you can wrap the thick felt tight, and you can wrap it into a ball on the end, and you can tie it off neatly and trim it off and make it like a ball of thick felt to like a dong, 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 dong. That'll give you a nice bassy sound. And to play very simple bass rhythms, very simple. It's repetition. That's really like what it's about. It's about the simple repetitive rhythms. And then what happens is all the sounds start to superimpose over each other. And you notice the layers of the sounds while you're playing this drum. And within the spaces between sounds, there's sounds. And within the spaces between the sounds, within the spaces within the sounds, there are pockets of silence that carry sounds. And so there are these sheets of silence, sound, silent sound, silent sound, these layers. And these vibrations start to obviously tune your consciousness in your body and your heart, very importantly. And once the heartbeat starts to become tuned, then the physical conscious experience starts to become changed. So like that's like a very interesting way to get inspiration for rituals, if that makes sense, to slide into a space where you not quite in your body, and you'll get inspiration for rituals.
Gotcha.
And you don't have to follow a particular thing, but like there's a reason why you talk about the four membranes, and there's a reason why the four directions are usually referenced, right? Usually like this is universe. There's a reason for that. Because of those four membranes, right?
Right.
It's like it's fun the way structure works. So then you start putting it out into the cohesion of the number 4, and from that number 4 you build your point of reference. Very often you'll have a center of a circle, because the circle obviously represents that number 4, right? And the center of that circle would be the origin, which is also representing the spinal column and representing the so I've got to get that dog out of here. Give me 1 second.
All right. So looks like we got a little bit little dead air here. Shamanic chat. What's up, people? What's going on? Cosmic prankster here. Something else, but you're muted. You gotta. Franklin, your audio is muted. Can you hear me, man? You're I can't hear you, dude. Your audio's muted. Yeah. Or maybe maybe he is talking to somebody else. I don't know. Yeah, he certainly is whispering some bushes there, Systematic Zoo. So I guess might as well, we're waiting for Franklin to fix his setup. I might as well, chime in on my thoughts on the whole astral, plane of etheric. I guess I don't really use that, astral, like etheric dynamic because, obviously I got my own system that I'm working on. Let's see what we have here. I want to get this out. While we're waiting. So if let's see if I can actually, I gotta wait for Franklin to, okay, never mind. Oh yeah, he's whispering. But I was gonna show one of my diagrams, but I just realized Franklin has to do the go ahead to put that on the screen. So I'll have to wait for him to come back on that. But anyway, I just kind of look at the whole thing as like, Zerfaxes, right? And so the idea is that, there's four sort of four Zerfaxes, in addition to the four membranes that I was talking about earlier, is because they reflect the sort of the four Zerfaxes that stand around it. And so if you think about like the non-physical plane, so like the etheric plane would essentially be like the first, two Zerfaxes in, and then the astral and mental plane would be a little bit deeper. So the way I look at it is I don't necessarily agree with Franklin's take that it's like lucid dreaming is not astral projection. I think it's like there's different like levels of astral projections. Yeah, different words, but basically the same kind of general ideas. They're a Systematic Zoo. It's that there's a similar, it's like different language and different kind of like metaphysical maps, but ultimately trying to describe the sort of the same like psychological and experiential phenomenon that's happening. So the way I look at it is I don't really make these distinctions between, etheric, astral, and mental. I just look at them as sort of deeper like levels of depth into the dream world. So I look at like lucid dreaming as more like a like you projected at a certain point. So like maybe it's like you project two Zerfaxes in when you do regular sort of like lucid dreaming. But then when you do something more like an astral projection or a kind of a more spiritual abstract space, it's like the idea is, it's deeper in. That's more like 3 or 4 Zerfaxes. The idea is that the way the system works is that every Zerfax in the astral and spiritual is a direct reflection of a Zerfax in the physical. So those first two, that area you were talking about earlier, Franklin, being the etheric plane, those two aspects of the indeterminate zone are direct reflections of Zerfaxes in physical reality. Whereas once you get to the third level, there really isn't a coherent Zerfax to reflect from. And so that's why everything becomes abstract. I was actually going to share share something, but you were fixing your setup, and so I wasn't able to do that. But I'm going to see window. Chrome.
Oh wow, yeah. Sorry, I disabled automatic share earlier because I was trying to share something and I didn't want it to flash through the screen while people were talking. But I've turned it back on, so it should just pop up.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So I don't know if this showed up or not, but yeah, I have this this diagram here that I just want to check to make sure I can put my. Okay. Yeah, I can put my mouse over. So the idea here is this side represents the sort of the non-physical aspect of reality, right? So when you're talking about the dream world, where people go to sleep. That's going to be in your Zaphras channel right here, whereas the Kids Zerfax channel, this is more aligned to like somatic states, high doses of cannabis, and then this is sort of the psycho. But anyway, like I said, so this is the Zaphras. This is kind of the direct reflection of physical reality, which is right here, the Azerfax, which is sort of the Zerfax of cities, culture, civilization. So the idea is whatever is here on this side is a direct reflection of over here. So then we get to this side, the part of the indeterminate zone. The second level dream, this is called the Vlidzerfax. This is where you have more of your nonsensical dreams and your that don't necessarily completely map out to physical reality, but share a certain case. So this is like when you're in that dream where you're wandering around your school, but it's like some labyrinth and it doesn't make sense. But the idea is that this is also the space where lucid dreaming happens. So this Zerfax actually changes when you're lucid into a different Zerfax called the Biv Zerfax. So these Zerfaxes are they're not necessarily static, they're dynamic, sometimes depending upon how your state of mind changes, and that this is a direct reflection of this aspect of physical reality, right? This is more like, this is taking the Azerfax, but now this is more like a collective Zerfax, right? This is a Zerfax more of so this is more like an individual relationship with society, whereas this Zerfax represents more of your collective relationship with society. And then that is also a direct reflection of here. But once we get to this Zerfax, this is called the Uzerfax. This is basically kind of like, if you take, this is basically sort of the I'm trying to think of like a good metaphor here to describe it. It's like, this is the Zerfax of your entire perceptual universe. And each one of these circles basically represents different nodes of perception being separate. So when you're in physical reality, right? So your physical, your sort of astral mental sense, and all of your sort of your Zerfaxes of your physical, the mental, emotional, and spiritual are sort of like separated. And then what comes in the middle based on what you believe then determines what reality is manifested here. And the thing is, when this Zerfax is reflected into the third part of the indeterminate zone, now there's nothing directly physical to reflect from. So now we can have that space that you were talking about earlier, that's pure energy. It's more subjective, and ultimately, it's something more that's not within your individual framework. Because I also noticed that when it comes to channeling entities, the deeper I project my mind into the indeterminate zone, or this astral space, the more free will these entities seem to have, the more like agency. Because when we get closer to here, this is the middle part, is kind of like represents more mundane reality where everything kind of fits together. Whereas when you go out to the edges, this is where it gets more spiritual and metaphysical, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say that when it comes to the etheric plane, I would say that would probably be represented in the first half of the Zerfax. So these two Zerfaxes right here, whereas I would say that the astral is probably the third level, and then the sort of the mental spiritual planes is probably going to be this level. This is sort of the edge. This is like the outer edge of the Zerfax. So when I was talking about those xiphoid membranes earlier, each one of these individual Zerfaxes has 4 xiphoid membranes, and those 4 xiphoid wavelengths are related to the reflections of the adjacent 4 Zerfaxes that exist outside of it. So basically the idea is like what happens in one Zerfax is reflected into the one that sits right next to it. So that's kind of how I sort of formulate the kind of the astral. I don't really do the astral etheric. So the way I look at it is basically what you're saying is that, so from my metaphysical perspective, is that when people lucid dream, they're typically in the first and second area of the indeterminate zone, whereas what you seem to be talking about is more the third and fourth level of the indeterminate zone. So I think that this is why I love this system, because it's just very organized, and you can kind of have a very visual representation of how each side, and it seems to map based on what you're talking about.
I think I was meaning more like in your relation to what you're saying, more like the second and the third, by the way.
Okay.
Because not reaching into the fourth is the deep spiritual, mental spiritual plane, right?
Right. It's basically kind of like, And
Yeah.
basically the fourth is also the portal to the outer Zarfexes. If you're not basically sort of Zerfixed within a religious paradigm. Because the thing is, like, this is called, this yellow banana looking Zerfax, this is called the Clizerfax. And that basically what this does is, let's say you're in an outer, this is like a Zarfex right here, this whole map. So this is kind of the outer part of the Zarfex, and this right here represents the core. But the thing is, in this, basically, you got to think of this as like the Zerfax of like quantum superpositioning. So this, when it's in the Clizerfax state, this Zerfax is also a direct kind of reflection of a Zarfax that exists outside of it. So, for example, let's say at this Zerfax level 3, I'm in some kind of like a forest area, right? And so the idea is, it's like you basically take a forest from our world and a forest from another Zarfax, another dimension, and this is sort of where the two universes kind of like co-align with each other. But if you are locked within a religious framework, if you're locked within what's called a Zerfax, then this Clizerfax then gets downgraded to a Jizerfax or a Bibzerfax, a lower level key Zerfax, and that then becomes the placeholder for like the higher realms of that religious base. Because if you think about it from a religious perspective, you know, if you believe that this Zerfax right here at the edge is the Zerfax of ultimate reality, you're not going to ponder and speculate that there's going to be any Zerfaxes outside of that. You're just going to assume that this right here, this is the edge, this is ultimate reality. Or if you're like a materialist or something like that, you'll assume that this is ultimate reality. And by looking at all these different segments of existence as these dimensional Zerfaxes, you can start to like surmise that there's stuff, you know, outside of that. But I think what's also interesting about having, and I think what makes this cosmology and this map distinctive from other metaphysical maps is that most typical metaphysical maps are vertically aligned. Like you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, you look at any other kind of spiritual hierarchies, you're at the bottom of the tower, and the idea is that you work your way up to the top of the tower. Whereas with this system, it looks at horizontal. And I think the importance of having a horizontal cosmology is that you're able to distinguish between different towers. I can go to the tower on the left, I can go onto the tower on the right, or I can go on this tower that's way, you know, over there. But once you're locked into a tower, you can only really go up or down in terms of how you understand the world. You can go up to the top of the tower, or you can go to the bottom of the tower, to the basement, but you can't really go outside of the tower. And that tower is basically the representation of your sort of your metaphysical framework. Whereas what this system does is it tries to kind of come up with also, it explains the horizontal cosmology, one that's not based on morals, but just simply based on dimensions. And by doing that, you know, we have an ability and a tool to be able to look beyond and question certain paradigms of metaphysical thought. Whereas if we're limited to only that vertical understanding, you can get locked into that metaphysical framework. So when we're talking about people who are more in that new age, the psyop, and you think about like how metaphysical paradigms, what you're essentially doing is you're locking people into one specific Zerfax of perception. Because when it comes to different metaphysical beliefs, everybody is locked into a different channel. So materialist atheists, for example, they're locked in the Nezerfax channel. And from their perspective, this is where consciousness essentially exists. And all these other channels are essentially deemed as either, delusional or demonic or whatever. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to elaborate on that because I think that having it framed in this way, I know it's a little bit alien for other people because they have, this is my system, I'm working on it. People don't necessarily know what these symbols mean, but I think it's helped me sort of organize different thoughts about how to map out these astral spaces. And what you were talking about earlier, in regards to mapping out these astral spaces, I think that they can be mapped out, but they involve a more abstract metric to do so. So I'm actually going to try to, I'm going to close this one off and share a different diagram that I have basically set up. So I'm going to get into there.
You don't have to remove that one. You can just
okay.
add another image.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't need
You can
to
have
remove
multiple
that.
images.
I
in
forgot
case
about
you
that. I haven't
need this again. Oh, by the way, are you running Windows?
Yes.
Windows 11,
No.
10.
Yeah.
It should be even easier. You just go into your system settings, yeah, and you go to your your no, man, you go into your accessibility.
All right, I got it. So
and you can change your mouse settings, by the way.
oh cool. It's
You can make your mouse bigger because then people can see your mouse. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So basically, this diagram basically represents how different fluid Zarfexes are mapped out. So if you think about each one of these squares, so you have like a red and yellow, an orange and green, these represent different types of consciousness and astral energy. And I find that I think when we're talking about astral spaces, that they can be mapped out in this way, where you see the relationship between the rainbow and certain colors. So it's like you have like pink, red up here, and then you have red down here. And so when it comes to these more astral spaces, I find that this is more of the proper way to meditate, because there's nothing physical that you can really map out in terms of these spaces. But I find that if you just look at pure raw energy, color, and tone, and you think of it in the context of this sort of this like fractal, like rainbow structure, I think you can actually start to map out different sectors of the astral plane in terms of the energy that they purport and they release. It's not something you can like exactly map out, like, you know, say that, you know, this building is here and this building is there, but there's a kind of like, you can kind of get like an abstract kind of general sense, like, okay, this is sort of the red dimension, and when I'm in the red dimension, that there's certain types of entities and energies that are going to manifest. And I know that the red dimension is right next door to the orange dimension, and the orange dimension is going to manifest certain entities, thoughts, feelings. And next to the orange dimension is the yellow dimension, and that's also going to manifest certain things. And the yellow dimension has a gap of an orange dimension between the red one. And so when I look at it just in that sense of pure abstract color, I think that there actually is a way to map out some of these astral spaces, but it's a lot more complex and it's a lot more abstract. And honestly, I don't really understand how to fully do it yet. Like, that's what the Fae have basically told me, that this is like figuring this stuff is more advanced Zarfexology, but from their perspective, it's like there is like a way you can't map it out exactly. Like, obviously this isn't going to be like a 1-to-1, and, you know, your mileage is still going to vary, but you can kind of think like, okay, I can kind of astrally project to this, you know, specific coordinate, and this, or mentally project to certain like types of energies. And when I project my mind into that energetic space, which they call a Deozerfax, which is, so basically, when you think about this is the Ozerfax, and it's related to like different, that's like your gate. So that's like your black kind of like nothingness. And when you know, that, and from that perspective, like anything can manifest, because it's the whole gambit is open. Whereas with here, when you try to find colored voids, like that would be kind of like, you know, scrying into different spheres in the Kabbalistic tree of life, or different like astrological planets when you're using like Enochian work, and you feel that, and you enter that colored space, and that colored space has specific entities, specific realms and worlds that you can kind of organize with that. So I just wanted to push back a little bit and say that, while yes, you're right that the astral plane is a lot more difficult to map out and sort, it's not entirely impossible either, but it's a lot more difficult for our human minds to grasp and comprehend.
Yeah, you know, that's very, very true about, you know, the astral being more, you know, from my experience as well, it's more about color. It's more about for me, it's more about the feelings that come with the color, if that makes sense. Like colors like have a feeling. Like yellow's got like a yellow feeling, you know, yellow. And red's got like a this red feeling, you know. Blue's got like a blue feeling. Like green's got like a green feeling, you know. Orange has got like an orange feeling, you know. There's like an excitement to orange almost. Indigo. Ooh, indigo's got like a wow. Like the whole world is like spinning feeling. So, you know, that's quite I think that's a lovely way to put it into a context. And that's probably the only way you can really map those really abstract places out there, like with our reaction to qualities. But bringing it back, like, you know, these different entities that are in these different zones, that in itself is also quite important to recognize. And here is something that people don't always realize, is that these entities that we see as A, B, C, D, or E, and I'm using these letters as symbolic representations of a particular form. Let's say you see an entity in the form of a spider. Let's say you see the entity in the form of a humanoid. Let's say you see the entity in the form of a lizard. It doesn't mean that that entity is necessarily a lizard form. It means that our experience in terms of context of this physical reality, that being has got a vibrational resonant correlation, or we could say that there is a correspondence between the being that we are seeing, the embodiment of that spiritual intelligence, and that spiritual intelligence itself. And so we say it's a lizard being. But in truth, like you say, it could be coming from a more abstract zone, and that correlation of lizard being is our consciousness trying to put a label on something that can't be labeled, or trying to put a pictorial image onto something that cannot be imaged, because we lack the perceptual equipment on the physical plane to perceive that. How does that make sense to you, Cosmic? Am I coherently expressing what I'm trying to say?
Sense at a certain level, because I think with my experience with, you know, channeling entities and working with the Fae, is that the thing about my Fae spirits that I talk to is they have multiple different forms that they take on that I can, you know, see in my mind. Sometimes they look like, most of the time they usually look like, you know, people, but sometimes they can take on the forms of animals. Sometimes they're more like abstract and, you know, energetic. And what's interesting is that this energy is related to Zarfexes. So the idea is with these fluid Zarfexes, so we live in what's called a solid Zarfex. So that's like the idea you have physical, it's a Zarf. So a Zarfex, like I was talking about Zarfexes earlier, as like Indy mentioned that they're kind of like cells. So a Zarfex is like the whole body, and each Zarfex is one of the individual cells, right? So we live in a solid Zarfex, which is basically permeated by a black membrane. And that black membrane, that black energy, is actually what causes matter and consciousness to become solid. Whereas in fluid Zarfexes, each membrane will have like a unique color. So for example, for the Fae, the membrane for their Zarfex is purple. And each color of these different Zarfexes creates different like biomes, different habitats, different types of beings, different types of psychology. And there's sort of different aspects. So it's like you take consciousness and you put it through a kaleidoscope, and it creates all these different Zarfexes, which each with its own different, like its facets, its worlds, et cetera, et cetera. And all these worlds seem to exist outside of our known mythological landscapes. Like in a lot of ways, we kind of like just like we're only really getting to the shoreline of the true spiritual world. Like what we think of as like, at least from my perspective, and what the Fae have shown me, is that what we think of as sort of the metaphysical truth of our our universe in terms of all of our mythology and ancient time is really only the tip of the iceberg of something far larger and more mysterious and expansive. And the way so when it comes to color, it's like each color is like, it's almost like a vibration of consciousness, right? And so with each vibration of consciousness, you get different types of being, different types of awareness, and different varieties of being. Because even like the Fae I talk to, like each one of them has a different sort of like, major color that they are basically kind of work with. Like Cathiza is green, Vivuka is purple, Rislidia is blue, and it kind of reflections of their personalities and what they're like. And so when it comes to entities, there's different dimensions to them. There's obviously the physical shell, the form, and the shape they take on, but there's also an energetic personality and a vibe that exists behind that form. So like you may see something that like, it looks like a pretty girl in the astral plane, but then you look into that being's eyes and you feel kind of a dark, icky feeling and a kind of like a bad feeling. You're kind of like, maybe this isn't what it represents. Whereas if you see a female in the astral plane, and you're filled with love, with feelings of acceptance, feelings of like, I'm beautiful, then it seems like the image matches the form. And I think what I've kind of noticed is that there's the image of the being, and then there's sort of the energetic quality that it takes on. So something may take on a pleasing visual quality, but then you sense that there's a really nasty energy behind it. It's kind of like you might see someone that looks really good, but they haven't showered in a week and they smell like shit. You're like, oh God, you smell terrible. Even if they may look and present themselves as being very, beautiful or handsome in the sense. And the astral plane is a lot, and it's kind of the same way. And so when it comes to discerning entities, it's like we've been trained to see the entities, but we haven't been able to smell them, if that makes any sense. Like there's two sides. There's the outer sort of the core, the shell, the image that they take on, and there's the inner core that represents their emotions, their personality, the actual energetic frequency that they that they adhere to. And when it comes to shape-shifting, there's a good way to do it, and there's a sort of a nefarious way to do it. The thing about the Fae is when they tell me when they shapeshift, that they shapeshift into different forms, but that there's a common theme that surrounds all those forms. All of those forms that they take on are a true reflection of their personality and who they are. So it's like you may have like Cathiza, for example. She usually kind of presents herself as this kind of like, this like, mousy, brown-eyed kind of girl, but she can also turn into a cat. And the idea is that the cat is also a reflection of her personality. She's very cat-like in her demeanor and how she acts. Whereas the more nefarious way, and the idea is that the forms she can take on, or the forms that like someone who is like a benevolent entity, that form that they're going to take on is going to be a reflection of the true nature of their being. So even if it's not necessarily one set specific form, it's kind of like, well, it's like you think about something like an entity like Jesus, for example. Now, the Jesus sometimes archetypically he takes on the form of a lion, like in the Chronicles of Narnia series. Now, even though Jesus is not literally a lion, he does have lion-like qualities in that he's solar. He's kind of this like proud, and he's very fierce, but also very noble. And that's essentially true. Whereas with demonic entities, their reflection their forms they take on has no energetic correlation with their being. So you may have an entity that's very dark and malevolent and nefarious, but it takes on a very cheerful kind of positive form. So for example, like a demon can pretend to be an angel because it has no true nature that it has to adhere to. It's not like, because it doesn't really have any true sense of self, it can take on literally any form it wants. There's literally no limitations. But the price of being able to take on any form is that you basically have no soul, no real sense of self. I remember before I was into working with the Fae, I did some like Goetia magic, right? The 72 spirits of Solomon. I remember speaking to Marbas, which is one of the 72 Goetia spirits. I think it's like the 5th one, right? And I basically asked him, like, what is the secret to shapeshifting? And he basically told me what I'm describing to you just now, that when you have a sort of a hollow, and when you don't really have a true intrinsic nature, a true soul, or a true sense of self, you can basically easily lie and take on any form that you want to deceive people. Whereas if you're somebody that does have a true authentic sense of self and a true authentic nature of being, you also have the ability to shapeshift and sort of change your forms. But the forms that you have to take on, or the forms that you can take on, are in a sense at least subjective, symbolic reflections of who you actually are as a person. So when it comes to entities, like, you have to have that sort of emotional, intuitive sense to be able to sort of feel the vibe. Like when you see an angel, do you feel a sense of peace and contentment, or do you feel a sense of dread? Because really, when it comes to entities, because they're non-physical, they have the ability to take on whatever shape they want, good or bad. And I think maybe the problem you're talking about, Franklin, is that they assume when they see the form, they assume the energetic connection that they happen. So when they see an angel with wings, they automatically assume, oh, this must be some benevolent entity because I see this angel with these wings. But I think it's also like in real life too. Like you see people that seem handsome or seem charismatic and charming, but then you actually get to meet them and you're like, oh my God, this person's a total psychopath. And in a lot of ways, spirits are kind of the same sense. It's like you don't necessarily judge a book by its cover. You basically, if you want to know if an entity is malevolent or not, you kind of have to like get to know them, talk to them, see what they say, see what they feel like. And I feel like the problem is with our culture, because we're so indoctrinated because I think one thing we have to talk about in regards to materialistic culture, it's like, yes, our culture does impose materialism on us, and that a lot of people believe in materialism, but I think also a lot of people believe in materialism reluctantly. They don't want it to be true. So when any kind of spiritual experience comes their way, anything that basically challenges materialism, like they're like, oh, thank God, it's like finally something that disproves material, and they just gobble that up. But in that, necessity to have that spiritual experience to transcend the material reality, they may not have the tools of discernment to necessarily realize, like, hey, yeah, it's like magic is real, but you still got to be careful with this stuff. So yeah, that's what I say about that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that, and like you said, I don't think there are hard and fast rules when it comes to these things. We've got to I think this is what it comes down to. This is why when it comes to working with entities, so from a shamanic perspective, you develop self-knowledge through your ancestral lineage, right? Who am I? Well, who am I? Well, if you want to find out who you are, where did you come from, right? To give you a good idea of who you are. If you want to understand yourself, understand your parents, right? And if you understand your parents and you understand yourself, you will understand your child, right? My son's mom doesn't understand him, but she doesn't understand her parents, so she doesn't understand herself, right? So she's got this coherency challenge, so she can't relate to her son like what he wants, what he needs, right? She like little things, she wants to pile blankets on him, and like if you know the guy, you know what he's like. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want to be smothered. He wants to feel free when he goes to sleep at night, like lots of little things. And so I think we tend to anthropomorphize to the extent that we lose perspective in our lives very often. I think it's a natural sort of human setting. So we don't use our ability to intuit, right, from the heart, and to feel. And I think this is why, from a shamanic perspective, one has to work with the ancestors for a long time before one's ready to work with anything else, right? And the guides will come only to show you your ancestors. And so, like, what is shamanic power? What is it? It's self-knowledge. That's all it is. It's nothing more than self-knowledge. But that self-knowledge is obtained by getting a bond with the ancestral lineage to the point where they will be standing around you, right? And they're literally whispering in your ear. They're talking to you. And that is recognizing and realizing that these ancestors, they're not that being and that being. They're actually like, they're a part of me, right? Because I carry that great-great-great-grandfather's gene in me, and that part has been activated in this life. So my genetic spectrum is basically, you got your genotype and your phenotype, right? So your genotype will contain all of your ancestors, but your phenotypes will contain the triggers that have been switched on. And those will be particular phenotypal expressions of particular ancestors in your tree, which will give you a unique who you are. So you imagine, like, genetically, you're a combination of Uncle Bob and Grandma Sue and Uncle this and Auntie this and Mama this and Dad this, and Dad's a combination of those and these and that's, and Mom's a combination of those and these and that's, and these combinations get together and they mix up. So now I've got mixed parts of this uncle of Dad and this auntie of Mom's and great grandmother of this one and of that one, but understanding which flavors we have will give us an idea of the phenotypal expression of both our bodies and our consciousness in this current epoch of existence. And so this is like where we cultivate this shamanic power, if I can call it that. It sounds like a big deal, but it's just really a good sense of self-knowledge. And that sense of knowing who I am, when we are confronted with another being, we can apply that to that being, if that makes sense. And with that, we can apply a sense of intuitive. In other words, that because we've become very good at intuitively understanding ourselves, we can reverse that outwards and become very good at intuitively understanding other people or beings. And that doesn't just apply to beings on energetic planes. It applies to people as well, which is an interesting point, which is why you would say that people who gain, power would be able to understand people around them, occultists or shaman or anybody who's delving down some kind of a, ascetic path or a mystical path, the mystic. So that self-knowledge is what you're talking about, as I can see it, Cosmic, and applying that to a being and using the heart to sense, to feel. And if there's a lack of correlation, right? And we do this with people, don't we? Like all the time. You meet someone and this person's like they sing a good song and they tell a good tale, right? But as you get to know them a little bit more and you spend time like feeling into them, you start feeling, hold on, something's not correlating here, something's not feeling right. And I think like that's an important sense to develop when it comes to dealing with all beings. And if one doesn't have a sense of self-knowledge, and you can test your sense of self-knowledge. This is, so people say like, oh, but why did you do all these crazy things that like you could have lost your life? I was like, well, the guides and the ancestors were like, oh, so basically you had some crazy psychotic thing that you had this guide or ancestor in your mind that made you. No, well, it's when you get close to the edge of life and not life, that's when you know who you are. Because now there's no time for masks, right? It's like two men in a fight, they know who they are. It's raw and it's honest, right? And there's consequences. And so when we're in a situation where there's an element of danger, we have to face ourselves. Whatever beliefs we have of this or ideas or thoughts quickly go away. And the reality sets in, right? Like, I might not survive this. And that causes the depth of the being to be opened up. And so that's why shamanic initiations don't involve bells and whistles and incense and, you know, little rituals, like all these people that you'll find on the internet selling like, I'll turn you into a shaman, I'll certify you as a shaman. Oh my gosh, my girlfriend and myself, we laugh our butts off at what some of the things that come up that you see across your Google feed, you know, of people doing shamanic courses, and they're going to teach you shamanism, and they're going to teach all their followers how to, and it is a certified course of shamanism, and what is it? It's some new age ritual with incense and bells and but this is unfortunately what is being sold. And so people are being taken away from that sense of understanding like who they are on a visceral and raw level, and being moved into this theatrical world of imagination, which the theatrical world of imagination is a part of shamanism. Let's not pretend it isn't, but it's just the surface part of getting into a state of mind. The real power behind the scenes, the real current that drives this vehicle, is that sense of self-knowledge. So this is really what it comes down to. No entity can attach itself to you. I don't know what to do with that little dog. He's crying to come in again, and I'm not going to let him in because he's just going to come in here and cry. He's crying with Indigo the whole time. And anyway, Joshua's mother, it's actually her little doggy. She can't handle him in the house, so she puts him outside. Then he comes in here. He wants to mate with Indigo, but Indigo's not interested. She's like, dude, you're a midget. It's not going to happen. But she doesn't even have ovaries. So anyway, I don't know what's going on with him. But yeah, you know, the little guy lacks self-knowledge. Like he's not sussed the situation out. And that element of self-awareness, right, is what defines the inner planes. Like you guys and Howard, you were talking about mapping the astral, you know, as well. And I think it all comes down to self-knowledge, right? Like knowing the self, because the entire structure of reality is nothing more than a reflection of the same forces that constitute the body of the self. What do you think about that, Cosmic? Okay, Cosmic's gone to sandwich land. Sandwich, baby. So I might have to go and deal with that little doggy and put him. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go and put him back in the house through those doors, and because he's scratching my door on the outside here, and the moment he comes in, he's going to be scratching on that side. So it's like he wants to come in, he wants to go out, he wants to come in, he wants to go out. So I'll don't know what to do. Well, he seems to have stopped scratching, so I'll give him a minute to think about things. Maybe that'll help him. It's so warm outside that it's like it's such beautiful weather. It's just not really a problem for him to be there. There's no wind. There's no draft. There's no rain. It's summer here. But yeah, Cosmic, let me know if you pop in, by the way. I do think, yeah, you heard me, Howard. You heard me. Like, I do think that the occult is blown up to be something outside there. Your 6 pets are high maintenance, spoiled. You understand, Tiger Lily? Yeah. I've got little Agathon, my little cockatiel. He's in bed now, sleeping. I got the 2 little black bunnies in here. I've got like a tribe of 8 bunnies outside. I've got these 2 big dogs, the little dog. The cockatiels are actually Joshua's mom's. He's such a little hero. Yeah, he's my baby. She's got the other 5 cockatiels, but like I've been trying to let her get them out of the cage. She just keeps them in the cage all the time. I'm like, come on, man, let me trim their wings for you. I'll help you train them. Okay, you know, I don't mind. I'm not afraid. You know, if they want to take a nip out of my finger, they're more than welcome to give it a whirl. Yeah. But they're actually quite gentle. They're quite lovely. I've never really been bitten by any of them. So I do think, though, that like the occult elements of this is being fear-mongered at us. And people tend to be so focused on the fear of entities and the fear, we don't realize that we are always in the grip of these beings. Yeah. They are always a part of us and around us. And, you know, Omid. Yeah. He can't help himself. I think it's mating season, you know, for the dogs. So like he it's in the air and he wants to mate with her and she's just not up for it. Welcome back, Cosmic. So I don't think you heard what I was saying, Cosmic. You know, that the idea of self-knowledge is really the core spiritual power and the core element to be dealing with and using when it comes to being able to apply that same intuitive function of learning who we are outwards towards spirits or beings or people or animals, right? Same thing. What are your thoughts, Cosmic?
You know, it's kind of interesting because it's, you know, you talk about the idea that the individual sort of autonomous being, sort of finding your inner self is the important aspect of spirituality. And I agree, but I also start to think about like how many spiritual traditions are all about like de-emphasizing the individual self and de-emphasizing individual autonomy and sovereignty. I think that's why like the self is such an important concept, and not the self in the sense of like some like universal like Atman mind, but that they like an actual individual distinctive you. Because I think when it comes to spirituality, and I think, you know, one of the reasons I've been thinking about another thing lately in regards to materialism, and that because I've been thinking about like how much of materialism that we know of today is actually a result of Marxism. Because I was thinking about like the whole concept of like here's the real psyop of materialism, is that materialism is not objective, right? Because I've been thinking about like the whole concept of subjective materialism, and that's what a lot of these woke people are actually into. The idea that so instead of scientific materialism, which basically says that, you know, everything follows certain, you know, rules and laws and everything functions in a specific scientific way, subjective materialism, it says, okay, everything is still material and there's still no supernatural, but there's no coherent meaning. Everything is subjective. And basically that's why a lot of authoritarianism comes in, because the world is this meaningless subjective place. So if the universe is like clay, you know, I can shape and mold that clay into whatever you want. That's how, like, you know, Stalin and Hitler, you know, literally changing the physical structure of society, literally changing the narratives that people believe in to have a physical, magical reaction in society. So I think when it comes to, I'm gonna circle back with this point, in regards to what you were talking about in regards to, because the thing about materialism is that materialism itself, it doesn't imply objectivity. It does not imply rationalism, logic, or the scientific method. The problem is that people assume those things are the same thing. So they feel that by rejecting materialism, I also have to reject objectivity. I have to become this total subjective, relativist, if you will. So I think in a lot of ways that, when it comes to understanding, I was going to bring this all back together in regards to what you were talking about, in regards to people believing in stuff and being vulnerable. It's that, we tend to, now I remember, because when people get into spirituality, they say, materialism is bad. It's an illusion. It's wrong. But the problem is, in the process, in rejecting materialism, they also reject scientific inquiry. They also reject objective thinking, and they also reject rational thinking, and that's, I think that's by design. It's almost like they try to make occultists stupid and unintellectual by basically saying that, intellectualism is materialism. And because people don't want materialism, they reject the intellectualism along with it. And what I'm saying is, you don't have to reject the intellectualism. You can believe in idealism, or you can believe in a kind of like a spiritual universe and still be an objectivist. Like, think about Christians, for example. A lot of Christians they're not materialists. They believe in an afterlife. They believe in a spiritual realm, but their approach to things is technically objective. They see that, no, it's not my subjective inference of what the world is around me. It's what's written in the Bible. That what's written in the Bible is, because really all objective essentially means is that there is a reality outside of my inner subjective, world. And all materialism is saying is that basically the world is made of matter. And really what materialism is doing is it's taking objectivism, rationalism, and logic, and sort of propping them up to make it look more official and powerful than it actually is. But when you remove those elements and you realize materialism is literally just a metaphysical world, it has nothing to do with logic, it has nothing to do with objectivity, then you can actually take it apart and see it for what it actually is. So in a lot of ways, I think that's kind of the psyop, is that people, when in rejecting materialism, they also reject logical thinking. And this is something that I've been trying to kind of like, course correct, when it comes to talking to people and stuff, in the sense that you don't have to reject, logic and reason necessarily. They can be really useful tools. Because I think there's a lot of because I understand that when it comes to spirituality, that, you got to kind of put your logical thinking aside to get into that, mystical state and kind of transcend your boundaries of intellectual thought, and allows your mind to kind of perceive a whole new surfax of perception. But at the same time, there are useful tools to help you ignore stuff. And I think it's good to be able to make distinctions and be able to say, that's good, that's bad, this is real, that's bullshit. And the problem with a lot of this new age spiritual stuff is that it's almost kind of seen as rude or impolite to make these kinds of distinctions. And because of that, over necessity for politeness and trying to be open-minded, I think in a lot of ways people become more vulnerable, susceptible, because in the sense of being so accepting and being so open, which are not bad in themselves, but they do it to an extent, but because they can't make distinctions, they don't really have any kind of spiritual immune system that's developed that can deal with either negative entities or perhaps, gurus or spiritual teachers that are faulty and can't necessarily be trusted. And so in a lot of ways, materialism, not only does it exist to, steer people away from spirituality and mysticism, but I think the other effect is that the people that do it, it's almost like the other part of the trap is that when they reject materialism, they also reject the intellectual, rational, and logical thinking. And maybe that's partially by design, because you kind of feel like that's one of the reasons why it's so hard to get over materialism when you're in that atheist, because you feel like in order for me to give up materialism, I have to give up objective thinking, common sense, just regular understandings of reality. And the real truth is that you don't have to do that. You can reject materialism and still maintain those consistent, thought patterns. Because the way I look at it, if there's objective idealism and subjective idealism, then there's also objective materialism and subjective materialism. Like, thinking about the idea of subjective materialism has really changed the way I looked at the idea that because I'm starting to think about it like, because there's always that assumption. It's like, oh, materialists and atheists, they're not doing any magic. And I think to myself, really? It's like, no, they are doing a kind of magic, but it's not the magic to create manifestations and like do certain things. It's literally a form of magic designed to basically neutralize other forms of magic. So it's basically like, like in RPGs, there'll be like a mute spell. When you use a mute spell on your opponent no longer have the ability to use any of their magic spells. And that's the kind of spell that I think materialism is putting on you, where it's basically like it neutralizes the energetic frequencies to such an extent that there's no magical reactivity. It's like they drain all of the magical pH from the soil, if you will. But in the effort to get away from materialism, they also kind of like set the trap up, and they reject common sense. And because they reject common sense, it makes them look stupid and uneducated to the outsiders, thus reinforcing the materialist belief system. So I don't know. That's just like another angle to look at the whole skepticism thing, that there's second order effects beyond just making people skeptical, but also by putting people into the occult and mysticism that may not have a sort of immune system or discernment in terms of how to deal with those kind of psychic and magical spaces.
I think that we call that a binding spell, don't we? That's like a binding. Like if you you bind people to a contract, for example. If you go into a contract with people, you bind them to it. Like, then they're held accountable by spiritual forces. But like, just very honor your contract, dude. You made a deal, It's very Saturnial. But so like these binding spells are very Saturnian, and the Saturnian binding magic is very much about material, right? Like the material bottom line. We have General Shinobi, Systematic Zoo. How are you doing, dear brother? For those of you that don't know him, you should know him. Go and get to know him. Okay, now's the time. He's really cool. We love Shinobi, and he's a great researcher. He's writing a cool book, graphic novel. I don't think comic covers it so well because there's nothing funny about it, but it's a graphic novel, and it's a sci-fi, philosophical, graphic novel. That's about correct, right? I suppose we're living in sci-fi times. Anything that you do about these days is sci-fi, isn't it? Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you.
What's up, guys? Hey, Franklin, Cosmic. Hey, Indy. Hi, everyone in the chat as well. Yeah,
Indy was
started
dancing to drum and bass last night, so I think he fell on the bed.
Yeah, he went to jungle rave, I heard. Yeah. So my story started off as a satirical comedy about the whole about religion, basically, and kind of like AI and stuff. But then the more and more I started researching, I found that the truth is actually stranger than fiction. And the more and more I started researching, I was like, oh my God, this makes a great story. Just what's going on. If you kind of look beyond, if you kind of look into our ancient past, where we're at now, and then perhaps future timelines. So yeah, it's not really a graphic novel. I was gonna do a graphic novel as a kind of cheat because I'm not really a writer. I have the structure, all the characters, the names, etymology and stuff, but it's just the internal dialogue. But I've actually started kind of writing more and more, and it's kind of coming together, and it will be a novel. And perhaps me and Indy might be collaborating because he has a similar story. So we've kind of been exchanging some of our our notes, and I think we've got it from the same place, from a future timeline, and we're kind of bringing it back here. So I'm not sure like if we're going to be doing it together, but he's sort of writing a story which is kind of similar concepts. But I'm really excited to show people, and what I might do is on my YouTube channel, I might try and get some visuals and just read out some of it once in a while, because it is a big project and I'm keen to get it out there. It's kind of like a young adult dystopian fantasy sci-fi, which ties in everything to do with like Zervan, Ahriman being birthed, and AI and technology, the loss of gods and faith, and kind of like humanity split into different districts. So yeah, I'm excited to get that out there. Yeah, you guys talking about materialism and then Saturn as well. That's a really interesting thread you guys are weaving on there, because what I found is that materialism is kind of the 1%, and materialists kind of have ignorance of the field, and Saturn is to do with matter. But what is matter? The material realm which we're in seems to be a water realm, because it's with water that the unseen becomes seen. Water, matter, mother, Maya, illusion. It's kind of this flow. And the thing is with Saturn and materialists, it's weird because they use Saturn, the so-called elite corporations and stuff, but they kind of use it as a more restrictive energy, and they're only really using the dense energy of it, when really I kind of view Saturn as not so dense. I maybe I have a warped perception of Saturn is, but I personally view Saturn as Zervan, as infinite time. It's just time, that's all it is. And the powers that be want us to be bound by time, but really time is just the pace of light, and time is measured by the amount of light that's emitted, and time isn't a bad thing. That's what the powers that be want us to think. They use Saturn, people call it Satan, and Capricorn's associated with Saturn. It rules Saturn and Aquarius. You see on the what card is it where it has the tarot card that has a black cube and it has the goat head on top? You know, there's that. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's another scapegoat going on, that they're trying to like put this blame onto time so that we don't want to use time to our advantage. But we're in time, we're moving through time, and it's just one of the dimensions, the fourth dimension, and that's all gods are guardians of dimensions, and there are many, and Saturn is one of them, and they want us to not go into this dimension of time. They want us to fear it. We're running out of time, we keep being told, but really time is infinite. There's different perceptions of time. There's flow time, there's the opportune moment, there's future timelines, past, the present moment. It's kind of multi-facing, as is Saturn, because you have the South, which is an eye, observer, kind of more quantitative, and then you have the North Pole, which is more magnetic, the hexagram, which is associated with magic, and also the cube. But the cube is matter, and this matter in which we're in is more of the mother, which is a field, and it's not necessarily a tomb. It's not an atom. The atom is just 1%. The 99% is the field, and that, yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up because there's a warped perception with materialism just focusing on the 1%, which is what we can see. And they literally just try to dissect matter, split the atoms, split particles. Well, they're just trying to kind of dissect it rather than looking at the broader spectrum of the mother, of matter, of the field in which we're in. It's a very limited thing. And they use Saturn for this, but Saturn is more of a flow energy as well, and it's a boundary, and water is a boundary. We have the waters above, and waters below, waters within and waters without. It's the water which kind of probably holds our light codes in place, the exclusion zone plasma water. So I'll just throw that out there, that like they want us to kind of reject matter. They want us to reject the mother. They want us to leave this realm and go to Mars or wherever, anywhere but inwards. They want us to go outside, up there, and leave this place because they want this realm for their own. Well, really, we need to reclaim it, and we do that by understanding what these dimensions, guardians of dimensions, are, these planets, whereas lots of them have been demonized. Got Saturn demonized, Venus, Lucifer, the morning star, demonized. You know, they want us kind of just focused in a kind of confined, like 1% unit. It's the 1% want us in their 1%, where really we're the 99%, and we're able to tap into the 99%, which is the wave, which is light waves, water waves. It's the flow. So yeah, just give my 2 cents there.
Yeah, brother. I think there's definitely a lot of this wanting us to be locked in to these fixed notions. In fact, yeah, man, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. You know what's been missing? I haven't been. You see, when we talk about being locked in, right? I believe that this comes down to this fundamental, and I'm so sorry, people, that I haven't launched the Enneagram system properly for you guys. I'm going to, and I promise this is a work I plan to do soon to start. I'm going to break down the Enneagram, but put it into context with actual numerology, with actual occult philosophy, as they used to use the Enneagram symbol in Chaldea, you know, before thousands of years ago. What are we talking? 3,500, whatever, thousands of years ago, as opposed to this other Enneagram thing that was invented in, you know, really in the 50s and the 60s, by these guys who took the Chaldean knowledge from a particular book and then warped it into something and applied their own ideas to it, which comes from psychology, has nothing to do with the occult at all, and sort of re-sculpted it, and now they're using it to redefine the meaning of number and numerology, which I think is toxic and dangerous, because there's a reason why numbers have meanings. Same as words. They're misappropriating, like you're saying, they're misappropriating everything in the modern age, aren't they? And they want us to be stuck in it. So I will definitely focus on that as a very real and a very important priority. But I think for this moment, it might be a good image to flash up here, because I think it does have relevance. So when we look at this Enneagram idea, now we were talking about the entities, and it's quite relevant, I think, right? The number 4. This is where we are sitting at. Now, you'll notice the number 4 represents the builder, right? Who are running the show at the moment? The builders, right? And they are using... Sorry,
which glyphs are they? Which planets?
Number 4 is the North Node, and that's Uranus. So it's Aur, which means light, the light that shines out of your butt, basically, if you want to break it down, right? Or light, anus, the light that shines forth from one's a-hole. And there's relevance to this. We have the saying that someone thinks someone thinks the sun shines out of their asshole, right? This is a saying. Like, have you heard it? Am I that old? It's still used, right?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. Like I don't know how out of touch I am, dude. It's been a while since but when you think about what that means, when you say that about someone, then they think that they are the be all and end all, right? It's very much to do with elitism. Am I right or wrong? That saying. If you say someone thinks the light shines out, the sun shines out of their a-hole, they think they're better than everybody else.
Yeah,
right?
and you can't polish a turd comes to mind as well with that.
Yeah. And this is exactly what we are fighting in the world right now, right? Elitism, and they think the sun shines out of their a-holes and that the rest of us are just cattle, right? And that they are a breed above us, better than us. And they use their knowledge of four and the power of four. Now, Cosmic, we were talking about binding magic, right? And binding magic uses the number four's power. Now, if you look at 4 and you look at 8, you'll see this correlation here. If you take a careful look at the correlation between 4 and 8, you'll see that there is a line connecting this, a yellow line connecting the 4 and the 8. So they become part of a structure, right? And the structure of 4 and 8 obviously is binding 3 and 4. And so 3 and 4 represents the expansiveness of Jupiter, which is optimization. And being optimistic is about optimizing. So 4 represents knowledge. But when you apply 3 to 4, you are optimizing 4, right? You are bringing the most optimal and perfect reflections of 4 out. And now you are numerologically sitting in the number 8, which is Saturn. And Saturn thus is the perfected power of 4 brought into dynamic extension, if you want to put it into like a word puzzle. And so Saturn is really how you bind, because Saturn has the knowledge of how to manipulate 4 and how to create an enclosure with 4. And so these people that want the sun these people who seem to us have the sun shining out of their a-holes. I like that, actually. It's quite cute. It's a nice way to refer to them. They are using the number 4 and the power of 4 to keep us stuck. Now, 4 is the builder, and it represents knowledge, the encoded knowledge, right? This is the pyramids, the encoded knowledge. 4 is Muladhara chakra on one level. It's also higher chakra on another level, but it's actually bringing that knowledge of the higher into physical context. So Brahma has got the 4 faces facing outwards in the 4 directions. And these 4 faces are the key to creating magic, right? We were talking about it earlier, weren't we, Cosmic? About the shamanic expansiveness of consciousness, expanding the circle outside of yourself and recognizing that there are 4 membranes, recognizing that there are 4 directions and that there are 4 parts of the fundamental soul, right? In extension to the physical matter. So when that is brought into its expansive and optimizing potential, 8 holds that frequency and that vibration. So you can think of 8 as being 4 applied to itself in order to optimize itself and thus become dynamic, where 4 in itself is actually rather stagnant. And so what you're talking about is really the powers of 4 locking us in. But that power of 4 that is locking us in is also an incredibly powerful knowledge. And so these builders, these masons, they hold the knowledge of 4. This is why we go back to ancient Egypt and the land of the Kemets, right? The Kemetic priests, they praised the number 4 above all other numbers. because it held the knowledge of technology in it. Yeah. And so these current priests that worship the number 8, Saturn, they wield the number 4 as a binding spell to bind humanity. And in that focus of binding humanity, they wish to limit humanity's to limit the potential scope of humanity's utilities, shall we say, or our there's a better word for it, to limit our power and our ability to be able to bring out anything of productive spiritual value. And this number 4 is also a very important transition point. You notice the blue connection with the artist. Now, the blue represents a more feminine and a more different perspective. And so the 6 represents the harmony of 4, right? So the knowledge, when the 6, the 4 becomes matured into its crossing of the great river, shall we say, which is moving beyond stagnancy, moving flow of energy. It then needs to move around the number 5, and that's where we see our, one of my favorite glyphs. One of my favorite glyphs: Saturn, sigil, and square. I love looking at this thing. This thing makes me feel all gooey inside. It makes me feel all gooey inside when I look at it. It's like, it's like looking at home. But there's, excuse me? Is this some kind of a joke? There's some kind of nowhere out of here, so far away from here. Okay, there we go. So when we consider that, and we look at the way in which this is now working, the way in which this whole story is being bound, right? Make sure that the volume is off for that. Then we see that the Saturn square here, and I'm sorry, I haven't quite figured how to make this mouse bigger on this machine. This is my Linux machine, and Linux is not as easy as Windows, but safe. So you see here why the number 4 represents this particular corner here. This is the cornerstone, and this cornerstone, in extension, becomes expressed in its perfect form, right? As harmony, and that harmony can only come into alignment, which represents the tree of life, the axis mundi, if you will, with the centripetal and forces and the other forces which aren't centripetal. What are they? Centripetal, as well as centrifugal forces, right, of the toric field that is spinning. And you'll see the 6, they need to revolve around the number 5. And so what they take out of the picture is the number 5. And the way they take the number 5 out of the picture is they bind us using their evil magic with the maritime law. And the maritime law is of the frequency of number 5. It's mercurial. Mercury rules the maritimes. So all of the law of the sea is bound by Mercury, right? So you see how clever these buggers are, what they're doing here. They are forcing number 5 to have no real influence, causing this structure to become more stagnant than it should be. And in the process of causing this structure to be more stagnant, they cause us to be stuck, locked in a battle between these two opposing forces of centrifugal and centripetal forces. Let's call it the political left and the political right. Let's call it the forces of Lucifer and the forces of Ahriman. Let's call it the forces of capitalism or the forces of socialism. Let's call it the forces of, materialization or material atheism, or the evangelical, I'm crazy, with my spiritual belief, ready to throw it all to the wind because, I picked up a feather. So all these extreme polarities then have more influence on us because we aren't able to take the position of the central pillar, the middle pillar, as it's called, or the Sushumna in Vedic law, which is the extension of 4 becoming 6. And that right angle, right, the other Masonic emblem, okay, is then squared by the 8. This is why 8 becomes the powerhouse that is able to hold the essence of harmony and apply it to the number of 4. And so this is why we say 8 is the dynamic expression of 4 and brings all the powers of 4 into dynamic extension under the watchful gaze and the harmony of number 6, right? And so they use this Saturnian power. They lock us in with the number of 5, and they program us with the number 2. The number 2, obviously, this is the lunar currents. And so they program this lunar currents of the number 2 into us with film, right? With the, and I'm going to say this once, I want you guys to pay attention, the silver screen, the silver of the moon. They turn us into lunatics. They make us crackpot crazy. That is the negative side of the number 2, when one becomes so involved in one's internal reality that one is able to lose perspective of the number 8. For the 8 is the lord and ruler of the physical domain, while holding its context of knowledge and 4 and its harmony of 6. And when we then apply this contradiction between 8 and 2, they then push us to become in a state of denial of the number 2, denial of our emotions, and we're then schooled, educated. In the process of our education, we are taught to look up and pray to Big Brother, number 8, the Lord over us. We are forced to wear a watch on our hands. We are forced to look at a clock. We are forced to listen to the bell ring for your next class, right? And so 8 then becomes the systemic programming of the school system and the tuning of the etheric field, in the same way that 2 is the empathic emotional field through which we become induced into emotional states by the silver screen. So you can see how these forces are all sort of being manipulated and used by these builders, these who carry the number 4, that worship the number 4, that worship the building of the pyramids. And so they use the symbol of the pyramid, right, on the dollar bill, because the pyramid was the perfection of the number 4's extension in ancient Egypt. Number 4 was what they lived for. And the pyramid was this of land Kem, because in ancient land of Kem, knowledge was prized above all things. So, I think that can give us an insight into, and just to be clear, number 2, we were talking about the silver screen. That is to do with empathy. So they teach us to apply our empathy to the silver screen and the characters on the TV, right? And they then disconnect us. Remember I said the number 5. They flood our senses with the energy of 5, with the maritime law. And in the process of flooding us, they create a network of communication that they can control through the number 8, right? Controlling that through the number 8, as we showed you here, Yeah. And controlling the number 5, which is the maritime law, they disconnect us from communicating with each other. And they do this using technology so that we become slaves to text, right? And the pretext, is what is our real enemy here, is that we aren't talking to each other anymore. That gives them an opportunity to intercept our communications and manipulate our ideas based upon these communications, because they put us into a group setting, which is a false setting on a social networking platform, governed by bots, governed by AI, governed by all of these different infrastructures, which are based upon the number 8 to control the number 5. So if you look at this 4 strategy, the 4 strategy is to use 8 to control the number 5 and use the 8 to manipulate us through the number 4, right? With their magic of knowledge. So what they are programming us with in the schools is the knowledge of 4, which is a stagnant form of knowledge and is dead effectively, because there is no dynamism. Knowledge requires dynamic expression. 8 is of its own accord. Saturnial isn't a dynamic expression of 4. So, these are just a couple of ideas that pictures can help us to sort of, get a sense, and just to the achiever, the last nail in their proverbial coffin that they make for us is we now have to compete, right? We have to compete to become the achiever. And so we get this false sense of completion, 9. And 9 represents competency, right? Because the competency of number 8 is the competing. And 8 represents the competency necessary to achieve. And that competency causes us to become highly competitive, and then we reach the goal of success. And that success points back towards material success, and we get the false sense of crossing the threshold of the center of the circle, which is where no number lives. And that no number is, we call it a 0. And when we cross that threshold, we're back in the next loop of 10, 20, 30. And so we're going round and round in these sort of almost pointless circles, and they keep us locked in. Hello.
The microphone's on. Say hello.
Doop, 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 doop.
Do you want to say any words, Bodhi?
Good.
Lots.
There's power in words that don't make sense to a logical mind. So much can be said with sound.
Yeah, to people in the chat, that's Bodhi. He's a boy, and he's 4. He's the one that bumped his head.
I know. Yeah. One.
You're good now, aren't you, Bodhi? Yeah.
Does he look a bit like Mummy?
Yeah, he's got Esme's eyes. His eyes are brown,
Yes.
and then my eyes are green, and Orion's eyes are green.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Although my webcam makes my eyes look blue and my face really red for some reason sometimes, which is weird. When I was younger, actually, my eyes, and maybe they still do, they switch between blue and green. They're mainly green though, but they change. So yeah, not sure what that means. Yeah, I've got some language.
By the way, Toby pooped his pants.
Right, you go away now.
What was that? Why?
It's like, by the way, Toby pooped his pants. So find the magic there. This is Gappy. Show him your teeth, Rory. Show him your teeth. They're your teeth. Okay. Yeah.
I say.
I just
Ah,
made the screen bigger so they can see your teeth that have gone. Yeah.
oh wow! Did that fall out today?
No.
Okay.
It's two front teeth, like a week apart, weren't they? Yeah. Yeah,
That's
recently.
Big boy stuff happening there. Getting your teeth. Nice.
Well, you gotta get ready for bed now.
I
Okay.
am ready for bed.
Okay, I'll come say night in a minute.
Mm,
Love you.
mm, mm.
Good
Can we
night,
start
Toby.
with Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Ori. Good night, Ori. I called him Toby. Oh, don't.
Right, off you go.
No.
I'll come say night in a sec. Or you can stay there if you want. Yeah, I've got some etymology weaves with what you were talking about. Maybe I'll start at the end with Mercury and maritime, marrying time, and Mercury being the messenger of the gods, which is what water seems to be, is the messenger of the gods. It's how we communicate, and also it's how things come into matter from thoughts as well. It's like the water carries the messages. And then with the Enneagram, wordplay of that is Ennea means 9, I believe, right? But it sounds a lot like inner as well. So understanding the Enneagram, we can understand the inner worlds too. And of course, I think there are nine realms also in Norse mythology and other. Ori, can you stop doing that, please? Off you go. Funny thing is, right, you've got a dog called Ori, and that's what he's pretending to be now on the floor. He's just jumping around on all fours, pretending to be a dog. So,
Ori,
so,
listen, it gets funnier. It gets funnier. Ori pretends to be a human and sits in that chair behind me. That's his chair. How funny is that?
So with Rahu as well, the North Node you were talking about with the number 4, that Ra is obviously the sun, and then a Hu is a sort of type of light. So you have the Ra and then the Hu, that is the North Node representing the light. And also with this kind of the force or the 4, that's kind of our thoughts as well, because the 4 is related to 4-phase water, and that's how kind of form comes into being, is from thoughts. And the field, whenever I hear the word field, I kind of split words, and then I split it into 2. So you have the feel, and then you have the D, and the D is the number 4. So I always perceive field as just feeling the force, or feeling the 4s or the thoughts. Like if you split it, the feel and the D, you can kind of feel the force or the thoughts or the force that's around us. And what else did I have? That the Merkaba, you talked about the Mercury and kind of the removal of that, the central pillar. So you have the Merkaba, and if you remove the Mer, you just have the Kaaba. And what's the cube in Mecca? The Kaaba, without the Mercury. There's no Merkaba there. So that, and I understand as well that cube has three pillars inside of it, which is interesting. So yeah, Ori, can you go away, please? I'll come say night in a sec. Yeah, you said
Also, if you look at the sigil, you've got the Mer, the ocean in the center, the maritime control of the law, Mercury. And then you've got around it, you got the Ka and the Ba channels, represented by the 2 different directional points, pivots. And so centrifugal and centripetal force represent the Ka and the Ba. And the Mer, that's the heart of motion, which is still, represents the ocean. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, also as well, if you look at the ka and the ba in Egyptian mysticism, and then you have the ak, which means I in Punjabi, I believe, or like big brother, the watcher, or like the individuation as us being the watcher as the central point, or as Mercury, the messenger of the gods, which is what we are. We're the messenger of the gods. The guardians of dimensions are the planets, the planes, and they can kind of come through us. So by removing the Mercury, by removing the messenger of the gods, that kind of takes the power away from us and our own individuation, and it creates a void which is going to be filled by another I, and that I is the central I, which is outside of ourselves, rather than the central I, the central pillar, the pin to the spin, the anchor point, which is our core, which is gnosis, I believe, is to, and the terms of that is the gnosis terms, is to understand these systems which are internal, and therefore we can understand external systems. So it's very interesting, these three pillars, and the central one kind of being removed or hidden. And I guess like that kind of is what the occult is, the hidden eye. And on the capstone of the pyramid, it's removed, and that's of course the 9 at the top of the Enneagram, and that's kind of been removed as well, that kind of I. So in all aspects, the central I, the centralization of our core identity or whatever, has kind of been removed, so that rather than us tapping into this vortex energy as being centered and a spin, we kind of get lost in the current stream of the current scene, which takes our perception, which grabs our attention, and therefore changes our perception of reality. It happens all the time. People get lost in this way or that way because the central pillar is being kind of hidden, I guess.
And that works two ways, because they use the silver screen, right? They use our empathy, the silver screen, to grab our intent, to grab our perception and shape the quality of our attention. Isn't that interesting? While grabbing our attention to shape where our potential, where our perception lands. And in that process, the awareness is remodeled. And the awareness is the space where we exist. And so that awareness becomes the reflection of time, right? And that becomes an expression where 8 becomes 9, the awareness. So that's quite an interesting, correlation.
I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be here talking, because you've been talking for a while, but I just wanted to mention with ancestors, and because you started talking about that, I think just before I joined, so I was in a bit of a haste to get on and talk about that, because I think it's very important. And with ancestors, I can't help of course, like splitting words and trying to get to the essence of what it means without looking it up and reading someone else's definition. I like to find my own path. It's like, I wonder what An means, because you have the Anunnaki. Perhaps you can help me out with that in a sec if you know, but the ancestors sounds like stairs, ancestors. So it's kind of like reminds me of the helix or the spiral as well, like the spiral staircase of the helix, I guess. And the rung. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No. Carry on. I thought you were done. Please.
I just wanted to say that the rungs of the ladder, so to speak, are more rings. They're not rungs. You climb them through frequency, by resonance, by tuning into that vibration, I guess. It's not so much about climbing to ascend, it's more about going in and going inwards to connect to that core. And it's the same with alchemy. Like, you do the process of dissolving and putting back together again and again and again. It's not like you get to the top and then it's like, you know, work done. It's a constant process, and I think it's a constant process of connecting with our ancestors as well, of a constant journey inwards via these rings, which are frequencies. And of course the matter has been distorted on many levels of like music and architecture and water and stuff, and you know, stuff in food and the sky. And so it can be very difficult to connect to our ancestors because of this distortion in the water, so our memory. So I think it's really important that people do connect with their ancestors however they can, because that is there are our guides, I guess. That is the engine, the inner jinn. And if you don't really understand how the engine works, the inner jinn, the subconscious, the kind of backstage, that we won't be 100% fully ourselves. And this is the biggest con of all, is that we're just sleepwalking through life, just like slightly conscious, just aware enough to do certain things, but really it's this subconscious which is at the back. And via trauma, barriers have been put up. I call them dams, have been put up to block these vortexes, these wheels, the chakras, I guess, any way you want to look at it, these energy centers which our ancestors probably come through, and then there's blockages there. So it's about dissolving that and alchemizing all of this shit that's going on. So yeah. What's Anunnaki?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
First, I'll break it down using the hieroglyphs, which became Phoenician and Paleo-Hebrew. So the R represents the ox, represents the bull of heaven, right? The N represents the serpent of transformation and alchemy. So the ox of heaven, the bull of heaven that crawls across the sky and brings the serpent's wisdom of transformation and change and growth to the universe, right? That's An. And then we see the Sumerians. An is actually the supreme Sumerian object of kingship, right? And so this was like, you know, the original Uruk was founded in An. And so An, remember, in the ancient times, the bull of heaven was fundamental. And the serpent, the bull of heaven and the serpent together. It's where the serpent and the bull of heaven meets. So An represents the most profound level of divinity that we can consider, that is the source of transformation and change in the powers of life moving through matter and this universe. Then if we want to bring this into a context that we can, hold on, there was another one. Before I take it into the next context. So then we've got Ses, right? So Ses is obviously, there we see it, Ses, literally pronounced Ses, which is Proto-Germanic, right? Very ancient. And that is found in the graveyard of language in the Proto-Indo-European, right? Shweksh, which is ses, which is 6. In English, it's become 6. Shweksh, 6. So you can see how all of these languages are revolving around the number 6. So we've got the number 6 at the core. Now, just to bring this out so that we can see how this fits And this is actually yet more evidence of why the number 6 is why the number 6 represents Venus, the artist, the harmony, right? Venus as the artist and as the harmony also is the, you know, when you see an archway in building or anywhere where there's a great arch, that represents the number 6. Represents the harmony of Venus. For Venus carries an ancient title apart from Lucifer, right? The light bringer, which comes through the arch, the arch of the heavens, right? But when you're traveling through a doorway, you're traveling through, this is Venus, right? When you're traveling between the worlds, this is Venus. So Venus represents the gateway to the mysteries. And the gateway to the mysteries is bound in the art, right? Art holds the secrets to the gateway of mysteries. And within art, we find beauty. Now, beauty is Tiferet in the Western occultist system, which represents the fundamental heart, right? And is actually the goal of all occult work, is to awaken that center within us so that we can become who we truly are. And this is bringing us back to the conversation previously about personal power, about self-knowledge. Tiferet, beauty, harmony, this awakens the way towards self-knowledge. When we walk in the forest and we are inspired by the beauty, right? And we see the hand of artistry that has created this tapestry of beauty that we call life and matter and this reality. That is when the heart awakens. And when the heart awakens, self-knowledge starts to bloom like a rose. Hence, the rose is the symbol of Venus. This is why in the older Kabbalistic schools, you will find that in Tiferet, they have Venus. Even though modern Kabbalistic schools will apply the sun to the stone. But in the older schools, Venus was applied to Tiferet, which is food for thought. And Saturn was applied to Hot, the head, where the head rules, the etheric plane. So we can see how this notion of the heart, Shesh, so ancestors, okay. So Taurs, now you live in England, right? What is a Taur? A Taur is a mountain, right?
Yeah, there's also
The
a tower
water.
called Tor as well, and it sounds a lot like tower, Tor, and it's
Yes.
toroidal field as well. I mean, tower and power are interchangeable, the T and the P. So the tower or a Torah is the power, like our toroidal is our power, is the Tor I dial. It's the Tor which you dial into to, you know.
Exactly. So that big conical hill, which is represented by a pyramid, which is represented by a tower, which is represented by the word Tur. Tur is to cast a spell. In, you can take the word in Old Germanic, right? Let me show you what I mean. Oh, I should be able to find it from you. Tur, how do you spell it? Tur. Casting spell. Spell. I hope it's not too much for the etymology to get rid of here. Cast a spell. Proto spellam. To Tur. How do you spell Tur? Turvenar.
T-O-R.
Vernar. Turvenar. Comes back from Dutch and to Proto-Germanic, right? The word Turvenar. So to Turvenar, Turio. And that's, you see, Afrikaans, I've got this gateway in here, which goes through Dutch back to Proto-Germanic, right? Related to magic. Okay. So here we see An being the supreme power that moves the ox across the sky, the great bull of heaven, that is bringing the serpent's wisdom of transformation through the spirit of harmony that opens the gateways into the mysteries where true magical power can be accessed. Ancestors. Isn't that beautiful, huh?
Yeah, I love the way like breaking down words can, because words, like a word can be like a symbol, like it can have like many different meanings. If you split it, you can go down many different avenues and really understand what the essence of the word is. It really helped me understand stuff, and if you do this in your head as well, you can understand what things truly are at their essence. So did you say that the serpent was Nu? So the An was bull of heaven, and then the Nu was serpent.
Yeah, is related to the tarot card for death, which represents transformation, which is symbolically connected to the shedding of the serpent's skin in ancient times. And the sign of Scorpio has very ancient echoes relating it to the serpent because of the serpent's nature of shedding skin to transform itself. And the Scorpio sign relating to this. And so Nun represents a fish in the school of thinking, from the hieroglyphic coming from the Phoenician to Paleo-Hebrew. And the fish is used because it represents that which is a hidden life, hidden from us. So you need to use the serpent's power of transformation to shed your skin so that you can become the fish, to be reborn. The fish is a symbol of eternal life, right? Of perennialism. And so the fish as a symbol of perennialism is that hidden life under the water that you need to embrace. And that's why Scorpio is so associated with the occult, through it representing the power of the serpent. And hence, Scorpio is related to sexuality, right? And the sexual organs, which is the Muladhara root chakra in men, which is where the Kundalini serpent power resides.
Interesting. With the Ses as well, because the ancestor or ancestor, the Ses meaning, I think pi was an etymological link to Ses, and Cosmic mentioned earlier in the chat as well, ancestor sounds like sister. So if the An is the bull of heaven, I just want to try and grasp this. So I'll start with Ses. So the Ses is pi, which is a circle. You know, you have pi. It's a sphere, which is Sophia. You have a sister, which is the feminine. So the circle represents the feminine. A line represents the masculine. So the Ses is pi. And then the Tor is either like a tower or power.
The pi is Proto-Indo-European, yeah? That's what the pi stands for. That's an abbreviation.
Right, okay. So it's not actually literal pi, it's just the PIE.
Yeah, that's just how they write Proto-Indo-European, because it comes from Proto-Indo-European relation to Sheksh.
Well, it is interesting. Yeah,
yeah,
that the cis is also very similar to the cis, like sister or the cest. There's, even though it's not literally pi, it's PIE. It's still led to the circle, which is like the feminine sort of shape, I guess. I think that's really interesting. Yeah. Would the bull of heaven have any relation to an ox at all, or to Aleph?
That's exactly what it is. It's Aleph and Nun. Aleph and Nun.
Okay. So
That's why
yeah,
it's the ox, the bull of heaven. And
yeah,
it represents
and
life
so it's
force.
the
Prana.
this yeah. So the ox, the aleph, the symbol of it looks really like a DNA helix. And because there's been a few different ones along the way, but yeah, it looks like a DNA helix, which of course is relating to their ancestors, and so that's the an, and then you have the ses, which is, I can't remember what that is. It's similar to pi, but then it's the star, which is the light as well. But what I find interesting is if the bull of heaven is aleph, it's related to an ox, and then that ox is related to the is it the ovaries as well? I think the original symbol for the ox is the same symbol for the ovaries, or like the womb. So then you have that kind of relating to birth as well, and you know, ancestors there. But yeah, bull of heaven, aleph, ox, DNA.
The whole sister connection is really beautiful because, well, what they're saying here is the sister of the sister of God. We're talking about Sophia, because this in the deity form, sister is also mother. Because right, there are three forms of the divine feminine. Right, there's your sister, there's your mother, there's your grandmother, and your sister is also your daughter. That's why these deity relationships are so incestuous.
Yeah, and then
Because
you have a sun, which is your sun, which is the sun, which is the fire, and then you have the daughter, which rhymes with water. And I've tried finding a link with the D and W, but I haven't found one. I'm sure there is one. It sounds similar, daughter and water, because of course daughters are related to water.
try this out for shape. Door, tor. A tor is once again that hill, that mountainal hill, the breast, right? Like a breast is like that tower, that hill. And the door is once again a double ood back to Venus. Venus is Inanna. Venus represents beauty and harmony, and beauty and harmony is what the feminine carries, right? I mean, come on, what's more beautiful than a woman? Come on.
Yeah, also the door tor would be a portal as well, which of course water is a portal, and we're born in water through the an, through this ox, through this aleph, whether that's through DNA or literally the womb. The different symbols of aleph show that one's an ox, one looks like a DNA spiral. Yeah, that's really, really interesting. Sort of lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Oh yes, I think this is coming to my mind is Narcissus, that myth of Narcissus, and the gnosis terms to know systems. I think Cosmic found this funny before, and I was like, you got to know your sister.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is but what I mean by that is if you think of the know as the knowledge of Narcissus, of the 5%, if you have just the knowledge without the water, without the intuition, without the depths, without knowing the systems, or if you want to use the term, the cisterns, which is like to do with waterways, you've got to understand these passages that this water and information comes through. And that is the gnosis. You can't just have the know to know without the water. And that is gnosis, which is knowledge and intuition together. So, yeah.
Kind of interesting
not too well.
Yeah, you bring up the narcissist myth because it's kind of making me think about, like, because, you know, the whole idea, the general story is Narcissus, he falls in love with his reflection of the water and then he drowns trying to capture it. But I was thinking about like the xiphoid membrane idea I was thinking about earlier in relation to this. It's like, in a sense, it's like they look at the water and they see their own reflection, but they don't see what lies within the water. They don't see the fish, the coral, the sand, the rocks, etc., because they only really see their individual self. And I think actually belief systems kind of work in the same way. And this actually kind of ties into the whole, like, you know, Zerfix idea. So the idea in Zarfexology is, and basically you're sort of going from Zerfax to Zerfax. And the way you do that is by sort of transgressing like different membranes and kind of like going through one and entering the other. Well, the idea is, though, that you have to kind of have a recognition that there is something that exists, you know, outside of that paradigm. And when I think about like Narcissus and the fact that he's sort of looking at, it's almost like he's blocking. It's like if you think about the water as if like a portal to the astral, and that astral portal is being blocked by his own sort of egoistic like self-image, rather than seeing the mystery and the depth which lies within the lake and or pond. He's solely fixated on himself. And I always thought about that story, you know, that myth, as about just being just kind of a general statement on narcissism and sort of self-indulgence. But I also never really thought of, just now, it never really occurred to me that that story is also symbolic of a kind of like ideological, you know, lack of curiosity in regards to the mystery of the world, getting so obsessed with your own self and your own worldview, and looking at that the surface of the water as being like a Zerfax, you know, membrane, if you will. And like I said, with a lot of the other belief systems, is being like existing in your Zerfax and not being aware that other Zerfaxes exist outside of that. And it's almost like Narcissus's face, his reflection he sees in the water, you know, it obscures everything that's sort of outside of his perceptual universe. He's essentially kind of become sort of solipsistic and insular in that regard. So I just wanted to kind of that thought, I never really kind of made that connection with that myth before until just now.
Yes, another thing that's interesting, you just said a lack of curiosity, right? So this brings us back to the same point, right? The adventurer is Mercury, and curiosity rules Mercury, and Mer means sea, means water. So Mercury is the curiosity to cross the water, maritime, right? And this brings us back to what, you know, the original idea, and you're so on point here to bring on this idea of the myth of Narcissus, because it represents what we were talking about, right? The way in which the number 5, the Mercury, is being exhausted. They are exhausting our curiosity by defining the boundaries of Mercury with 4, causing Mercury, which does represent movement, even though in the center of the movement there is a central element of movement. The Mercury is being bound by the 4 so that it becomes stagnant. And by becoming stagnant, it disconnects from the 6, which is that gateway. And so we become trapped between 4 and 5 without having access to 6. And that means that there's a lack of continuity. And this is exactly, you know, what we were sort of finding or coming to terms of, in the way in which 8 dominates 5, and they do this using the money, right? The Mani. I mentioned it in another live. Mani, the divine mother, Ma, and Ni, the Ni of Saturn, right? Which becomes Mani, which is a gem in Sanskrit. Well, it's a many-faceted gem. It's actually Mani Pura chakra. Pura means all-encompassing gem. So Mani means a gem, and that gem then becomes a symbolic extension of Saturn's power over 5, controlling number 5, the maritime industry of trade, and then re-implying the maritime industry of trade as 4 to become a structured law that locks the 4 and the 8 and the 5 in, disconnecting it from 6. And 6 is that sacred, spiritual, divine sister, feminine gnosis of Sophia that we're being disconnected from, because 6 then becomes where the feminine finds its extension, right? Through the, like we were saying, the beauty and the harmony. So yeah, Narcissus fits onto this like such a beautiful little picture. And you can see here, like we get stuck on the 4, limit the 5, right? The 5 brings us back to the 4, and the 4 is bouncing between, resonating between the 4 and the 8, right? And not allowing us to pass begin. 5 is like a point where we can't pass, because that is being bound back in. So this is how the binding magic works. So Cosmic, by using these principles, you could design a binding spell, right? Magic, a ritual, to bind any entity that's causing trouble, make it go away. Like, do you see what I mean?
Can I just say something from someone who doesn't understand that kind of magic at all? Is if you were to, why would you bind something? Why not dissolve it? If it's a negative entity, why not dissolve it? Why bind it? Why keep it?
Well, sometimes you don't necessarily use binding spells for negative entities. Sometimes there's context where you actually use binding spells on people who are like trying to hurt themselves or problematic, and sometimes you bind them to like, for example, like if somebody is like, you know, a hardcore alcoholic, you use like a binding spell. That's another context that I understand binding spells. It's not just negative. And probably the understanding too is, I think, in a lot of, you know, certain occult metaphysical spirituals, you know, if something doesn't have a physical body, it's not, you can't really like kill a ghost because it's just sort of eternal consciousness. You can't truly destroy something. So by at least binding them, they at least can't, because if you can't destroy, and that's why like in Ghostbusters, they never kill the ghosts. They always like, they put them in that trap, and they put them in that like that big tube where they keep them all, because I think the idea is that like once you're a soul or a spirit, you can't, you know, really be destroyed. So I think that's kind of why they use the binding.
Well, nothing can be destroyed, but isn't a ghost just an energy host? Isn't there just energy contained in that which can be transmuted? Because all energy can be transmuted. So I find it a bit weird, like in Ghostbusters, if they contain a ghost, just like it's stuck already, why would you add another layer to it being stuck? Like it needs to be siphoned off somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's how the binding works.
You
see, you can bind an entity to elsewhere. And by binding an entity to elsewhere, you disconnect it from here, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to harm, you don't want to cause harm. Even if it's a badass being, you don't want to try and cause harm, right? You just don't want it here, right? If somebody comes to my house and they're causing crap, I'm going to bind them to the outside by like, bye, go out the gate, lock the gate. There's my binding spell. You are now bound to the outside. Enjoy it. Like this place is, you know, you're bound out there, but outbound. Yeah. You hear the word outbound?
Yeah. So is another way to look at it? Because I was thinking you bind it to you, and I was like, why would you want to bind an entity which is negative to you? But so if you're using the word boundary, are you just creating a boundary around you? So is that similar? You're creating a boundary around yourself, so therefore the entity isn't here; it's gone elsewhere.
I think the idea too with binding, like if you take like Goetia magic, for example, the idea was that you would try to bind the spirit to Solomon's triangle. And the idea is, you know, these entities that you were conjuring were these demons. They're wild, they're crazy, but if you kept them locked in the Masonic, the triangle, if you will, the magical triangle, you can kind of control the entity and kind of get it to do what you want and listen to you. It's kind of like if you take a tiger and you put it in a cage, you'll be safe from the tiger. It's not going to maul you. But if the tiger is outside of the cage, you have that risk of getting it killed. I think that's kind of the same idea with like working with like making pacts with like spirits and demons, etc. You're basically the triangle of the binding spell is sort of keeping the demon in a cage so it can't like get out and like cause further damage and harm. I don't know if that's technically binding, but I think it's a similar kind of principle. I wanted to say something else about the enneagram you were mentioning earlier in regards to like the 4 and the 5 sort of being cut off from the 8 because of the 6. I think about like, the builder, you have an idea and certain concepts, and the thing, it's interesting about the artist being the one that you say is canceled out, because I think what the artistry represents is that sort of, creative impulse to sort of think outside of the box, do something different, think in an unconventional way. And when you remove that 6 element, you remove the element of creativity and originality, and you're basically just kind of stuck with sort of using the resources and the ideas that are sort of at your culture and at your disposal. So I wanted to point that out because I noticed that was kind of like how it was working. They're basically kind of removing the creative element from the imagination because they want that way you can control people. Because the thing about like, I was thinking about creativity the other day and like, why is it, why are some people creative and other people, not creative? And I think a lot of it all boils down to like having a sense of freedom in your imagination. The thing about religion and like, especially like fundamentalist religion is it locks your imagination within a certain paradigm. Like you're a Christian, there's like, there's heaven, there's hell, and there's God, and there's nothing else. Like I even know like there's a lot of Christians who will say, they don't think ghosts are real. Not because materialists disprove the existence of ghosts, but because ghosts are not part of their metaphysical worldview, right? And so they basically say that it doesn't exist. And in order to have creativity, you can't have beliefs like that. You have to look at the universe and be like, oh, I don't know what it is, and I'm just kind of like going to speculate and wonder and ponder and kind of test things out and try different things, because you don't feel like there's the sense of like, the world is this set specific way. You feel like you have the flexibility in a room to improvise your thoughts and just kind of like play around with your ideas. Because in my mind, I'm just kind of like, I'm going to take an idea and take random ideas and just kind of like, put them together in a witch's brew and see what mix. Just kind of like mixing together with like a scientist. Like I'm thinking about like ideas like a buffet. Like some people approach ideas like a buffet and other people approach it like a restaurant. So for example, let's say that your religion is like like you go to a restaurant and you get burgers and fries, right? And there's this idea that, but let's say you want garlic bread. It's like, I want a burger and a fries, but I also want garlic bread. If you're the kind of person that's not committed to a certain belief system, you're like, okay, I can have garlic bread with my burgers. But if you're someone who's committed, you're like, oh my, you can't have garlic bread with your burgers. That's unheard of. It has to be with pasta. It has to be with an Italian dish. You can't. And people treat ideas like that. They treat this idea that, oh, you can't mix this idea because this will contradict the system. But when you don't have that set template of ideas, you can take ideas from here and here and there, and you can kind of actually experiment and mix and mash, and you have the space for creative thinking and abstract, and being able to play with strange and unconventional ideas, where a lot of people who grow up in more fundamentalist households, who are more just, people who are not individualistic, they're kind of always part of a group. They never really learn or acquire the skills to really be creative and, think for themselves. And so, in a lot of ways, I think that's why conformity and, is such a big, like, aspect of, like, the psyops of culture. Like, you got to follow the certain trend, you got to believe in whatever is the new religion, whatever the new cool thing is. And the problem with conformity is that it seems to be detrimental to creativity. When you feel like you're part of this group dynamic and you got to follow the group, then you're like, oh, well, I can't come up with my own ideas, or, oh, I don't need to come up with any new creative ideas because the group leader is already going to do it for us. And I can just basically sit back and do nothing. It's kind of lazy if you actually think about it. So I think that's kind of part of the thing, like why I really think that a lot of this gender ideology, they're pushing that kind of stuff about like there being no difference between male and female, because what I see what's going on with the world, it's like they're taking the world's soil and they're trying to sort of drain all the pH from it. They're trying to take all the fertility out of life, so that's they're trying to make everything sterile, and that you can't really grow anything new out of that. And to me, like you think about like, you know, when you have like a fertile mind, that's what because creativity is fertility. There's a reason that, like, you know, so many of these rock stars and artists are also, you know, usually famous, like really interested in like sexuality and stuff. It's not just because that they're, you know, rock stars and they're famous and they have the, you know, the avenues to get that sort of thing, but just because I think just being creative in itself is a kind of there's a sexuality to just being creative, in the sense that you are creating new life with ideas. There's a kind of fertility to your imagination. Whereas I think what the PSYOP is basically doing is they're trying to sterilize our imagination. They're trying to make it sterile so that it exists and it's there, but, you know, nothing can grow out of it. Whatever seed you plant, nothing can really come of fruition. So I think we're talking about like controlling people. I think part of that control is taking away people's sovereignty and their autonomy. And one of the ways you can do that is by removing their ability to, you know, have an imagination, speculate, and think like, what if God's like this? What if the universe is like this? What if the afterlife is like that? But if you're a religious person, you don't really ask those kinds of questions. You never even think about those kind of questions. You just go, nope, God is this. This is the afterlife. You got to go with the paradigm. Don't question it. But I think when it comes to control, that's, you know, what the powers that be want, because, you know, it's kind of like I go back to the Neverending Story and the evil witch Zaid, and one of the things she says is basically, anything that's empty, I can control with my will. And when you have sort of this unfertile, you know, kind of empty husk of a person, when they don't have their own imagination, they become susceptible to other people's imagination and become control. So really, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, having an imagination is like kind of like having your own imagination is an immune system that prevents and protects your thoughts from bad imagination.
Yeah, you're bang on there. It's funny when you said PSYOP, Cosmic. I was writing PSYOP. That's quite funny. Yeah, with this kind of like what you were talking about, I was visualizing a seed, and our seed being kind of like in the dark, and that the water which the seed needs for growth is kind of being dehydrated, that feminine, that kind of sister, that those systems, and we've been given a false light. So therefore our seed, which is our imagination, is finding it difficult to flower or to grow. And the seeds being where ideas come from. The idea, if you split the word, it's I, which is the I, the individual, and Dea is Day is the sun or God, and Deus is another name for God as well. So this idea, that is the seed, which is the idea, that it basically it comes from inside of us, and the seed is what grows into the tree, which is the Trinity. But it's very difficult for people to for their seeds to blossom, which is their story, I guess. You mentioned the never-ending story, and the story is our own internal story, as well as we're in a collective story at the moment. But I think that people find it quite hard to connect to what their story is. This is why there's an identity crisis, because people can't identify with their internal systems because of this spiritual dehydration which is happening. And then therefore they look outwards for the light because they can't go inwards, but the light is a false light. So therefore there's this kind of stagnation, and then this seed, which is this idea, which is this thought form or egregore, which is this God, divine spark within us, which comes through us to grow and into this tree. People find it very difficult. This is why it's important to know the internal systems and external systems, because people are starting to see that the external systems are dissolving, they're crumbling. At the same time, I really think that people's internal barriers or walls are crumbling too, and if they're not, they should, because what's happening on the outside, this disillusion of systems, I think is the collective dark night of the soul happening. And I think that what's going to happen is people even need to dissolve their barriers and then connect to their spark within, because they won't find it outside. They must realize that by now. Otherwise, they're going to start building more barriers and be detached from the world, and then detached from themselves and being kind of a limbo. And you mentioned, I think you mentioned someone from the Neverending Story creating an emptiness, so that's how people can be controlled. Well, that emptiness, I think, is the backstage of the human psyche, which is the depths, the subconscious, or the underworld, or the dark that we've been made to fear. And it's in the dark where ideas come from and where this seed grows. But if we're not able to go into the dark, into the subconscious, into the underworld, that void will be filled by other entities potentially, or external systems of control. It will enter and then contain and then control the mind from within. So it's important that this void which has been created in us via trauma and disconnection from ancestors and lack of initiation and lack of ritual, people fill it with drugs and alcohol, and I'm talking from experience. Many other things we seek to fill this void, and this extraction has been done on purpose so that we fill this void with all sorts, like porn, food, drugs, alcohol, just so people in the world can make money, where at the same time our mana or monatomic gold is being taken from us, and then it would be filled by, you know, these puppet masters, so to speak, who pull the strings on our flesh vehicle, our puppet, and that is the end game, I think, and that's why it's so important. And I'm really glad to hear, Franklin, that you're gonna start you're going to start a thing, an initiation rites or whatever it's going to be, because I think that it's really needed, like people like with authenticity and people who are like actually want to help people, like, you know, doing that, because there aren't many leaders and aren't many people who are grounded, but at the same time are not just grounded, stuck, they're sort of expanded also, and they're able to bridge realms and help others navigate the rivers of their minds, I guess. Cosmic, what do you mean by master?
Can I?
I was referencing a Metallica song, "Master of Puppets." Master,
right.
Master.
Before we go to the next two topics, oh, and by the way, people, now's your chance to like, crash the thumbs up, and share it. Those that are coming and going, if you like it, that's how you show your appreciation. I just wanted to add two things, like I said, before I lose this thread. The word story and the word imagination. Okay, so I'll take them in sequence. First, Cosmic was talking about denying us our imagination of art. So the imagination is that ability to optimize, right? And that ability to optimize is the number 3. And the imagination, it optimizes when you apply imagination to something, it optimizes whatever you apply it to. So the number 3 rules imagination, right? Jupiter. It's an expansive potential that expands beyond boundaries. That's what it represents. And the imagination is an expansive potential that expands beyond boundaries to optimize whatever you're focusing on. And you can see here that there is that green line, which is a direct passage between our number 3 and our number 6. So 6 becomes the perfect place for the optimization of 3 to find its most natural expression in art. Hence, imagination and art. I mean, you can't, this is common sense, right? You can't really question that. We've known that our whole lives about art and imagination. So the way that these number 4 slavers, right, the pyramid builders, the masons, they're number 4 that use their square, right? They deny us our access to the number 3, right? And they do this via the number 6, right? And disturbing the harmony disturbs the imagination. So the imagination operates best. Notice here, just for a moment, 3, 6, 9. You see that triangle? Right? There's this golden magical triangle. One point is imagination. Another point is harmony. And the other point is the activist. So when you bring the optimist of optimizing imagination's force into alignment with the beauty represented by the harmony of the artist, and you align those with action, you've got that golden triangle, right? Which becomes 18, right? 18, which is really important and fundamental when we consider that is now the leader, 1, and the achiever of 8 in alignment. But it is not just 1. It is after 8 has gone through the activist, through the eye of the needle, through what we call the plow toe. You right at the center, there's the plow. The plow is pulling this whole structure around. It's the center of our galaxy, the plow toe. So Pluto at the center, when you cross the event horizon of Pluto, the plow toe, you emerge back to number 1, but now you're not 1, you're 10. And when you apply that 10 with the number 8, you end up with 18, right? So there's like a little mystical idea of how the 3, 6, and the 9 creates a full cycle of extension. Between these 3 numbers, you've crossed the event horizon, and you've done it with harmony, and you've expansively brought the imagination into manifesting through action, activity. And so the wheel is turning around these 3 points, fundamental points in the turning wheel, hence Tesla and all his technology. So that's just one point I thought I'd mention. The other point I was going to respond to was what story. Story. Okay, so story. So here we are back again with the number 4, right? The builders. And the builders, how do the builders build? They build one story at a time, don't they? Right? And then they build a story on top of that story. And they build a story on top of that story. And when we build stories on top of stories, they called it a building. So these stories that you were talking about, yeah, Toby, that they are using to remodel us and control us and resculpt us. That is the power of number 4 being used, because the number 4 holds the lore and the knowledge. And so the stories are bound in number 4. Also, the store, number 4 is what stores energy. If you want to store something, the number 4 is a receptacle of storage, right? 3 is a receptacle, is a not a receptacle, is an engine of expansion. 2 is a process of induction. 1 is an expressive force of expression. 5 is that central motion that is at rest, but represents motion, rest in motion. 6, obviously, as we've said, is the coming together of opposites, the hexagram, sex, right? The upper triangle and the lower triangle, the masculine and the feminine, 6, sex, 6 coming together. 7, that's a really interesting number. Shiva is service. 7 is got to do with bringing it back into the service. So it has to do with everything that's been done is for a reason, and that reason is for service, and that becomes the path of the mystic, right? Going into inner spiritual services and services, how we can serve the world. And then once we have eaten the fruits of wisdom from 7, we then ate it. Once we ate it, we have then completed the structure of the physical and the spiritual paradigm, so that we can now use it to achieve. And once we use that to achieve, we then move into a field of activism where we activate the universe with our own potential, and we become that seed. And that seed then crosses over the event horizon, which is the Pluto, there's the no number in the center, and then emerges again as a reborn sun. But the reborn sun is like the phoenix. It's more than it was. It's the one, but it carries the element of Pluto in its trail, which is no number, placeholder 0. So these, the spiral, the spirale of time and nature is sort of binding this, and the story is how they cut us off, right? Keep us trapped in number 4. So even the words are basically, telling us the same story.
People are saying, Tiger Lily and how they're saying apartment, like the mind is apart in apartments, which are what? Boxes, which is a number 4. That's how they keep us separated. Like we used to live in circles, more kind of connected in tribes, and with our ancestors too, used to be in kind of circles, gathering circular spaces around a fire. Whereas now we're living in boxes, sort of confined by 4 walls, so to speak. I think it's really quite profound what you said about the 18, the Sun and Saturn. Now I'm not sure if this is if there's weight to this, but it kind of has got my my mind firing. Is with the 3, 6, and 9, and like with the alchemy there, of the 3 being the pitter patter, and obviously Jupiter as well, Jupata, so the father, and then the 6 being the matter, which is the frequency, which is the Venus as well, I guess. Is it Venus number 6? Anyways, 3, 6, and 9 is very powerful, and if you add the 3, 6, and 9, like you said, you get the 18. But with this alchemy of the 3, 6, and 9, you get the Sun and Saturn, and the Sun is gold, and Saturn is lead. And I think that perhaps there's some alchemization of turning this lead into gold using the 3, 6, and 9. Pitter patter, matter. One is the father, the other is the mother. The pitter patter comes down like raindrops, like light codes, and then the matter is the frequency in which we're in. The central point would be the Mercury, or the eye, or the pin in the spin, and then that's how we dissolve stuff. We separate and then put it back together to turn the lead into gold. So yeah, that's interesting. And also with the number 4 being the North Node, Rahu, and Uranus. So it's like you mentioned stories being related to that number 4. Well, a story is a store of Ori, a store of light, because in a library is where the light is buried. And then in our story, that is where we find our light, in our story, in our core, which is interesting that it's Rahu, which is both relating to light, the Ra and the Hu, and then Uranus, which is the dark, I guess, as well. So the light being found in the dark. The dark is the book, which you open up your mind, all of it, the subconscious, all the way to the back. And there you'll find the story, which is the store of light, which is where the light is buried in your library, be that your psyche or your DNA. The whole story is in there. And I'm really happy in the chat are splitting words, because there's some real power in that, and I hope people have fun with it, because that's how we kind of just like expand our minds, is kind of dissolving what words mean. You split them, and then you work out what the essence of the word truly is. So yeah, I'm really happy people are doing that in the chat, because I think that's something that's helped me so much, is splitting words to kind of dissolve the false narratives we've been given, and kind of making up our own story, creating our own narrative, I guess, using the imagination. And then with the imagination, it's the imagine 8 as well, and the 8 is Saturn, so it's the image of 8, and the image of Saturn is, look at Saturn and see what image it gives you. It gives you the cube, which is structure and matter and whatever, but inside the cube is the 13, which is memory, which is death, is transmutation, is to change. So there's kind of there's a whole other I won't go down that path.
Howard mentions an interesting point. Why is Orion called? Well, Or is light, right? Ori, of the light. On is the name of the sun in ancient times. So on, and it's just, you turn on electricity, right? So the light that comes from energy, the light that comes from vibration, which is vibration is the source of energy. And when vibration, so we're looking at the 7 Hermetic principles here. We're looking at the principle of vibration that vibrates. And because of that vibration, the energy produces heat, right? Because of the movement, and the heat emits light. So light comes from energy as a result of vibration, and light is the presence of energy. So Orion, Ori, of the light produces the energy that we see as the sun of light, Orion. So Orion's got a very close relation to the solar. Hence, when you look at the ancient Egyptians, right, they built their pyramids dedicated to Orion. There would usually be the Sphinx there, and the head of the Sphinx is the lion. Yeah, so that's an interesting point. Leo and Cancer are the apex of the wheel of the zodiac in terms of light. In the northern hemisphere, that would be summer.
It's interesting that they were, what was it, like they had like little windows or doorways in, was it the King's Chamber or somewhere, facing Orion, and also the way the pyramids are placed as well. So Orion being related to light, you know, the Ori and On. The word pyramid relates to light also. Pyramid, fire in the middle. So is that where they cultivated their fire, in the middle of the pyramids? And it's interesting that it aligns to Orion as well, which, you know, is light. And is Orion the furthest point we can see as well, I believe? I think I heard that, and although you never know whether anything's true or not, but I've heard that Orion is the first point in our galaxy that we can see. So it's like the furthest light. They've mapped that to see furthest, and also at the same time, in the pyramids, they were trying to access the inner worlds also, the light within. And what I also find fascinating is that as I believe people are connecting more to the subconscious, and the waters are starting to emerge after so long, I guess divine feminine, the unseen, the dark is kind of starting to emerge now. Underneath the pyramids, they found vast chambers as well, which is kind of representative of the subconscious, of the underworld, like under the pyramids. That sort of coming to light now, that there's, and I think that we're gonna more and more stuff is gonna start coming up from the depths of the earth as well, as we start integrating with our inner worlds too.
Yeah, you know, that whole idea that you mentioned about the pyramid, and I think we are sort of getting to that point of evolution that you're talking about. I think we just are experiencing growing pains, right? The growing pains come before the growth, and when we see the growth, that's when we're actually in the age of Aquarius. You know, Pisces is where you have to stretch and go inside, like into a cocoon, you could say, to the unconscious. But the fire in the middle it's a fundamental part of the Western occult tradition. And the pyramid, you know, the word pyr literally is fire, fear. And guess what? Pyr, fear. Guess what is the number 4? Comes from fear. Comes from the root of the word fire. In the old Germanic, the old Dutch, coming back from the Proto-Germanic, coming back from the Proto-Indo-European, fear and fire are fundamentally connected. And the word 4 is a changing of the word number fear. So you literally have the same word meaning the number 4 and fire. And so fire represents the candle of knowledge, right? That that knowledge that burns inside of you. And so the fire in the middle is when the Fika oath was given to humanity. This is like what the lodges would say. When the Fika oath was given to humanity, and this was due to spiritual intelligences allowing this information to be shared. During the giant wars, the Tetragrammaton, as we know it in modern terms, and it has nothing to do with Judaism. It's way older than anything to do with Judaism. This attempt at ownership is the most ridiculous fallacy you'll ever hear, that the Kabbalah is Jewish. No, the Jews just happened to use the Kabbalah, and they kept it safe for us, shall we say, because they hid it away. Because the good thing about the Jewish tradition is that they're very much about hiding things away. They like to hide their gold away. They like to hide things away. Everything's going to be hidden. So the Christians weren't able to get hold of their Kabbalah. It was hidden. It's like, no, it's a secret. You don't get to do that. So the one good thing about these, like that the Jews did do for the Kabbalah, was they managed to hide it away from the Christians. The Christians couldn't get hold of it because they were intent on destroying everything, right? That they could get their hands on. If it was a book, burn it. If it's ancient knowledge, you get rid of it, right? That was basically the idea. So the idea of fear and fire is the fire in the middle, which is the fundamental relation between. So there is a an idea of the three fundamental elemental forces. This is practiced in Taoism as well, Taoist work. So the manipulation of the three fundamental states is obviously through the imagination, right? The number 3 is applied to harmony, right? Harmony represents the voice. The voice produces harmony. Hence, Venus rules over music, rules over the Visuddhi chakra, rules over the voice, right? And the voice is the expression of beauty, right? It's in its most perfect form. It's singing. So in Vedic cosmology, we'll speak about bole naat, and bole is to sing, and this is like the divine harmony of the Holy Spirit being expressed. So this idea of the fire in the middle then takes us into the tetragrammaton. Now, when you take the shin and implant the shin as a fire into the middle of the tetragrammaton is Iaowe. These are the 5 vowels. These 5 vowels are cornered in by the 4 consonants, right? The 4 consonants corner in the 5 vowels. And when you go Iao Shue, Yeshua, 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 Yeshua. You got to listen to what's going on here. And Yeshua became known as Yeshua, Yeshua. And Yeshua became Jeshu, and Jeshu became Jesus. Okay, so the fire in the middle is this ancient form of permutation of sound using the 5 vowels, but bringing the sh, which represents a fire element, and putting the fire element into the heart of the tetragrammaton. Now, why the fire element needs to be put into the heart of the tetragrammaton is because there's a mystical system which is used in the Taoist alchemy as well as in the Kabbalah, which relates to meditating on the 3 principles: the sh, the ah, release of the breath, and the resonance and the vibration. So we're told that water represents this and represents that. Water represents reason, resonance, right? Resonance is reason. And fire represents fear, represents the inspiration of knowledge, breathing in of knowledge. And the air represents the ability to permeate and to change, the mercurial changeability, right? To permeate and to mix and to shift. And so you got these 3 elements, and so there's the sh. So you hear Jewish people talking, they go, mamash, mamash, it's too much, mamash, mamash. They love to say that a lot because everything's just too much, it's too much. You know, like how much you pay for that? Mamash, mamash. You paid too much, you know. And then you get the other one when you now, the reason the ending on the note of fire produces excitement. So mash is too much. It's when you mash things up, right? Everything's getting mashed up. It's a bit overwhelming. Loses its structure. Then you got the other side of the mash. You got the sham. The second form of is a different form and carries a different numerical vibration, carries a different quality. It has a different shape and has a different pronunciation, the way the M is vibrating there. Hence you go, it's different to ma. You see there's a different tonation to the way the resonates. So when you go to sham, it's the same. Everything's the same. So when you mash everything up, mash, and you reverse the mash, all becomes the sham, the same, and it's also a sham, right? But when you look at the fact that everything's sham, it spells the word for fire, for tooth, for shem, and the shem is the name, right? It's also the divine name. So shem is the word for name, is the root of the word for same, right? So they then apply this name, which is burning with fire, emerging from the fire, upon the water, right? This is like biblical creation stuff. The word of emerging from the fire and being breathed onto the water then resonates back into the fire and is exhaled, right? So it's a cycle of life, and here we go, right? These two fundamental principles of centripetal and centripetal and centrifugal force, right? The inhalation and the exhalation. So the breath is the key to like understanding the whole thing. Damn. So what they say in India: understand the breath, the in-breath and the out-breath, and you'll understand everything in the whole universe. There's a lot to this. So the in-breath and the out-breath. And by the way, people, you cannot get this information in books. You cannot and will not find any of this information in any book anywhere. Just to give you a heads up. This is just apply 40,000 hours of meditation to looking at this glyph, and that gets revealed to you. So it's like it really is about following your breath. Spend enough time following your breath, and your brain will just be super wired into just seeing what these symbols mean. You won't need a book or a person to explain it to you. It will just be so obvious. You'll look at it, it'll just be the naked truth. So these forces of expression and impression that provide this synchronicity of breath to produce life are really what we're looking at when we consider this idea of these three fundamental principles. And so you take this fire element and you put it into the tetragrammaton, and you've got eternal life. And that eternal life is given to us in the form of a Messiah, right? And that's really what the whole story is about, this Emmanuel. And well, that part of the name and the tetragrammaton, that you will find probably in books, I'm sure, if you stay away from the internet. But the decoding of the Saturn square, I've never seen or heard anyone, but I don't know, never seen or heard it. But you can see how it fits into everything. It's probably one of the most fundamental of the sigils, because Saturn is so much a part of all of our ancient knowledge.
With Messiah, it's Messiah as well. Like the Messiah is entwined with Mercury and the memory, like so Messiah, Messiah, the sort of the I've heard that. So I've never read the Bible, but I've heard Yeshua say, "I am the living waters," something along that line, which would link with the Messiah as well. I just want to like say a couple of things about Aquarius and water, because with the age of Aquarius, it signals to me aqua re us. It means us going back to the ways of the water, memory, ancient intelligence to counter the artificial intelligence that is being built around us. And it's air sign, but the water bearer, which means that this water mind, these memories will come from the mind, and it will come from the depths of our mind. And then this is why so much to stop us going into our mind, because that's when we'll remember, reconnect with the mem. And then with aqua as well, that signals to me a question. So I can link water with a question, because aqua is Spanish for water, and it's aqua. Qua means what in Spanish or a language, I believe. So aqua means what. Rearrange that and it's what are. So aqua is a question. So water is a question. Like what? Water did you say? Water did you say? And
it requires a
so
reason.
this. What's that?
A question requires a reason.
What do you mean requires a
Right.
reason?
Well,
Your mic's not on.
sorry. A question implies a reason. You have to reason it out, right? Raise sun. You have to raise sun. You have to get the rays of the sun to bounce off the water. The reason.
Yeah, well,
So if there's a
Perhaps
question, you have to reason it out.
perhaps the reason comes from the water. The ray of the sun comes from the water as light travels on water. Water carries the light. There's a kind of a yin to the yang there, that, yeah, a reason for the question, but also you'll find the reason in the question also. And then that's how you become wise, is by always asking why and understanding the ways, understanding the waterways, the ways of the water. And so, yeah, I find it really interesting. Like, is this, you have the Tower of Babel where they're confused languages, but you can kind of like, I've always thought that that's like a fictional story or whatever, and it's not, it's maybe the towers are DNA, and or maybe it is our DNA, maybe that is the tower, maybe that's where our power is, and perhaps by splitting words and sort of dissolving language, we can connect to these light codes easier, perhaps. It kind of goes beyond the boundaries of language, because if you split it, reverse it and stuff, it's so interesting. I just want to mention with memory, because I think that was brought up in the chat, which is Mem and Ori, which we've mentioned before. But with the tale of Narcissus, which is about memory, it's about Ori connecting with Mem, it's about the light connecting with water, the conscious connecting with the subconscious. That Narcissus turned into a daffodil flower, and daffodil flowers have a compound which helps to treat Alzheimer's disease. So you have entwined in this myth that you have entwined in this myth, like the symbolism of memory, which is a daffodil, and inside that compound, if you understand the flower, you can kind of understand, it can help you remember who you are. And I guess also this flower that Narcissus turns into as well. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. My mind just went off on a little tangent. I was trying to make the flower, I was trying to make the correlation between the flower and the seed, and that for a seed to grow, it needs both Mem and Ori, it needs both water and light. But to be honest with you, Narcissus turned into a flower, even though he wasn't connected with Mem. He was rooted to the spot.
Yeah, I mean, Ori also, I was trying to remember what language it was, but it's the language of the Yoruba traditional. Yeah, you obviously heard about the Yoruba. This is based upon Africa. So the Ori is the intuition, right? That's the light that comes from within. And the augury is how you discover the future, to know the future. So if you want to read the omen, right, the omen, then you need to have the ori so that you can perform an augury to read the omen, to know the future, if that makes sense. So there's a circle of fate connected in this as well. In this cycle of water that becomes the air, that becomes the water, that becomes the air, that becomes the water. And this produces soil and rock and sediment, you know, because the process of the cycle of the air breaks rocks to sand, and the process of the water moves sand into rock, right? And fire then melts this down and recrystallizes it. So, but the crystallization process is between the air and the water, you know.
With the word sorry as well, sorry, ori, that it's just occurred to me. It gives it a lot of weight to think that sorry means ori, like I'm sorry I hurt your light, and also like the e energy, like sorry I hurt your energy. If we look at words like that, because people just throw sorry around, but what does it really mean to say sorry? Like we don't. That's the thing. Like we throw words around all the time, but don't really understand what they mean. Like next time you say sorry to somebody, like I don't know what the definition means, but here's a couple I've made up that it's ori, sorry I hurt your light, made your light soar, and also the E is the energy. And so it's like, sorry, I've hurt your energy. So next time you say sorry, that just gives it a whole another kind of dimension, I guess.
Absolutely. I see we've been going for 5 hours and 18 minutes.
Must be late.
Maybe it's time. Yeah, man, I just realized it's 20 past 11. Ori was looking at me just a few minutes ago. He was like, you know, my dogs communicate with me without words. He just gave me a look like, dude, you know, this Malamut's got this Malamut bladder of mine's a big bugger. Guess who's going to be mopping this floor if you're not careful? I was like, dude, I'm going to get with you now. We're going to get you outside. We're going to let you run around, sniff the garden, have a pee-pee, you know, drop your bombs, do whatever it is you got to do. He's found something in the bush that he's chewing to. I don't know what. I think it used to be an animal. And I actually almost had a fight between Ori and Indigo. They went deep into a bush, so I couldn't get in there to pull them apart. I mean, Indigo's small. She only weighs like 30, 35 kilos, right? Ori's big. So, like, these are two big dogs. Like, if they get into a fight, it's not a good look because they can actually hurt each other. And they don't ever fight. But, you know, whatever was in that bush was enough for Indigo to want to go in there and challenge Ori for it. And Ori was not having any of it. He was like, this is mine. I found it. You're staying away from it. But she's feisty. She's a golden retriever, but she's very feisty. So yeah, put your last thoughts on the table. Cosmic, Toby, Indy is getting his much needed sleep, I'm sure. Bless him. I hope he's enjoyed. He's been with us in spirit.
I wanted to talk about astral healing because we never really got into that. I was kind of wanted to say I think when it comes to really good movies, good books, good music, I think there's something very astrally healing about it because it stimulates your imagination, and I can't help but feel that when it comes to sort of the astral in the world, it's we're in this kind of this age where it's we gotta kind of watch what we and consume, watch what we watch, think about what we listen to, and all that process of sort of keeping ourselves kind of safe from all these negative energies. It's where's the room to kind of imbue positive ones, it's just kind of and the other aspect of astral healing that I think is important, is just like contact with spirits. Like for something about me working with the Fae has been just a very healing experience, for me, because it's not just when I talk with the Fae, I don't just talk to them about like, magic and mysticism. I talk to them about my life. I talk to them about my personal problems, and they give me advice on stuff. And I just have somebody to talk to. There's something about like knowing that you can have that, like not just like somebody that you worship or somebody that you admire, but like a genuine friend on the other side. Having friends on the other side is a really kind of like important thing. And sort of like, because I think a lot of people, when they look at like the spirit world and the astral realm, if you're not somebody who's like, a skeptic towards the spirit realm, it's like the other like aspect of that majority is the people where it's like, all occultism is evil, all, just even do like the Christians who say like even meditating and yoga is satanic. You know what I mean? Like those, kinds of people, because the thing about what I realized when it comes to a lot of those people, even though they technically call themselves spiritual, I mean, think about it. If you're in a position where it's like, it's sinful to do astral projection, it's sinful to do magic, it's sinful to meditate, yoga, or any kind of like, other than like prayer, you don't really get a lot of time to actually like explore the spiritual realm, ironically, even though you call yourself a spiritual person, because you're told, oh, it's all forbidden and evil and wrong. You don't ever get to explore it. So whenever you do encounter anything paranormal, your default reaction is fear and like, oh my God, it's demons and stuff. But I think sometimes by actually interacting with spirits and actually facing your fears and actually talking with these entities, there's a party that's kind of like, oh, I didn't really have to worry as much as I initially thought I did. Like it had to like, they're not all like terrible and evil. And now when you look at the spiritual realm, you don't have this same sense of like dread and paranoia and anxiety. You have a more harmonious, relationship with it. I think that can be like, there's something very healing about that. And just like, feeling like you're not necessarily like bound by the physical world to either get connection or get like valuable experiences. And I think the third thing I want to talk about in regards to the astral healing are just like basically lucid dreams. Like I know you mentioned earlier, Franklin, that you don't necessarily consider, lucid dream a form of astral projection. But I find that like when I've had just like really vivid lucid dreams, like where I realize that, it's almost that my dreams can be just as vivid and realistic as waking reality. You don't feel quite as encumbered and sort of mired in matter, if you will. You don't feel like you're stuck in the physical realm. You realize like, oh, there are astral realms that are just as real and just as viable as this material realm. And you don't feel so kind of like weighed down and trapped by it. So I think that I just kind of wanted to like, talk about astral healing because it was something I was kind of like wanted to get into, but we never really like talked about much. Oh, there's a cat.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear more about that next time or another time, because I think it's quite late where Franklin is now, and it's getting near 10 o'clock here in the UK, and the boys will probably be up at like 5 in the morning. So I don't really know much about the astral, to be honest with you. All I do know is that, is it where our soul goes for a stroll while we're sleeping? Is that right?
I mean, everybody kind of has different definitions of the astral like plane. Like, I mean, you're kind of right, but it's like if you ask like different occultists, you're probably going to get different answers. It's one of those kind of things because everybody kind of has like different like metaphysical theories. Because some people say, oh yeah, dreaming is astral projection. Then other people are like, no, it's not astral projection. It's like it's false astral projection. So you really just got to kind of like use your own judgment. But generally speaking, I think of the astral realm as the kind of the more non-physical, dream-like, imaginary aspect of existence. In a lot of ways, like I consider like when you read like a fantasy novel, and you're like in your mind's eye imagining the scenarios, the worlds, the characters. I consider that like a mild form of astral projection, in the sense that you're looking at words on a page, and then those symbols and words sort of transport your mind and imagination to this like fictional imaginary dream world. It's like the words on the page become a portal to the dream realm. So I think even like, books, watching movies and television, they're like different kind of like, maybe they're not technically astral projection, but it's like a similar kind of like principle or structure, if you will, in the sense that your mind and your consciousness is engaging with the non-physical aspects of reality. Because I don't think you necessarily have to be completely out of your body to interact with these realms. I think sometimes like a lot of people don't even think about like, when you're daydreaming, if you really just kind of let your mind open, you can kind of like use your mind as a sort of like periscope to see this astral realm. If you just kind of like, tap into, I think for me, like I kind of had like a secret entranceway into the astral realm because of my synesthesia. Like, I would listen to a piece of music and I just kind of feel like I'm in this like abstract orange realm in my mind. This kind of just like the space of pure color that's generated by the music. And I kind of realized in that space, like there's like that is like another way into the astral realm, just like exploring, colors and feelings. So a lot of people feel like, when it comes to like dealing with the astral plane, they figure, they got to like meditate and have an out of body experience, or they got to like, do like a DMT dose or something like that. I don't think so. I think that a lot of ways we interact with the astral plane more often than we think we do. We just don't really notice it, So like, that's why I think it's like, when you really start to, that's why I like, there was this like occultist I was reading back, like listening to his videos, I think like Poke Runyon, he has like the Hermetic Hour. His take was more like, that, the imagination, like in a way, is kind of like a doorway into the astral realm too. You may not be fully embodied in that astral realm, but you got a kind of like a camera, feed that you can look into the astral realm. So in a way, we should really not underestimate the power of our sober waking day imagination, because I think in the right state of mind, even that can be a portal to that realm, just not in the way where you're sort of like fully embodied as like, a traditional astral projection, depiction usually depicts.
The fastest way to leave ash trails is to fly by the seat of your pants. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Makes me think of Indian food. Flying by the seat of your pants and leaving ash trails. Where are you going? New Delhi. Why? Because the food is hot. No, you definitely get that's like really, I didn't hear everything you were saying. I got the last bit of it. I took a cookie. I took a cookie outside with me while the dogs were doing their dirties in the bushes.
In the arse trails.
Yeah, well, I don't think they were. Thank God. I didn't smell there's this bush in my garden that's got the most amazing smell. Didn't smell it tonight. It's been changing temperatures, and it's like the most power I've ever. Like, you go out there, you smell like this is perfume. It's so rich. When there's just the correct VPD temperature to cause the terpenes to be released by that tree, the flowers in my garden. I think like we're continually. This is the thing. People think that the astral is separate to matter, right? People think that the etheric is separate to matter. Matter is like a combination of the astral and the etheric together, like this. And they are like married in the seventh principle of hermetics, which is, the generative potential of masculine and feminine coming together. to form one coherent unit and a unity, to reclaim the essence of unity and express the harmony of as above, so below, and to carry the continuity of causal emanation, cause and effect, and to bind the rhythm to the vibration through the principle of polarity, so that the correspondences can become a vehicle of expression that shows the mental core of everything, which is the first principle of Hermes. And so this fundamental idea of the astral being over there, the etheric being over there, is an idea we want to get out of. Why does dream magic work? Dream magic is a way to weaponize your lucid dreams, to turn your lucid dreams into a form of changing things. And why does it affect reality? Why are we able to affect reality with our thoughts? Because our thoughts carry the structure of the etheric, and our emotions that we experience through the act of feeling carries the impressions of the qualities that will be expressed by the continuity of forms within the etheric. So with our minds, we're able to exert thoughts upon the etheric structure, and with our passion, we're able to bring the quality into that thought, and that thought and that passion, when bound by attention from within, attention that produces tension from within, so it's intention, the strings of vibration start to resonate. And the reason of the resonant current that is being bound and powering the passing of ions, the passion, the pass ion, the passion, becomes a retuning instrument that changes the resonant frequency of matter at any given point in time. So this is like the principles of magic. Why does it happen? Well, this very matter that we are in is the astral. It's here. In fact, this microphone in front of me, the form of this microphone is the etheric. The quality of this microphone, the smoothness of it, the roughness of it, the smell of it, the color of it, the warmth and the coldness of it, that is the astral. So this microphone is a combination of etheric and astral. And these two coming together produces the matter of this object, which means that the astral and the etheric are our feelings of emotion, and our rational, the rat ions. The rat represents intelligence. Ganapati is riding a rat, right? The rat's one of the most intelligent animals there is, intellect. And the direction of this intellect, this which is what binds the tension, which is the 10 signs, right? The tension, the 10 sephirot, and the 9 ennead, the 9 elements of the enneagram, crossing the boundary of the plowing toe that carries the universe round and round in order to arrive at 10. This intention, which carries the tension that puts the strings vibrating, is the substance of consciousness, which basically means that matter is consciousness. But matter is 2 grades of consciousness operating simultaneously. And because these 2 different fields of consciousness are operating simultaneously, it becomes a hybridization of both these 2 qualities. And as such, we experience it independently of the 2 fields. So this is why you see that yogic image of the meditating yogi with the Ida and the Pingala, right? And the Sushumna. These fields are literally the fields that are the construction of the physical body and the matter. So matter is not independent of consciousness. Consciousness is not separate of matter. Matter, in fact, is both of these streams that are, and once again, there is no better way to express it as this image of the centripetal and centrifugal potential. The centrifugal potential is that which is coming out of us, and the centripetal is that which is going into us. That which is going into us and that which is coming out of us. The breath, right? And the breath represents the breadth, how broad this field becomes. And so, yeah, basically the whole structure is fundamentally consciousness. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
I've got a few things to add to that. I'm gonna have to watch this back, by the way, because it's very interesting stuff that is gonna take me looking into it another time to actually fully comprehend it. I've been making notes as you've been going along, and would I be right in saying that the astral is like associated with water? So like you say, the emotional, and that we have water here, but then we have water above as well, which is more dense, which are, when we're asleep or dreaming, our ba, or human-headed bird, or soul, or identity, goes into the astral because it's able to get into this more dense layer, which our material body can't. And then would the ether be more like a wind or the air as well? The way I've been like perceiving it as you've been talking is that we have the material realm here, which is which you say is the astral as well, too, like it's the water. But is it the ether or the etheric wind which creates a ripple or moves the matter? I've got more stuff to add to that as well, but is that kind of along the, is it an etheric wind?
I think wind is that force of interaction between the hot and the cold. And it is the winding that binding of reminding that holds the fire and the water together. To form earth, I think.
And so like there's a whole psyop of when I say psi, psychological as well as PSI, like pounds per square inch of air, like to remove or separate us from the ether, that there, if we don't have this kind of movement of the matter of astral, that reality becomes more dense if we're not connected to the ether. If we're not connected to the either that realm or this realm, the realms beyond, the astral, like where we go when we're dreaming, or this realm here. If we're not connected to either, there's a disconnect from the matter, and that's a psyop to make it more dense. And also we move matter via the breath as well. Like as we speak, we create. As we like with our mouth noises, when we're speaking, there's a force that comes out, which is an air or a wind as well. And is that kind of like creating an etheric wind in this astral plane, which can change it too. I'm just trying to work all this out because I don't know too much about the astral or the ether. I just have my wordplay, which most of the time leads me down the correct path. But
here's the way I try to think about the whole, like, so firstly, I just kind of like organize them by Zerf axis. So you have like the physical Zerf axis, then that's next to the etheric, and then there's the astral one. But I wanted to, there was something else that I wanted to bring up in regards to dreams, that in the sense that when we talk about the etheric plane and we talk about that idea of like, you know, physical, there's this idea that like, you know, you either have to like close your eyes and meditate to access the etheric plane. I've realized that a lot of it is just learning to switch your attention to a different dimensional frequency with certain like magical rituals. You can access, like, walk around like right now in the etheric plane while you're like, it's like there's like, I've realized that there's a different like shift in how reality works when I'm in this liminal etheric space. Like when I access what in my system I call the indeterminate zone, that synchronicities and manifestations and things, weird things happening seems to be more frequent when you're in that state of consciousness. But I realize from a Astrological perspective, I have transported my soul and consciousness to the etheric plane, even though everyone else is still in the same material sort of dimension, you know, if you will. So one of the ways I do this, and this is kind of like how you work, is you transition from different Zerf axes. So the one ritual that I do with the Fae is I'll go out to a large like field-like area, somewhere where there's not a lot of people, it's flat, and I'm not, you know, able to bump into anything. And you can try this for yourself if you want. It's kind of like a fun, interesting experiment. So what I do is I close my eyes and then I walk slowly around in a circle in a clockwise direction, right, for a while, and then I usually chant do a magical like fairy chant and like say stuff in their language. And then at a certain point, I stop spinning. I take one large step in front of me, and then I start spinning in the opposite direction, counterclockwise. Then when I'm done that, I stop, take another step, spin clockwise again. And what I realize what happens when you do this, it's like you kind of forget where you exist in physical space. And so when you open your eyes again, it's like waking up from a dream, because you're like, oh my God, how did I end up here? Because the idea is when you do this, like this exercise, you forget where you exist in relation to matter and physical space. And you're essentially kind of like in a video game, sort of clipping out of reality. And when you have that transition, that's how you sort of enter that indeterminate zone space that I'm talking about. And this can be done with meditation and like even just like, you know, taking a nap and having that intention. The idea, like you exist in one dream and you transition to another dream. Because that, you know how sometimes when you dream at night, you'll have a dream and then you'll kind of like close your eyes and go into a black space. And then you sort of like gradually kind of transition into another dream. So this fairy magic stuff, it's basically you're trying to do that, but in real life, like trying to take the dream, you know, the sort of the waking dream, and then transition it to another waking dream. And so the way I see it, like, you know, when you're doing certain rituals, or even I think when you enter like a haunted house and you start to see like parallel, I think that when a house is legitimately haunted or a building is legitimately haunted, I feel like that particular area is like it's like a portal to the etheric plane, which I don't know if Franklin would agree with that or not in terms of like, you know, hauntings or like haunted locations as being portals to physical portals to the etheric realm. So I think in that sense, that's how you can see the sort of etheric and astral realm sort of intersecting with the material realm. You got to think of it like sort of like a fourth dimensional extension of reality. So if you think about like the, you know, like the two-dimensional plane being like a sheet of paper, you know, if you take like an infinite number of flat sheets of paper, you can essentially make a cube if you kind of like stack them on top of each other like a pile of paper. Now, if you think of a three-dimensional realm as like a sphere, like an infinite sphere, you can think of a fourth dimension as sort of going to a similar and identical sphere that's adjacent to you. And that's kind of like how you sort of conceptualize this idea of like entering this etheric space. And it's kind of interesting because you're literally, it's sort of, there's what I'm saying is there is a physical doorway via consciousness and perception to the dream realm, to like sort of the outskirts of the dream realm that doesn't actually involve going to sleep or even lying down in bed. You can enter the dream world from the waking world, because that was something I always found interesting in H.P. Lovecraft's work. He had this whole like dream cycle story where there's like this dream realm, but the idea was there's these creatures called ghouls, which are kind of like zombies that live underground, and apparently they exist in a way like the crypts in that world lead back into physical reality. So I think if you kind of look at the etheric and astral existing in that way, I think then it becomes more intuitively obvious to see how that's connected to physicality and matter, in my opinion.
With a haunted house, and it relating to the etheric, would it not be more the astral? If the astral is more of the emotional kind of body, and that there's sometimes beings stuck in the astral, like, is that what ghosts are? They're kind of stuck, and is that not in the astral, not the etheric?
So the way I think of it is like, so think about like the idea of Zerfaxes, right? So let's imagine you have three circles in a line. You have the first circle is physical reality, the second one is etheric, and the third is the astral. Now notice that if you're in the etheric circle, you are closer in proximity to the astral circle than you would be in the physical circle. If you were in the physical circle, the astral plane would be 2 Zerfaxes away from you. But in the etheric plane, it's only 1 Zerfax away from you. So when there's less of a Zerfax distance, there's more of a direct interaction between the Zerfaxes. So in that space, the astral has more of a direct influence over the etheric from that space than it would in the physical.
Okay, interesting. From what I've read as well, it seems that the etheric body relates to the ka as well, which is interesting. It's kind of the subtle body or the mist around us, like, I guess, the wind or essence or life force, which is really interesting. And then that the astral might represent more the ba or the soul or the dreaming, I guess, like
the emotional body.
The emotional, yeah. So one is the feminine, one is the masculine, one is the water, one is the light, or one is the water, one is the air.
Okay, this is where it gets really like intensely convoluted, but you might appreciate it. Like, you were talking about astral and water and etheric and fire. What if I told you it's different for men and women? So fire expresses, right? And water takes the impression of whatever is around it. So if you put your finger into water, water will make the impression of your finger in it. Your finger will impress itself within the water. The water will be impressed by your finger. Water is always impressed. Fire is always expressed. So fire expresses light and heat. Water impresses coolness and darkness as you go into the water, right? Because it blocks the light. So the water is the womb, right? And the fire is the essence of the heart, that heart fire. So it's electricity. Now, a male's body physically is expressive, right? And a woman's body physically is impressive. Tell me you're not impressed by your queen's body. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, us men are very impressed by our queen's body. In fact, we see them and we want to express how impressed we are by them. It's a natural instinct for a man to want to express how impressed you are. And the women are very impressed when the man expresses how impressed he is. And then that's when the woman expresses her love to him with a baby. So the essence of fire, like if you look at astral, it comes from the root of the word ash. Ash. What does ash make you think of? Fire, right? Ash. Astral. Astral is a ray of light. From fire comes a ray of light, and it leaves ash, astral. So there's an element of fire in the astral. However, and if you look at the etheric, it's the breath of the Aleph coming into contact with the Saturn, right? And when the breath comes into contact with the Saturn, what does it do? What does air do when it comes in contact with Saturn, with cold earth? It condenses all the water out of it, right? Breathe onto a cold surface and see what happens. It will make water drops. Yeah? The mist. The mist will stick to it. And that mist is really is water. So the etheric has a preeminent element of water and the astral preeminent element of fire. However, a man's physical body is fiery, but a man's jing is cold. A woman's physical body is watery, but a woman's sexual essence is hot. Now, those two essences relate to the life force, relate to the car. The man's car is cold. The woman's car is hot. The woman's car is masculine. The man's car is feminine. In the same way that the man's body is masculine and the woman's body is feminine. When you shift into the next order of being, it inverts again, where the man's bar is hot, right? And the man's chi is hot. The woman's chi, the woman's bar is cold. So the woman's astral body is receptive. The man's astral body is projective. The woman's etheric body is projective. The man's etheric body is receptive. The woman's physical body is receptive and the man's physical body is projective. When we go through all of these three scales, we end up with the primordial, which is the pure mental spiritual body. And so the woman's body is in alignment with, in order for as above, so below to come into being, the woman's receptive original state needs to be expressed as the receptive state beneath the firmament, right? As above, so below. With those two, with a set of polarities dancing between them. And the man's are the same. So you could say that for a man, the astral body is hot. For a woman, the astral body is cold. For a man, the etheric body is cold. For a woman, the etheric body is hot. And that's like we're talking about elemental states of fire and water. So I just thought that'd be interesting. And the air is obviously the relationship between the fire and the water. So the air is where is like, is the way that the water and the fire are interacting produces air. The evaporation of the water because of the fire moves moisture. This creates a cycle. Air has got a lot of moisture in it. It causes all of the gases to be moving around. All of the movement in air is because of the excitement of fire being curtailed by the encompassing nature of water. So just that idea is it doesn't give a definitive answer, but I think not having a definitive answer is quite healthy.
Yeah, we're not here for answers, we're here for questions. We're all on a quest here. The joy is in the journey. It's about, we're not here to like have all the answers and be like, right, that's it, no more round tables, we've found it all, whatever. It doesn't end. It's a cycle, it's a spiral. So
we got the answer. That's it, done. Sign off on it. Let's all put a signature down.
Exactly. And like the more and more we learn, like the more and more it, like, I guess, complex it is, because I was like, okay, ka, fire, masculine, bar, feminine, water, fire, water, those are the two. And then now you've just flipped that round, so then it's not so simple as just this or that. So yeah, it definitely warrants like further research. I mean, like it's definitely not made it more simple, it's made it more interesting, which is good. Who wants simple? So yeah, like when you think, oh, you've got it, oh, you've just learned something, it's like, all right, okay, but then, like, as the sort of walls, the barrier starts dissolving, there's more and more perspectives that come through. So I guess thank you for like flipping my structure I've made, or dissolving the structure I've made to kind of contain this thought form. I guess thank you for that. It's nothing trying to build
it's the same structure downwards and upwards, right? It's mirrored. It's still the same structure. It just goes both ways. In other words, it's like the inside out.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that a theme in that Stranger Things? Isn't it back to front? Left becomes right, right becomes left, in becomes out, up
the
becomes
upside down.
Yeah, the upside down.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about here.
Here's another way to, like, a more direct way to think about where the astral plane exists. So from your, like, just pure subjective perception, Toby, in the room that you exist in right now, the astral, from a Zarfexological perspective, would exist behind that black and white curtain that's behind you right now. That's essential. Because think of it like this. So in physical reality, in the Zarfex interior, all the Zerfaxes are kind of connected. So your room right now is essentially just a Zerfax that's sort of connected to all the Zerfaxes in physical reality. But in the non-physical part of reality, the indeterminate zone, that curtain could lead anywhere in astral space. It's a potential, like a mystery door that could be opened anywhere. So when you look at the edges of your peripheral vision and you look at where the sky is, where the walls are, that's where your mind's eye, in a lot of ways, when you visualize stuff, like, and this theory actually exists, because we have this idea in the West that when we visualize stuff in our mind's eye, we think of it as being inside of our heads. But I think of it, because, like, when I visualize, like, for example, like if I visualize a raccoon in my mind's eye, it almost seems to exist not inside of my head, but outside of the walls of the room that I'm existing in at the moment. So when you look at your mind and your consciousness as being structured in that way, that's another sense of how to get to feel the astral sort of space, that it's kind of, in a sense, all around you, and your little, like, island of perception is just like that, just a little bit of an island. it's only like in a way there's like a perceptual illusion that your Zerfax is sort of connected, but there's this kind of like, I don't know, debug mode, outer space, you know, where you can realize that if you kind of like do a mental kind of exercise and sort of like think about, you know, space existing in that way, like imagine like the bedroom you're existing in is just sort of like floating through a void in space as opposed to being connected to the rest of the world. I feel like that's kind of like how I like approach like astral projection in the astral world, from thinking of it from that space that exists outside of our peripherals. And that's kind of because in the dream realm, you know, if you can go into like, I could walk through my bathroom door and, you know, end up in a forest somewhere. It doesn't necessarily have to lead to my bathroom. So if you look at and because physical reality directly it's a direct reflection of physical reality, you can also see that reflection from the other side sort of coming here. And you would think about, well, how would my Zerfax exist if it was in the indeterminate zone right now? What would be outside of the walls of my vision? Because I noticed that it's like when I'm in a state of mind where I'm in the Zerfax interior, when I'm sort of like, you know, just sober, normal me, outside of my peripheral vision, I think about all the buildings that I remember. So like if I'm walking down the street, in my mind's eye, I'm sort of like mentally drawing the map of the world that exists outside of my peripheral vision. That's what they call the Zerfax. Whereas when you're in the indeterminate zone, outside of your peripheral vision, you can clearly see the astral plane, just it's like it's not in reality, but you can feel the entities like clawing at the edges of reality, wanting to come in. You can feel them there. Like they're not inside your house, but they're knocking on the door and you can hear them very loudly. I don't know. I just think like that's kind of how I approach like the astral, which is a little bit more unconventional, but I think it's important to kind of see how, in order to really gain a sense of like understand how magic works in the world, to understand in a more direct way how the astral interacts with the physical and how they're connected.
So I'm just going to say this last thing and then I'll head off. But I've been seeing a blue light a lot recently, the last few months. Like it's kind of like a deep blue, like I guess like kind of light in my periphery every so often. And I was lying in bed a few weeks ago and I was looking up at the ceiling, like in the dark, and I could see this blue light and I focused on it and then it disappeared. But then I started kind of focusing on these other lights, which were like slowly like moving around. They kind of come and go. And I could see these, they were like stingrays, these kind of like water beings just above me, like I didn't feel like they were going to come like into me. It's like I was kind of looking up at the water. There were these kind of waves, and there were these smaller fish and bigger fish, and mainly like stingray type things kind of swimming around. It's like I was in water, and it was really beautiful. It's the first time I've ever seen anything that's not normal, apart from when I've been sober, that is, which I've been like hoping to do for a while, because I've heard of people like seeing auras and seeing stuff, and I was like, oh, it's so cool to like see other beings or whatever. And anyway, my point is,
go on. Sorry.
Perhaps this is the astral, because if it's related to water, it's like I was seeing the water all around me, and I could see the ripples in the tide as well. And it was kind of the space in between I was focusing on, because I always focus on the in between. I never focus on the this or the that. It's always the middle way, like the liminal space. And also on that, apparently lime is really good for cleansing you. Like you guys might know this, but it's interesting because lime in all space. I searched because I heard that. I was like, liminal spaces. Okay. Lime in all. Is lime good for cleansing you and protecting you and stuff? And it turns out that it is, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I've done this a couple of times, just lying in bed, sort of like looking at these things, and actually a few weeks ago when it first happened, I was looking up at the ceiling, and the ceiling dissolved. I could see these like stars, and I was just imagining that there wasn't actually a roof there, and I was looking up at the stars above, and I could actually see shooting stars, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm talking about. It also reminds me of I don't know if you're a horror movie person, but there's a movie from 1986 called From Beyond. It's based on H.P. Lovecraft, short story. And in that movie, they have this device called the resonator, which is like this tuning fork, like this big like electronic contraption that like shoots out this like pink, like otherworldly light. And when the light shows up, it basically allows them to see alternate dimensions. So all these like weird like jellyfish creatures start to like fly around and stuff when they turn on the resonator. But of course, it's a horror movie, so the monsters are violent, so they have to like turn off the thing. But I just always thought that was like that idea is just so cool that like there are organisms that exist but we can't see because they exist in some dimensional space beyond our comprehension. So that's kind of that's a cool story. I'm glad you shared it.
Yeah, I looked up what these stingray beings could be on Reddit, and people were saying that there were demonic entities and whatever, and that they were like harmful. But that's not the feeling I got at all. It felt like being connected to water, and they were kind of they're just doing their thing. But it's just like, and also that movie you were talking about, and I'm not a horror film guy because I find most of them, all the ones I've watched have been quite bad. I'm more of a sci-fi fantasy, like sci-fi any day.
It's a very sci-fi movie, so you might like it from that angle.
Well, it's just the jellyfish. They might be good, but the films portray them to be bad. Now, if people see them, these jellyfish beings, after watching that movie, they might think that they're bad. Potentially. But right, guys, I've got to go. It's been great talking today. You've been going for 6 hours now, so
yeah, it's been a long one.
Both of you.
Yeah, take
Big
it
love,
easy.
brother. Take
Probably
it easy.
I've always thought it would be cool to do like, I'm not sure what the world record for the longest podcast is, but if there's a few of us from all around the world, we can just keep it going. People can come and go in the chat and then go across various topics.
We would need 12 people.
Yeah.
A marathon.
Why's that?
A 12 people marathon.
Why 12?
Can you think of a better number? Okay. Like if you think of a better number, let me know. I just thought 12 because it's 12 hours in the day, and each person could be doing a 2-hour shift, and then you would have 4 doing a 2-hour shift, and then another 4 doing a 2-hour shift, and another 4 doing a 2-hour shift. That adds 6, and
or 4 people doing 6 hours. 4 sets of 6 for 12 hours. No, that'd be 24 hours, wouldn't it? Right. I need to go to bed. Much love, guys.
Yeah, brother.
Take care. And
much love. That nonsense about demons, like
don't trust Reddit for advice. It's
those over there. They're called Undines, right? These spirits.
My sister's called Undine.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Is that like related to the sea?
It's like a water spirit.
Those are the spirits that flow in. They literally move the way you're describing it in the water, and they're like fishes, and they're like those kind of watery creatures from the sea and stuff that you'll see in the lake. That's what you see, and they're flowing around. If you were in the element of fire, you'd be seeing like salamanders and like lizards and snakes and stuff, dragons. Anyway, big love, dear brother.
Yeah, my sister's called Undine. So,
there you go.
That's interesting. I'll let her know. Much love, everyone in the chat. Cosmic.
She must be a mermaid.
Frank.
Shanti,
I'm not sure how she feels about water. I'll let her know about these beings. So take care, guys.
Her name is You take it easy, brother. Big love, big blessings. Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys all got what you came for. It's been an honor as always. Cosmic, it's been an honor. Shinobi, it's been an honor. Indy, it's been an honor when he was here in the beginning and in being here in spirit.
Wandered off somewhere.
Well, I think he went through that door in the back, didn't he?
I saw a cat at one point.
He went through the door in the back, which is the bedroom. And he went in there and he probably just thought to just lie down and clear his head. And then like
He just passed
the
out.
dance party caught up with him, you know? I can see that happening. Like I do that, like lie down, clear my head. Whoa, open my eyes. Whoa, 4 hours passed. Wow, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I'm like that. I sleep like that. And I sleep deep and then I pop out. Anyway, big love to all of you. Big blessings. Take it easy, everybody. Keep it real. Keep it sweet. Cosmic is always an honor. Big love, brother.
Yeah, man. Cool. Yep. Keep it
And
real.
till next time. Om Shanti, everybody. We'll probably be doing a Tuesday. Cosmic, your difficult time zone.
I'll let you know if I'm ready, if I'm available for that or not.
Cool, man. Big love, everybody. Blessed be. We'll probably be here on Tuesday, like maybe the same time as last Tuesday. I think that was the plan. We did it Wednesday this week, but we'll probably do it Tuesday next week. Or maybe Wednesday. We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Om Shanti. Blessed be.
Peace out.
And yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. I really did enjoy the show. Indy, Om Shanti, brother. And everybody, you know, I will be doing this show or releasing short clips about the Enneagram, building an Enneagrammic system of correspondences, which will probably map through everything, the elements, the elemental table, words, everything that you can imagine should fit onto it. Obviously, it's the Sephirot. And obviously, within that structure of the there are the 22 paths. So the major arcana are the connections between the numbers. Basically, it's a tree of life. It's a tree of life when you're looking down the trunk of the tree of life, you know, from the top down. That's really what it is, the bird's eye view. Big love, big blessings, everybody. Take it easy. Until the next one. Om Shanti. If I can close this. YouTube doesn't want me to leave.